card, but I'm not letting anything come in the way of this. This is too important.
Yeah, it's true. Shalom, and we're back for part 2 of our Torah in a Day. That's right. I'm here with Miss Hannah. And Hannah, hi, say hi. Hi.
Hello.
Okay, so I have to tell you something fun. So this is our big surprise I talked about. The Grow With Me Bible is coming, and it's a children's edition, an abridged edition of the TLV Bible. And you know we have our TLV Bible calendar. And so we're getting ready to talk about holidays and things. And Leviticus, we're at Leviticus 16, Parsha Acharimot. And I wanted to give you an idea of the weight of how you teach children the Bible. We're reading it straight through because every single year at the fall feasts, we recognize and rejoice about the Torah on the 8th day of the feast. Every 7 years, though, we are commanded by God to read through the entire Torah so that our children and our children's children will know the laws of God and know the way that we're supposed to walk with our God and our Messiah, Yeshua. So this Grow With Me Bible that's coming out, it has the pictures that are in our family Bible, but not all of them, because there's 101 in our Bibles, in our family Bibles. But in this Grow With Me Bible, there's 52 plus 2. That's 52 weeks for the year plus 2. And I wanted you to know that when you see the weight of it, look, this much of it, right here, we've already gotten to in our Torah portions. That's right. Because when you get to the part of Leviticus, right, Genesis happens before, right, it's written down by Moses, but it's before the life of Moses. The life of Moses starts in Exodus. So then, if you want to look in our Bible, in our children's Bible, there's 15 lessons of the 54, 1/3, that's from the beginning of the Bible to where we're in Exodus. Then Leviticus and Numbers, even though we have some pictures in there, they're not in the children's Bible because that's talking about how they walked through those days with Moses. It comes back, and we go back to creating more pictures for the children when we get to Deuteronomy, the retelling of Torah. And so if you add a few, 3 for Deuteronomy, it gets 18 is where we start, and 18 to 52 is the rest of the entire Bible, all the way to Revelation. So we're still focused on the first third of the Bible and the first 5 books. So we're going to start now talking about the sacrifices. So these are things that we adults need to understand because we get it when we sin and fall short and want to be cleansed before God. But these lessons are lessons that you don't really learn until you're more grown. So this is for the adults. So we're going to keep going. You good with it?
Straight through.
We're going to read straight through.
Scripture.
So we're at 16, and we're going to get to Leviticus 17, which is going to make a lot of sense to you, and I don't want to miss that part. So we're going to go ahead and read. Would you like to read, or would you like me to read? You ready to read? Okay.
Yeah.
Acharimot. And there's a really cool picture here about how the Levites would go and make this once-a-year atonement sacrifice for the whole nation. Because there's some things that we make individually, but once a year, the Jewish people were asked to do a sin offering to cleanse the sin of the whole nation. And that's why we had that great day of prayer this past week. So let's go back to reading.
Leviticus 16. Then Adonai spoke to Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron, when they approached the presence of Adonai and died. Adonai said to Moses, "Tell Aaron your brother not to come at just any time into the holiest place behind the curtain, before the atonement cover which is on the ark, so that he would not die. For I will be appearing in the cloud over the atonement cover. In this way shall Aaron come into the sanctuary, with a young bull for a sin offering and a ram for a burnt offering. He is to put on the holy linen garment, have the linen undergarments on his body, put on the linen sash, and wear the linen turban. They are the holy garments. He shall bathe his body in water and put them on. Then he is to take from the congregation of Bnei Israel 2 he-goats for a sin offering and 1 ram for a burnt offering. Then Aaron is to offer the bull for the sin offering, which is for himself, and make atonement for himself and his house. Then he is to take 2 goats and present them before Adonai at the entrance of the tent of meeting."
We're being instructed to move the Bible so that we can capture the text. Flatten. No, he wants it flat. He wants it flatter, like flatness, like that.
Okay, then.
Is that better?
Here's
Okay.
what we're going to do. You're going to read this side of the page, and I'm going to read this side of the page.
Okay, great.
from now
I
on.
think it works because I can't see it from the glare over there. Where were we?
we were
up here.
tent of meeting.
Right, tent of meeting.
So,
There
verse
you go.
8.
Aaron will then cast lots for the 2 goats, one lot for Adonai and the other lot for the scapegoat. Aaron is to present the goat on which the lot for Adonai fell and make it a sin offering. But the goat upon which the lot for the scapegoat fell is to be presented alive before Adonai to make atonement upon it by sending it away as the scapegoat into the wilderness. Also, Aaron is to present the bull of the sin offering, which is for himself, and so make atonement for himself and his house. He is to slaughter the bull of the sin offering, which is for himself. He is to take a fire pan full of coals of fire from off the altar before Adonai, plus 2 handfuls of sweet powdered incense, and bring it within the curtain. See him doing that? Mm-hmm. It says, then he is to put the incense on the fire before Adonai, so that the cloud of the incense may cover the atonement cover. The atonement cover. I just love how cover is the same word as covenant, right? To shield, to protect, to cover. I love that. Okay, so the covenant, where did we go? There we
Cover the
are.
atonement cover.
May cover the atonement cover that is on the ark so that he would not die. Then he is to take some of the blood of the bull and sprinkle it with his finger on the atonement cover on the east side. On the east side, right? That's where the sun rises, walking toward God. Before the atonement cover, he is to sprinkle some of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then he is to slaughter the goat of the sin offering, which is for the people. Bring its blood behind the curtain, and do with it as he did with the blood of the bull. Sprinkle it upon the atonement cover and before the atonement cover. So he is to make atonement for the holy place because of the uncleanness of Bnei Israel and because of their transgressions, all their sins. All. One sacrifice for all. He is to do the same for the tent of meeting, which dwells with them in the midst of their impurities. No one is to be in the tent of meeting when he enters to make atonement in the holy place until he comes out and has made atonement for himself and for his household and for all the assembly of Israel. Then he is to go out to the altar. I see how this works, Hannah. I get 2 pages. Okay, got it. That is before Adonai and make atonement for it. He is to take some of the bull's blood and some of the goat's blood and dab it on the horns of the altar. He is to sprinkle some of the blood on it with his finger 7 times and cleanse it and consecrate it from the uncleanness of Bnei Israel. When he has finished atoning for the holy place, the tent of meeting, and the altar, then he is to present the live goat. Aaron shall lay both his hands on the head of the live goat and confess over it all the iniquities. Iniquities like unequalness of God, of us to God. We are not equal with God. That is how we show God that we know that. All the iniquity of Bnei Israel and all their transgression and all their sins.
Not the end.
No and. All the iniquities, all their transgressions, all their sins. Wow. He shall place them on the head of the goat and send it away into the wilderness by the hand of a man who is in readiness. Whoa, that's a great word. I want to be in readiness when God calls on me. The goat will carry all their iniquities by itself into a solitary land, and he is to leave the goat in the wilderness. Then Aaron is to come into the tent of meeting, take off the linen garment that he put on when he went into the holy place, and leave them there. He is to bathe himself with water in a holy place, put on his garments, and come out to offer his burnt offering and the burnt offering of the people, to make atonement for himself and for the people. Then he is to burn up fat of the sin offering in smoke on the altar. The man who leaves the goat as a scapegoat is to wash his clothes and bathe his body in water. Afterward, he may come into the camp. The bull for the sin offering and the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought in to make atonement in the holy place, shall be carried outside the camp, and their hides, their flesh, and their dung burned with fire. The one who burns them is to wash his clothes and bathe in his body in water. Then afterwards he may come into the camp. It is to be a statute to you forever that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, you are to afflict your souls and do no kind of work, both the native born and the outsider dwelling among you. For on this day atonement will be made for you to cleanse you. That's what Yom Kippur is about. From all your sins you will be clean before Adonai. Wow. It is a Shabbat of solemn rest to you, and you are to afflict your souls. It is a statute forever. The Kohen who is anointed and who is consecrated to be Kohen in his father's place will make the atonement and put on the linen garments, the holy garments. He is to make atonement for the holy sanctuary, for the tent of meeting, for the altar, for the Kohanim, and for all the people of the assembly. This will be an everlasting statute for you to make atonement for Bnei Israel once in the year because of all their sins. It was done as Adonai commanded Moses. And now I want to talk about maybe one of the most important chapters of the whole Bible. If you believe that blood is payment for and covering for sin and cleans your heart from the inside out, this is where we learn that. It's literally the middle, almost the middle of the Torah. It's the heart of the Torah, right? The Levites. And this is in chapter 17. Then Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and to his sons and to all Bnei Israel, and say to them, This is the word which Adonai has commanded. Anyone from the house of Israel who slaughters a bull, a lamb, or a goat in the camp or outside the camp, but has not brought it to the entrance of the tent of meeting to offer it as a sacrifice to Adonai before the tabernacle, let blood guilt be charged to that man. He has shed blood. That man is to be cut off from among his people. You need to keep your blood inside your body at all times, at all ways that you can. Thus, Bnei Israel may bring their sacrifices that they are making in the open field to Adonai at the entrance of the tent of meeting to the Kohen and offer them as sacrifices of fellowship offerings to Adonai. The Kohen is to sprinkle the blood on the altar of Adonai at the entrance of the tent of meeting and burn up the fat as smoke for a soothing aroma to Adonai. They are no longer to offer their sacrifices to the goat demons, after which they play the prostitute. Wow. This will be a statute forever to them throughout their generations. Remember when they made the golden calf? Wow. Then you are to say to them, anyone from the house of Israel or from outsiders dwelling among them who offers a burnt offering or sacrifice, but does not bring it to the entrance of the tent of meeting to sacrifice it to Adonai, is to be cut off from his people. Anyone from the house of Israel or from the outsiders dwelling among them who eats any kind of blood, I will set my face against that soul, the one who eats blood, and will cut him off from among his people. Listen now. For the life of the creature is in the blood, and I have given it to you on the altar to make atonement for your lives. For it is the blood that makes atonement because of the life. Therefore, I have said to Bnei Israel, no person among you may eat blood, nor may any outsider dwelling among you eat blood. Any person from Bnei Israel or from the outsiders dwelling among them who hunts as game any animal or bird that may be eaten must drain its blood and cover it with dust. For the life of every creature, its blood is its life. The life is in the blood. The blood is what makes you alive, just like the breath in your lungs makes you alive. The blood carries the breath. Did you ever think about that? That's why the life is in the blood. Therefore I said to Bnei Israel, you are not to eat the blood of any kind of creature, for the life of every creature is its blood. Whoever eats it is to be cut off. You're not allowed to take life. Everyone who eats what dies naturally or is torn by animals, whether it is native born or a foreigner, is to wash his clothes, bathe himself clean in water. He will be unclean until the evening, then he will be clean.
Bathe himself in water.
Bathe himself in water. He will be unclean until the evening, then he will be clean. Thanks, Hannah. But if he does not wash them or bathe his body, then he will bear his iniquity, his unequalness, because only God makes blood alive. Isn't that amazing? Adonai said to Moses, so that chapter 17 is really important to remember. 18, here we go. Adonai said to Moses, speak to Bnei Israel and say to them, I am Adonai your God. You are not to act as they do in the land of Egypt, where you used to live, nor are you to act as they do in the land of Canaan, where I am bringing you, nor are you to walk in their customs. You are to obey my ordinances and keep my statutes and walk in them. I am Adonai your God, the Bible says. So you are to keep my statutes and my ordinances. The one who does them will live by them. I am Adonai. None of you is to come near anyone who is a close relative to uncover their nakedness. I am Adonai. That's why we teach people to cover themselves, right? You are not to uncover the nakedness of your father or your mother. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your father's wife, for it is your father's nakedness. Did you see that? You are not to uncover the nakedness of your father's wife, for it is your father's nakedness. Remember, it says love covers a multitude of sins. We're supposed to protect each other, not show the goods.
Also shows that they're one person.
And they're one person, exactly. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your sister. the daughter of your father or the daughter of your mother, whether born at home or elsewhere. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter or your daughter's daughter, for theirs is your own nakedness. Did you get that? That when we cover ourselves and we protect each other, it's because God put us together and we have to take care of those relationships.
So,
Verse 11, 18:11.
okay. You are not to uncover the nakedness of the daughter of your father's wife, conceived by your father, since she is your sister. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your father's sister, for she is your father's direct relative. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's direct relative. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your father's brother by approaching his wife, for she is your aunt. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law, for she is your son's wife. You are not to uncover her nakedness. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife, because that is your brother's nakedness. You are not to uncover the nakedness of both a woman and her daughter. You are not to take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are direct relatives. That is wickedness.
Period. That is like a really simple sentence. That is wickedness. If you want to know what
Don't do it.
wickedness is, it
Just
is.
don't do it, man.
Right. Just don't do it, man. Is
Don't
what you
do
said.
it.
God bless you. You're so sweet. Just don't do it.
You are not to marry your wife's sister to be a rival, uncovering her nakedness while her sister is still alive.
Okay, do you realize that's
You are
exactly what
not-
happened? No, hold on a second. Look, Moses is writing all these laws, and he wrote Genesis, right? He wrote down all of that. And isn't that exactly what happened with Leah and Rachel? Is you are not supposed to make rivals out of people in your family. Do not set your family against itself and implode.
You are not to approach a woman to uncover her nakedness while she is in the impurity of her nida. You are not to lie sexually with your neighbor's wife and defile yourself with her. You are not to give any of your children in sacrifice to Molech and defile the name of your God. I am Adonai. You are not to lie with a man as with a woman. That is an abomination. You are not to lie with any animal to defile yourself with it, nor is any woman to give herself to an animal to lie down with it. That is a perversion. Do not defile yourselves in any way in any of these things. For in all of these ways, the nations which I am casting out before you were defiled. The land has become defiled, so I will punish its iniquity, and the land will vomit out its inhabitants. You, however, are to keep my statutes and my ordinances, and do none of these abominations, neither the native born nor the outsider dwelling among you. For all these abominations were done by the men of the land who were before you, and the land became defiled. If you defile it, the land will vomit you out as it vomited out the nation that was before you.
Okay, so stop for a second. So realize when God gives you land, and he's not choosing you because you're better. He's saying that the land has become defiled because of the behavior. And so he's asking us to behave better if we can, right?
Yep. For whoever does any of these detestable things, the souls that do them are to be cut off from the midst of their people. Therefore you are to keep my charge so that you do not practice any of these detestable customs that were practiced before you, so that you do not defile yourselves by them. I am Adonai your God. Chapter 19. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to all the congregation of Bnei Israel, and tell them, you shall be Kedoshim.
Kedoshim, holy ones, which means holy ones.
You shall be Kedoshim, for I, Adonai your God, am holy. Each one of you is to respect his mother and his father, and keep my Shabbatot. I am Adonai your God. Do not turn to idols or make molten gods for yourselves. I am Adonai your God. When you bring a sacrifice of fellowship offerings to Adonai, you are to offer it so that you may be accepted. It is to be eaten the same day you offer it, and the next day. But if anything remains until the third day, it is to be burned with fire. If it is eaten at all on the third day, it is disgusting. It will not be accepted. Rather, anyone who eats it will bear his iniquity, since he has profaned what is holy to Adonai, and that soul will be cut off from his people. When you reap the harvest of your land, you are not to reap to the very corners of your field, nor are you to gather the gleanings of your harvest. You are not to pick the remnants of your vineyard, nor are you to gather the fallen grapes of your vineyard. Instead, you are to leave them for the poor and for the outsider. I am Adonai your God. You are not to steal. You are not to lie. You are not to deceive one another. You are not to swear by my name falsely, and so profane the name of your God. I am Adonai. You are not to oppress your neighbor, nor rob him. The wages of a hired servant are not to remain with you all night until the morning. You are not to curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind. But you shall fear your God. I am Adonai.
Isn't he kind? Don't you think those are kindnesses?
You are to do no injustice in judgment. You are not to be partial toward the poor, nor show favoritism toward the great. But you are to judge your neighbor with fairness. You are not to go up and down as a talebearer among your people. You are not to endanger the life of your neighbor. I am Adonai. You are not to hate your brother in your heart. Instead, you are to firmly rebuke your neighbor and not bear sin because of him. You are not to take vengeance nor bear any grudge against the children of your people, but love your neighbor as yourself. I am Adonai. You must keep my statutes. You are not to crossbreed different kinds of animals. That's all I'm going to say. That's all it says. Different kinds of animals. You are not to sow your field with two kinds of seed, nor are you to wear a garment woven of two kinds of material. If a man lies sexually with a woman who is a slave girl pledged to be married to another man, but not ransomed or given her freedom, they are both to be punished. But they are not to be put to death, because she was not free. He is to bring his trespass offering to Adonai. To the entrance of the tent of meeting, a ram for a guilt offering. The Kohen. The Kohen is to make atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before Adonai for his sin that he committed, and the sin that he committed will be forgiven him. When you are to come into the land and have planted all kinds of trees for food, you are not to consider their fruit as forbidden. 3 years it will be forbidden to you. It is not to be eaten. Then in the 4th year, all its fruit will be holy, for giving praise to Adonai. In the 5th year, you may eat its fruit. So it will yield its increase to you. I am Adonai your God. You are not to eat any meat with the blood still in it, right. Nor are you to use enchantments or practice sorcery. You are not to round off the hair on the sides of your heads, nor are you to mar the edge of your beard. You are not to make any cuttings in your flesh.
It says it right there, folks.
For the dead, or make any tattoo marks upon yourself. I am Adonai.
Blood stays in your body, folks. It cleans your heart. Water cleans the outside. Not complicated, but it really does keep you healthy and well, right? Do not defile your daughter to make her a prostitute, so that the land does not fall into prostitution and become full of wickedness. You are to keep my Shabbatot, my Sabbaths, and reverence for my sanctuary. I am Adonai. Do not turn to those who are mediums or to soothsayers. Do not seek them out to be defiled by them. I am Adonai your God. You are to rise up in the presence of the gray-haired and honor the presence of the elderly. So you will fear your God. I am Adonai. I feel like I need to say that again. You are to rise up in the presence of the gray-haired and honor the presence of the elderly. So you will fear your God. I am Adonai, the word says. If an outsider dwells with you in your land, you shall do him no wrong. You are not to take advantage of people. So clear. If an outsider dwells with you in your land, you shall do him no wrong. The outsider dwelling among you shall be to you as the native born among you. You shall love him as yourself. Love him as yourself. For you dwelled as outsiders in the land of Egypt. I am Adonai your God. You must not be dishonest in judgment, in measurements of length, weight, or of quantity. You are to have honest balances, honest weights, honest bushel measure, and an honest gallon. I am Adonai your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt. You must observe all my statutes and all my ordinances. Do them. I am Adonai. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Moreover, you are to tell Bnei Israel, the children of Israel, anyone from Bnei Israel, or from the outsiders dwelling in Israel, who gives any of his children to Molech, shall surely be put to death. The people of the land are to stone him with rocks. I also will set my face against such a person and will cut him off from among his people, because he has given his children to Molech, defiling my sanctuary and profaning my holy name. But if the people of the land all hide their eyes from that person when he gives of his seed to Molech and do not put him to death, then I will set my face against that man and against his family and will cut him off, along with all who play the prostitute after him with Molech from among their people. Children are an inheritance of the Lord. We never sacrifice our children. Back to the Bible. 20 verse 6. The soul that turns to mediums or to soothsayers, prostituting himself with them, I will set my face against that soul and cut him off from among his people. So consecrate yourselves to be holy, for I am Adonai your God. You are to keep my statutes and do them. I am Adonai who sanctifies you. Any man who curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. He who has cursed his father or mother, he has cursed his father or mother, and his blood shall be on him. The man who commits adultery with another man's wife, who commits adultery with his friend's wife, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. If a man lies with his father's wife and has uncovered his father's nakedness, both of them shall surely be put to death, and their blood shall be on them. If a man lies with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have committed a perversion, and their blood shall be on them. If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination, and they shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be on them. If a man takes a wife from her mother, it is wickedness. If a man takes a wife and her mother, it is wickedness. They shall surely be burned with fire, both he and they, so that there may be no wickedness among you. If a man lies with an animal, he shall surely be put to death, and you are to kill the animal. If a woman approaches any animal and lies down with it, you are to kill the woman and the animal. They shall surely be put to death, and their blood shall be on them. If a man takes his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and sees her nakedness, and she his, it is a shameful thing. They are to be cut off in the sight of the children of their people, for he has uncovered his sister's nakedness and will bear his iniquity. If a man lies with a woman during her nidan, exposes her nakedness, he has exposed her flow, and she has uncovered the flow of her blood. Both of them are to be cut off from among their people. You are not to uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister or your father's sister, for the one who does that has made his close relative naked and will bear his iniquity. If a man lies with his aunt, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall surely bear their sin and die childless. If a man takes his brother's wife, it is impurity. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness, and they will be childless. Now you are to keep all my statutes and all my ordinances and do them, so that the land where I am bringing you to dwell will not vomit you out. You are not to walk in the ways of the nation which I am casting out before you, for they did all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said to you, you will inherit their land, and I will give it to you to possess it, a land flowing with milk and honey. I am Adonai your God, who has set you apart from the peoples. Also you are to make a distinction between the clean animal and the unclean, between the unclean bird and the clean. And you are to make their souls You are not to make your souls detestable by an animal or by a bird or by anything with which the ground teems, which I have set apart as unclean for you. You are to be holy to me, for I, Adonai, am holy, and have set you apart from the peoples, so that you would be mine. A man or a woman who is a medium or is a soothsayer shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with rocks, and their blood shall be on them. Then Adonai said to Moses, Speak to the Kohanim, the priests, the sons of Aaron, and say to them, A Kohen is not allowed himself to become unclean for the dead among his people, except for his relatives that are nearest to him, his mother, his father, his son, his daughter, his brother, or his virgin sister who is near him, who has no husband. For her he may allow himself to become unclean, but he is not to defile himself, a husband among his people, and so profane himself. Kohanim are not to shave their heads, nor shave off the corners of their beards, nor make any cuttings in their flesh. They are to be holy to their God, and not profane the name of their God, for they
present the offerings of Adonai made by fire, the bread of their God. Therefore they are to be holy. They are not to marry women who are defiled as prostitutes or profane, Neither shall they marry women divorced from their husbands, for a Kohen is holy to his God. Therefore you are to sanctify him, because he offers the bread of your God. He shall be holy to you, for I, Adonai, who sanctifies you, am holy. The daughter of any Kohen, if she profanes herself by playing the prostitute, profanes her father. She is to be burned with fire. He who is the Kohen Gadol,
The head priest, the high priest, the only one that goes in and on Yom Kippur. That's the big kahuna. That's the Kohen.
among his brothers, upon whose head the anointing oil is poured, and is consecrated to put on the garments, is not to let the hair of his head hang loose or tear his clothes, nor shall he go near any dead person defiling himself, even for his father or his mother. He is not to go out of the sanctuary or profane the sanctuary of his God. For the crown of the anointing oil of his God is upon him. I am Adonai.
The crown. The anointing oil is a crown.
For the crown of the anointing oil of his God is upon him. I am Adonai. He shall take a wife in her virginity, a widow or one divorced, or one who has been defiled as a prostitute. He is not to marry. He is to take a virgin from his own people as a wife, so as not to corrupt his offspring among his people. For I am Adonai who sanctifies him. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Say to Aaron, none of your offspring throughout their generations who has a defect may approach to offer the food of his God. Any man who has a defect is not to draw near. No one blind or lame or disfigured or deformed, or a man who has a crippled foot or crippled hand, or a hunchback or dwarf, or who has an eye defect or a rash or scabs, or who has damaged testicles. None of the offspring of Aaron the Kohen who has a defect shall come near to present the offerings of Adonai made by fire. Since he has a defect, he is not to come near to offer the food of his God. He may eat the food of his God, but both from the most holy and the holy, but he is not to approach the curtain or come near the altar because of the defect on him, so that he may not desecrate my sanctuaries, for I am Adonai who sanctifies them. So Moses spoke to Aaron and to his sons and to all Bnei Israel. Chapter 22. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Tell Aaron and his sons to separate themselves from the holy things of Bnei Israel, which they consecrate to me, so that they would not profane my holy name. I am Adonai. Tell them, if any one of all your offspring throughout your generations approaches the holy things which Bnei Israel consecrate to Adonai, while in a state of uncleanness, that soul will be cut off from before me. I am Adonai. None of the offspring of Aaron who has Sa'arat,
leprosy,
who has Sa'arat, or has a discharge shall eat of the holy things until he is clean. Whoever touches anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed discharges from him, or who touches any creeping thing that may make him unclean, or a person who is unclean, whatever his uncleanness, the person who touches any such thing will be unclean until the evening, and is not to eat of the holy things, unless he has bathed his body in water. When the sun sets, he will become clean, and afterward he may eat of the holy things, because it is his food. A carcass or what is torn by beasts, he is not to eat, becoming unclean by it. I am Adonai. Therefore Kohanim shall keep my charge, so that they do not become guilty of sin, and die shall they profane it. I am Adonai who sanctifies them. No layman is to eat from the holy offering. A foreigner living with the Kohanim or a hired servant is not to eat from the holy offering. But if a Kohen buys a slave purchased by his money, that one may eat from it. Also, those born in his house may eat his food. If a Kohen's daughter is married to a layman, she is not to eat from the gifts of the holy offerings. But if a Kohen's daughter is a widow or divorced, and has no child, and has returned to her father's house as in her youth, she may eat from her father's food, but no layman may eat any of it. If anyone eats something holy unwittingly, then he is to add a fifth to it, and give the holy offering to the Kohen. They are not to profane the holy offerings of Bnei Israel. which they lift up to Adonai, so causing them to bear the iniquity that brings guilt when they eat the holy offerings, for I am Adonai who sanctifies them. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and to his sons and to all Bnei Israel, and say to them, Whoever is from the house of Israel, or one of the outsiders in Israel who brings his offering, whether it be any of their vows or any of their free will offerings that they present to Adonai for a burnt offering, for you to be accepted, you are to offer a male without blemish from the bulls, the sheep, or the goats, but whatever has a blemish you are not to present, for it will not be accepted on your behalf. Whoever brings a sacrifice of fellowship offerings to Adonai to fulfill a vow or for a freewill offering, either from the herd or the flock, it must be unblemished to be accepted. There must be no defect on it. The blind, injured, maimed, having an abnormal growth or festering or a running sore are not to be offered to Adonai or given as an offering by fire on the altar to Adonai. For a free will offering, you may present a bull or a lamb that has any deformity or lacking in its parts, but for a vow, it will not be accepted. Whatever has its testicles bruised, crushed, broken, or cut, you are not to offer to Adonai, nor are you to do so in your own land. Moreover, you are not to offer the food of your God from the hand of an outsider from any of these animals, for their corruption is within them. They have a defect. They will not be accepted on your behalf. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, When a bull, a sheep, or a goat is born, then it is to remain 7 days with its mother, and from the 8th day onward it will be accepted as a gift of an offering made by fire to Adonai. If it is a cow or if it is a cow or
That's for a female. That's a female lamb.
If it is a cow or
female sheep. In other words, if they're female animals, you are not to slaughter it along with its young.
Yes, you are not to slaughter it along with its young.
Both in one day. Just like
when you
think
offer
about it though, for a second. The thoughtfulness of God to not take the offspring, immediately. Or, in other words, motherhood is a holy thing to God. I love that. Mm-hmm. Where are you going? You're right there, sweetie. Right at 29.
29. When you offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving to Adonai, you are to present it so that you may be accepted. It is to be eaten on the same day. You are to leave none of it until the morning. I am Adonai, so you are to keep my mitzvot.
Amen. Keep my mitzvot and do them. I am Adonai. You must not profane my holy name. For I will be made holy among Bnei Israel. I am Adonai who makes you holy, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am Adonai. This is the cool part. We're going to get to the biblical feasts. Leviticus 23. If you ever want to know why there's 2 times, seed time and harvest, and how to follow the calendar, it's all in Leviticus 23. So we're going to get through this one. This is good. You did a great job. Just keep going. Okay, great. Oh, then Adonai spoke to Moses saying, okay, let me get through 23. Yeah. Okay. And we can switch out. We would like someone to come and help switch Hannah out. I'm going to get through biblical feasts. Actually, it'd be really cool if I could get one of the guys to do it with me. One of my sons, because they are very into these feasts. Then Adonai spoke to Moses saying, Speak to Bnei Israel and tell them, these are the appointed Moadim of Adonai. That word Moadim is the same word as seasons in Genesis 1, but here we use the word Moadim because now God's making appointments with mankind, days on the calendar when he wants to visit with you. Okay, speak to Bnei Israel and tell them, these are the appointed Moadim of Adonai, which you are to proclaim to be holy convocations, my Moadim. Work may be done for 6 days, but the 7th day is a Shabbat of solemn rest, a holy convocation. You are to do no work. It is a Shabbat to Adonai in all your dwellings. Verse 4, these are the appointed feasts of Adonai, holy convocations which you are to proclaim in their appointed season. During the 1st month, on the 14th day of the month, in the evening is Adonai's Passover. On the 15th day of the same month is the feast of Matzot to Adonai. For 7 days you are to eat matzah. On the 1st day you are to have a holy convocation, and you shall do no regular work. Instead you are to present an offering made by fire to Adonai. for 7 days. On the seventh day is a holy convocation, when you are to do no regular work. That's Pesach and the Feast of Matzot. Now we're going to go to Bikurim and Shavuot. Pesach is Passover, Matzot is unleavened bread, Bikurim is first fruits, Shavuot is weeks, the Feast of Weeks. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Bnei Israel and tell them, when you have come into the land which I give you and reap its harvest, then you are to bring the omer of the first fruits of your harvest to the Kohen. Omer is a measurement of the first fruits. He is to wave the omer before Adonai, to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Shabbat, the Kohen is to wave it. On the day when you wave the omer, you are to offer a male lamb without blemish, 1 year old, as a burnt offering to Adonai. The grain offering with it shall be 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil, an offering made by fire to Adonai for a soothing aroma. Its drink offering with it shall be 1/4 of a gallon of wine. You are not to eat bread, roasted grain, or fresh grain until this same day, until you have brought the offering of your God. It is a statute forever throughout your generations in all of your dwellings. Then you are to count from the morrow after the Shabbat, from the day that you were brought the omer.
Here
You
we're
ready?
talking about feasts.
We're talking about feasts, and Sim is here. Thanks, Hannah. Of course. This is really fun because we just talked a lot about the Passover and the Passover lamb, and then we're talking about presenting the grain offering and the drink offering. I don't know if you noticed, but this is all about having a really great barbecue with God. It's
Pretty
all
much, yeah.
about, right? It's about taking care to celebrate about God, not other things.
Indeed.
So
Where are
would
we
you
at?
go with me? We're right here. We're at verse 23:15. Again, if you want to learn about biblical feasts, anytime, how to run the biblical calendar, real
Calendar
simple.
is actually very
Leviticus 23.
Verse 15. Then you are to count from the morrow after the Shabbat, from the day that you bought the omer of the wave offering, 7 complete Shabbatot. Until the morrow after the 7th Shabbat, you are to count 50 days. And then present a new grain offering to Adonai. You are to bring out of your houses 2 loaves of bread for a wave offering made of 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour. They are to be baked with chametz as first fruits to Adonai. You are to present along with the bread 7 one-year-old lambs. It's a lot of lambs. Without blood. Think about how many lambs they had to have. I mean, that's a lot of lambs.
Okay, watch. So, folks, this is how this works. Half the year, seed time, Passover, Bikurim, Shavuot. We're talking about those first in Leviticus 23.
Indeed. Without blemish. 7 one-year-old lambs without blemish. 1 young bull and 2 rams. They will become a burnt offering to Adonai, with their meal offering and their drink offerings, an offering made by fire, a sweet aroma to Adonai. Also, you are to offer 1 male goat for a sin offering and a pair of year-old male lambs for a sacrifice of fellowship offerings. The Kohen is to wave them with the bread of the first fruits as a wave offering before Adonai with the 2 lambs. They shall be holy to Adonai for the Kohen. You are to make a proclamation on the same day that there is to be a holy convocation, and you shall do no regular work. I think we call that Shabbat. This is a statute forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations.
That's pretty clear.
Pretty clear. Now, when you reap the harvest of your land, you are not to reap to the furthest corners of your field or gather the gleanings of your harvest. Rather, you are to leave them for the poor and for the outsider. I am Adonai, your God. I love how
Fall
he ends every
festivals. I love how he always ends saying,
Ends every phrase, I am Adonai, your God.
right?
It's great.
Okay, then if
I love
you, hold on, I'm going to get to the 6 months later, right? First we had seed time. Now, it's still in Leviticus 23. It's harvest time. The other side, the other half of the year. Go for it.
Life's pretty easy if you follow the Bible, not gonna lie. Verse 23, Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Bnei Israel, saying, In the 7th month, on the first day of the month, you are to have a Shabbat rest, a memorial of blowing, shafarot, a holy convocation. You are to do no regular work, and you are to present an offering made by fire to Adonai. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, However, the 10th day of this 7th month is Yom Kippur, a holy convocation to you, so you are to afflict yourselves. You are to bring an offering made by fire to Adonai. You are not to do any kind of work on that set day, for it is Yom Kippur, to make atonement for you before Adonai your God. For anyone who does not deny himself on that day must be cut off from his people. Anyone who does any kind of work on that day, that person I will destroy from among his people. You shall do no kind of work. Can't believe how many times he said it. It's very clear. It is a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. It is to be a Shabbat of solemn rest for you, and you are to humble your souls. On the 9th day of the month in the evening, from evening until evening, you are to keep your Shabbat. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Bnei Israel, and say, on the 15th day of this month is the feast of Sukkot. That's this.
This is the 8th day of the this.
For 7 days to Adonai, on the first day there is to be a holy convocation. You are to do no laborious work. For 7 days you are to bring an offering by fire to Adonai. The 8th day will be a holy convocation to you, and you are to bring an offering by fire to Adonai. It is a solemn assembly. You shall do no laborious work. These are the Moedim of Adonai, which you are to proclaim to be holy convocations, to present an offering by fire to Adonai, a burnt offering, a grain offering, a sacrifice and drink offering, each on its own day, besides those of the Shabbatot of Adonai, and besides your gifts, all your vows and your freewill offerings which you give to Adonai. So on the 15th day of the 7th month, when you have gathered in the fruits of the land, you are to keep the feast of Adonai for 7 days. The first day is to be a Shabbat rest, and the 8th day will also be a Shabbat rest.
That's today.
That is today. I think.
Are you coming with? Okay. Now
he's back.
She's no. You can. I'm leaving. Yeah, I got it. Go for it.
I'm
so excited that you guys,
because
you realize we're actually doing this. We're actually doing the thing.
I don't know what's going on. I'm just reading.
I'm so excited.
Where was I? Okay. On the first day, you are to take choice fruit of trees, branches of palm trees, boughs of leafy trees, and willows of the brook, and rejoice before Adonai your God for 7 days. You are to celebrate it as a festival to Adonai for 7 days in the year. It is a statute forever throughout your generations. You are to celebrate in the 7th month. You are to live in Sukkot for 7 days. All the native born in Israel are to live in Sukkot, so that your generation may know that I had Bnei Israel to dwell in Sukkot when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am Adonai your God. So Moses declared to Bnei Israel the Moedim of Adonai. Chapter 24. Then Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Order Bnei Israel to bring to you pure olive oil, beaten for the light, to keep a lamp burning continually outside of the curtain of the testimony in the tent of meeting. Aaron is to keep it in order from evening to morning before Adonai continually. It is to be a statute forever throughout your generations. He is to keep the lamps in order on the pure gold menorah before Adonai continually. Also, you are to take fine flour and bake 12 cakes of it, with 2/10 of an ephah in each cake. Then you are to set them in 2 rows, 6 in a row, on the pure gold table before Adonai. Set pure frankincense on each row as a memorial portion for the bread, an offering by fire to Adonai. Every Yom Shabbat he is to set it in order before Adonai continually. It is an everlasting covenant on behalf of Bnei Israel. It belongs to Aaron and his sons. They are to eat it in a holy place, for it is most holy to him among the offerings of Adonai by fire, as a perpetual statute. Now the son of an Israelite woman, whose father was an Egyptian, went out among Bnei Israel, and a fight broke out between the Israelite woman's son and an Israelite man. The Israelite woman's son blasphemed the name and cursed, so they brought him to Moses. His mother's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Dibri, of the tribe of Dan. They put him in custody until the will of Adonai could be declared to them. Then Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Bring the one who cursed out of the camp, and let all who heard him lay their hands on his head, and have the entire congregation stone him. Then you will speak to Bnei Israel, saying, Whoever curses his God will bear his sin. Whoever blasphemes the name of Adonai must surely be put to death. The whole congregation must stone him, the outsider as well the native born. When he blasphemes the name, is to be put to death. As well as the native born.
As. You missed that as.
I said as. Whoever mortally strikes down any man must surely be put to death. Whoever mortally strikes down an animal is to make restitution. Life for life. If anyone injures his neighbor as he has done, the same is to be done to him. Fracture for fracture, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Just as he has injured someone, so it shall be done to him. Whoever kills an animal is to make restitution, but the one who kills a man is to be put to death. You are to have one standard of justice for the outsider as well as the native born, for I am Adonai your God. So Moses spoke to Bnei Israel, and they led the one who had cursed out of the camp, then stoned him with rocks. Thus Bnei Israel did as Adonai commanded Moses. Chapter 25, Parsha Behar. Then Adonai said to Moses on Mount Sinai, Speak to Bnei Israel and tell them, when you come into the land with which I gave you, then the land is to keep a Shabbat to Adonai. For 6 years you may sow your field, and for 6 years you may prune your vineyard and gather in its fruits. But in the 7th year there is to be a Shabbat rest for the land, a Shabbat to Adonai. You are not to sow your field or prune your vineyard. You are not to reap what grows by itself during your harvest, nor gather the grapes of your untended vine. It is to be a year of Shabbat rest for the land. Whatever the Shabbat of the land produces will be food for yourself, for your servant, for your maidservant, for your hired worker, and for the outsider dwelling among you. Even for your livestock and for the animals that are in your land, all its increase will be enough food. You are to count off 7 Shabbatot of years, 7 times 7 years, so that the time is 7 Shabbatot of the years. 49 years. Okay. Then on the 10th day of the 7th month on Yom Kippur, you are to sound a shofar blast. You are to sound the shofar all throughout your land. You are to make the 50th year holy and proclaim liberty throughout the land to all its inhabitants. It is to be a jubilee to you, when each of you is to return to his own property and each of you is to return to his family. That 50th year will be your jubilee. You are not to sow or reap that which grows by itself, or gather from the untended vine. Since it is a jubilee, it is to be holy to you. You will eat from its increase out of the field. In this year of jubilee, each of you will return to his property. If you sell anything to your neighbor or buy from your neighbor, you are not to wrong one another. Corresponding to the number of years after the jubilee, you are to purchase land from your neighbor's hand. He shall sell it to you based on the number of years of crops. In proportion to the extent of years, you may increase its price or decrease its price in proportion to the fewness of the years, because he is selling a number of harvests to you. You are not to cheat one another, but fear your God, for I am Adonai your God. Therefore you are to keep my statutes and observe my ordinances and carry them out, so that you may live securely in the land. Then the land will yield its fruit, and you may eat your fill and live there in safety. Now if you ask, what are we to eat during the 7th year, see, we are not to sow, nor gather in our increase. Now I will command my blessing to you in the 6th year, so that it will yield a harvest sufficient for 3 years. When you sow during the 8th year, you will still be eating the old stored harvest until the harvest of the 9th year comes in. Moreover, the land is not to be sold permanently, because the land is mine, for you are sojourners with me. For any land you possess, you are to provide for redemption of the land. If your brother becomes poor and coffee, it's keeping us going. If your brother becomes poor and
sell some of his property, then his nearest kinsman may come and redeem what his brother has sold. If a man has no kinsman redeemer, but he himself recovers and finds sufficient means to redeem it, then let him reckon the years since its sale and restore the surplus to the man to whom he sold it. Then he will return to his property. But if he is not able to get it back for himself, then what he has sold is to remain in the hand of the one who has bought it until the year of Jubilee. Then in the Jubilee it shall be released, so he may return to his property. If a man sells a house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it has been sold. For a full year he has the right of redemption, but if it is not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city will belong permanently to the one who bought it throughout his generations. It will not be released in the Jubilee. But the houses of the villages that have no wall around them are to be considered as open country. They have redemption rights and are to be released in the Jubilee. But as for the towns of the Levites may have a permanent right of redemption for the houses in the towns of their possession. The Levites may redeem a house sold in the town of its possession. Also it shall be released in the Jubilee, for the houses of the Levitical towns are their possessions among Bnei Israel. But the fields in the pasture lands of the cities may not be sold, for it is their permanent possession. If your brother has become poor and his hand cannot support himself among you, then you are to uphold him. He may live with you like an outsider or a temporary resident. Take no excessive interest from him, but fear your God, so that your brother can live with you. You are not to lend him your money at interest, nor give him your food for profit. I am Adonai your God, who brought you forth out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan and to be your God. If your brother has grown poor among you and sells himself to you, you must not subject him to slave labor. You must not subject him to slave labor. let him stay with you as a hired worker or as a temporary resident. He will work for you until the year of Jubilee. Then he is to be released from you, he and his children with him, and may return to his own family and to the property of his fathers, for they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They are not to be sold in a slave sale. You are not to rule over him with harshness, but fear your God. As for your male and female slaves, whom you may acquire out of the nations that are around you, from them you may buy male and female slaves. You may also acquire from among the children of the foreigners dwelling among you, as well as from their families who are with you. Those born in your land may also become your property. You may also leave them an inheritance for your children after you, to receive as a possession. These may become your slaves permanently, but over your brothers, Bnei Israel, you must not rule over one another with harshness. If an outsider or sojourner, if an outsider or sojourner with you becomes rich, while your brother beside him has become poor and sells himself to the outsider dwelling among you, or to a member of the outsider's family, after he is sold, he may be redeemed. One of his brothers may redeem him, or his uncle or his uncle's son may redeem him, or anyone who is a close relative to him from his family may also redeem him. Or if he has grown rich, he may redeem himself. He is to calculate with the one who bought him from the year that he sold himself to the year of Jubilee, and the price of his sale will be in proportion to the number of years. Like the days of a hired worker, it will be with him. If there are still many years in proportion to those, he is to reimburse the price of his redemption from his purchase price. If there remain only a few years until the year of Jubilee, then he shall calculate with him in proportion to his years of service. He is to reimburse the price of his redemption. He will stay with him as a hired worker year by year, but he is not to rule with harshness over him in your sight. Even if he is not redeemed by these means, then he will still be released in the year of Jubilee, he and his children with him. For Bnei Israel are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. I am Adonai your God. Chapter 26. You are not to make idols for yourselves, nor raise up an engraved image or a standing stone, or place any carved stone in your land to bow down to it. For I am Adonai your God. You are to keep my Shabbatot and have reverence for my sanctuary. I am Adonai.
Parsha Bechukotai.
If you walk in my statutes, keep my mitzvot. If you walk in my statutes, keep my mitzvot, and carry them out. Then I will give you rains in their season, the land will yield its crops, and the trees of the field will yield their fruit. Your threshing will last until grape gathering, the grape gathering will last until sowing time. You will eat your bread to the full, and live securely in your land. I will bring shalom in the land, and you will lie down with no one making you afraid. I will remove dangerous beasts from the land, and no sword will pass through your land. You will chase your enemies, and they will fall before you by the sword. 5 of you will chase 100, and 100 of you will chase 10,000, and your enemies will fall by the sword before you. I will turn toward you, make you fruitful, and multiply you, and I will confirm my covenant with you. You will eat the old harvest and clear out the tabernacle among you, and my soul will not abhor you. I will walk among you and will be your God, and you will be my people. I am Adonai your God, who brought you forth out of the land of Egypt so that you would not be their slaves, and I have broken the bars of your yoke and made you walk upright. But if you will not listen to me, nor carry out all these mitzvot, and if you reject my statutes, and if your soul abhors my ordinances, so that
you do not keep all my mitzvot, but instead break my covenant, then I will do the following to you in return. I will appoint terror over you. I will appoint terror over you, wasting, disease, and fever that will dim the eyes and cause the soul to pine away. You will sow your seed in vain because your enemies will eat it. I will set my face against you, and you will be routed before your enemies. Those who hate you will rule over you, and you will flee when no one pursues you. If you, in spite of these things, will not listen to me, then I will chastise you 7 times more for your sins. I will break your pride of power. I will make your sky like iron and your earth like bronze. Also your strength will be spent in vain, for your land will not yield its increase, nor will the trees of the land yield their fruit. If you keep walking contrary to me, I will not listen to me. I will multiply the plagues on you 7 times. I will send the wild animals among you, which will rob you of your children, destroy your livestock, and make you so few in number that your roads will become deserted. Now, if in spite of these things you will not be chastened by me, but walk contrary to me instead, a lot of W's, then I will also walk contrary to you. Then I will strike you, I myself, 7 times for your sins. I will bring a sword upon you that will execute the vengeance of the covenant, and you will be gathered together inside your cities. I will send the pestilence among you, and you will be given into the hand of the enemy. When I break your staff of bread, 10 women will bake your bread in one oven, and they will bring back your bread by weight, so that you will eat but not be satisfied. Yet if in spite of this you will not listen to me, but walk contrary to me, then I will walk contrary to you in wrath. So I will chastise you 7 times for your sins. You will eat the flesh of your sons, and you will eat the flesh of your daughters. I will destroy your high places and cut down your altars of incense, cast your dead bodies upon the bodies of your idols, and my soul will abhor you. I will lay waste your cities and devastate your sanctuaries. I will not smell your soothing aromas. I will make the land desolate, and your enemies. I will make your land desolate, and your enemies settling there will be astonished at it. I will scatter you among the nations, and I will draw out the sword after you, so your land will become a desolation, and your cities will become a waste. Then the land will enjoy its Shabbatot all the days of its desolation, while you are in the land of your enemies. Then the land will rest and enjoy its Shabbatot. As long as it lies desolate, it will harvest that rest which it did not have from your Shabbatot when you lived on it. As for those who remain, I will bring weakness into their hearts in the land of their enemies, so that the sound of a driven leaf will put them to flight, and they will flee as one flees from the sword, and fall even when no one is pursuing. They will stumble over one another as if before the sword, when no one pursues, and you will have no strength to stand before your enemies. You will perish among the nations, and the land of your enemies will devour you. Those of you who are left in the land of your enemies will rot away because of their inquiry. And because of the inquiries of their fathers, they will rot away with them.
It's not inquiry. It's iniquity.
Iniquity. Sorry. It looked like inquiry. I
Yeah.
promise. Inquiry. That makes no sense in hindsight.
Yeah,
Because of their iniquity and because of the iniquities of their fathers, they will rot away with them. Here you go. Verse 40. But if they confess their iniquity and that of their fathers and the treachery they committed against me, how they walked contrary to me, in return I walked contrary to them, and brought them into the land of their enemies. And if at that time their uncircumcised heart becomes humbled, so that they accept the punishment of their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and my covenant with Abraham, and I will remember the land. But the land will be deserted by them, and will enjoy its Shabbatot, while it lies desolate without them, and they will accept the punishment of their inquiry, because they rejected my ordinances, and their soul abhorred my statutes. Yet for all that, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject them, nor will I hate them into utter destruction, and break my covenant with them, for I am Adonai their God. But for their sake I will remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the nations, that I might be their God. I am Adonai. These are the statutes, ordinances, and laws which Adonai made between himself and Bnei Israel at Mount Sinai by Moses. Chapter 27, and we are almost done with Leviticus. Chapter 27. Then Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Bnei Israel and say to them, when anyone makes a special vow to Adonai involving the valuation of persons, then your valuation of a male from 20 years old to 60 years old shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary. If it is female, then your valuation shall be 30 shekels. If the person from 5 years to 20 years, then your valuation is to be 20 shekels for a male and 10 shekels for a female.
20 years old.
20 years old, excuse me. If the person is from 1 month to 5 years old, then your valuation is to be 5 shekels of silver for a male and 3 shekels of silver for a female. If the person is from 60 years old and upward, if it is a male, then your valuation is to be 15 shekels, and for a female, 10 shekels. But if he is poorer than your valuation, then he is to be set before the Kohen, and the Kohen will set a value for him, in keeping with what the one who made the vow can afford. Now, if it is an animal that may be brought as an offering to Adonai, anything that one gives to Adonai will be holy. He is not to replace it or exchange it, either good for bad or bad for good, but if he does exchange one animal for another, then both it and the one for which it is exchanged will become holy. If it is any sort of unclean animal that may not be brought as an offering to Adonai, then he is to set that animal before the Kohen. The Kohen is to evaluate it, whether it is good or bad. As the Kohen values it, it will be. But if he would redeem it, then he is to add a fifth to its valuation. If a man consecrates his house as holy to Adonai, then the Kohen is to evaluate it. Whether it is good or bad, as the Kohen evaluates it, so it will stand. If the one who dedicates it would redeem his own house, then he is to add a fifth of the money of your valuation. I'm going to finish it. You want to finish it? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
And we ended on of your valuation to it, and it will become his. If one consecrates to Adonai part of the field of his possession, then your valuation is to be in proportion to the seed to sow it. An omer.
That's Omer.
An omer.
Or Omer.
Omer. That's what I was thinking. Omer of barley at 50 shekels of silver. If he dedicates his field from the year of Jubilee, so it will stand according to your own valuation. But if he dedicates his field after the Jubilee, then the Kohen is to calculate for him the money according to the years that remain until the year of Jubilee, with a deduction to be made from your valuation. If he who dedicated the field would ever redeem it, then he is to add a fifth of the money of your valuation to it, and it will remain his. But if he will not redeem the field, or if he has sold the field to someone else, it may not be redeemed anymore. But the field, when it is released in the Jubilee, will be holy to Adonai as a consecrated field. It will not be owned by the Kohanim. Now, if one consecrates to Adonai a field that he has bought, which is not from the fields of his possession, then the Kohen is to calculate for him the worth of the valuation up to the year of Jubilee, and give your valuation on that day as a holy thing to Adonai.
Where are we?
The year of Adonai.
Holy thing to Adonai. In the year of Jubilee, the field is to return to the one from whom it was bought, to the one to whom the possession of the land belongs. All your valuation shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary, 20 gerahs to the shekel. But the firstborn among animals, which is made a firstborn to Adonai, may not be dedicated by anyone. Whether an ox or sheep, it belongs to Adonai. If it is an unclean animal, then he is to buy it back according to your valuation, and add a fifth of the value to it. But if it is not redeemed, then it is to be sold according to your valuation. Nevertheless, no devoted thing which a man sets apart from all that he has for Adonai, whether man or animal, or from the field of his possession, may be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to Adonai. No one who may be set apart from men for destruction is to be ransomed. He is surely to be put to death. All the tithe of the land, whether from the seed of the land or the fruit of the trees, belongs to Adonai, for it is holy to Adonai. If a man redeems anything of his tithe, he must add a fifth part to it. From all the tithe of the herds or the flocks, whatever passes under the rod, a tenth will be holy to Adonai. One is not to inquire if it is good or bad, nor exchange it. Or if he does exchange it, then both it and that for which it has been exchanged will become holy, and may not be redeemed. These are the mitzvot by which Adonai commanded Moses for Bnei Israel on Mount Sinai. And that is the book of Leviticus. Woo! And so, we move on to the book of Numbers.
Hello.
We say, Hazak.
Hazak, Hazak, Venit, Chazek. And we want to thank you guys so much for sticking with us. We realize that we've been here for roughly 9 hours. Longer than that. Oh, almost 9 hours. The clock says 9 hours. I put the clock there. I know it's around 9 hours. I'm just saying.
Okay.
No, seriously, we really do appreciate you guys, and we're going to be here for a good while longer. So I'm going to allow my lovely brother-in-law, love, whatever I call you.
One of those. Fine.
One of those words.
Alex also works.
Welcome to the Book of Numbers. Let's get started with Parsha Bamidbar.
One of the most exciting books.
It is, but it's also very short. So let's talk numbers.
I love you so much.
All right, Parsha Bamidbar, the census of fighting men, chapter 1. In the wilderness of Sinai, on the first day of the second month, in the second year from the Exodus from the land of Egypt, Adonai spoke to Moses in the tent of meeting, saying, "Do a head count of all the community of Bnei Israel by their families and their ancestral house, with a total of every male one by one. You and Aaron are to muster by their divisions every son 20 years and upward available to serve in the army of Israel. One man from each tribe, each head of his father's household, is to assist you. These are the names of the men who will assist you. From Reuben, Elizur, son of Shedur. From Simeon, Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai. From Judah, Nashon, son of Aminadab. From Issachar, Nathaniel, son of Zoar. From Zebulun, Eliab, son of Helon. From the sons of Joseph, from Ephraim, Elishama, son of Amihud. From Manasseh, Gamaliel, son of Pedazur. From Benjamin, Abidan, son of Gideoni. From Dan, Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai. From Asher, Pagiel, son of Ochran. From Gad, Asaph, son of Duel. From Naphtali, Ahira, son of Enan. These were those selected from the community, princes of their ancestral tribes. They were the heads of the thousands of Israel. So Moses and Aaron took these men designated by name. They assembled all the community on the first day of the second month. They declared their lineage according to their families, the households of their forefathers, with the number of names of those 20 years old and upward being listed individually. Cool. Moses numbered Israel in the wilderness of Sinai, just as Adonai had commanded him. The sons of Reuben, Israel's firstborn, their generations, their families, by their ancestral households, according to the count of their names, every male from 20 years and upward, all available for the army. Those counted from the tribe of Reuben were 46,500. From the sons of Simeon, their generations, according to their families, their ancestral households, whose names were counted by polls, every male 20 years and upward, everyone who would go with the army, they counted from the tribe of Simeon 59,300. From the sons of Gad, their generations, according to their families, to their ancestral households, in the count of the names of every male 20 years old and upward, everyone available to go out with the army, these counted from the tribe of Gad were 45,650. From the sons of Judah, their generations, by their families, their ancestral households, the count of their names, all who would go out with the army, those counted from the tribe of Judah were 74,600. From the sons of Issachar, their generations, according to their families, their ancestral households, by number of the names of every male 20 years old and upward, in going out with the army, those counted from the tribe of Issachar were 54,400. That's a lot of dudes.
Yes.
From the sons of Zebulun, their generations, according to their families, to their ancestral households, by the number of the names of everyone 20 years old and upward, going out with the army, those counted from the tribe of Zebulun were 57,400. From the sons of Joseph, the sons of Ephraim, their generations, according to their families, to their ancestral households, by count of the names of all those 20 years old and upward, going out with the army, those numbered from the tribe of Ephraim were 40,500. From the sons of Manasseh, their generations, according to their families, their ancestral households, by the number of names of those 20 years old and upward, going out with the army, those counted from the tribe of Manasseh were 32,200. From the sons of Benjamin, their generations, by their families, their ancestral households, by number of the names of everyone 20 years old and upward, going out with the army, those numbered from the tribe of Benjamin were 35,400. From the sons of Dan, their generations, by their families, their ancestral households, by number of everyone 20 years old and upward, who would go out with the army, those numbered from the tribe of Dan were 62,700. From the sons of Asher, their generations, by their families, their ancestral households, by number 21 years old and upward, who would go out with the army, those counted from the tribe of Asher were 41,500. From the sons of Naphtali, their generations, by their families, their ancestral households, by number everyone 20 years old and upward, who would go out with the army, those counted from the tribe of Naphtali were 53,400. These were the ones numbered. Moses and Aaron and the princes of Israel counted them. Each of the 12 men represented his ancestral house. So, all those counted from Bnei Israel, according to their ancestral houses from 20 years old and up, all able to go out with the army in Israel, all those who were counted totaled 603,550.
And that swell in your brow. That's good, honey.
The Levites, however, were not counted by the tribe of their ancestors, for Adonai told Moses, "Definitely you are not to number the tribe of Levi, nor take the sum of them among Bnei Israel. Instead, you are to appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of the testimony, over all its implements and all pertaining it. They are to carry the tabernacle and all its utensils, tend to it, and camp around it. Whenever the tabernacle sets out, the Levites are to dismantle it, and whenever the tabernacle is pitched, the Levites are to set it up. But the commoner who comes near it must be put to death. Ouch. That's not in the scripture. That was just me. We're in verse 52 of chapter 1 of Numbers. We'll get there. Bnei Israel will encamp, each man with his own camp, each with his own standard according to their own divisions. The Levites are to camp around the tabernacle of the testimony so that there will be no wrath unleashed on the community of Bnei Israel. So the Levites are to maintain care of the tabernacle of the testimony. So Bnei Israel did, and all that Adonai commanded Moses, so they did. Chapter 2. Adonai said to Moses and Aaron, saying, let each man camp around under his own standard among the banners of their ancestral house at an appropriate distance around the tent of meeting. Those camping on the east toward the sunrise will be of the standard of Judah, according to their divisions. Nashon, son of Amminadab, is the prince of the sons of Judah. His division by their number is 74,600. Camping next to him shall be the tribe of Issachar. The prince of the sons of Issachar is Nathaniel, son of Zuar. Their division by their number is 54,400. Next, the tribe of Zebulun. The prince of the sons of Zebulun is Eliab, son of Helon. His division by count is 57,400. All those numbered to Judah's camp by their division are 186,400. They are to advance first. The standard of the camp of Reuben shall be on the south side by their divisions. The prince of the sons of Reuben is Eliadzur, son of Shedur. His division by their number is 46,500. Those camping next to them are the tribe of Simeon. The prince of the sons of Simeon is Shelumiel, son of Zuri Shaddai. His division by their number is 59,300. Next, the tribe of Gad. The prince of the tribe of Gad is Eliasaph, son of Ruel. His division by their numbers is 45,650. All those numbered to the camp of Reuben are 151,450. They are to set out second. Then the tent of meeting will move out with the camp of the Levites, which is in the middle of the camps, just as they were in camp, each person in his own place under his own appropriate standard. On the west will be the standard of the camp of Ephraim by their divisions. The prince of the sons of Ephraim is Elishama, son of Ammihud. His division by their numbers is 40,500. Next to him is the tribe of Manasseh. The prince of the sons of Manasseh is Gamaliel, son of Pedazur. His division by their numbers is 32,200. Next, the tribe of Benjamin. The prince of the sons of Benjamin is Abidan, son of Gideoni. His division by their number is 35,400. All those numbered to the camp of Ephraim are 108,100 by their divisions. They are to advance third. The standard of the camp of Dan shall be on the north, according to their divisions. The prince of the sons of Dan is Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai. His division by their numbers is 62,700. Next to him will encamp the tribe of Asher. The prince of the sons of Asher is Pagiel, son of Ochran. His division by their number is 41,500. Next, tribe of Naphtali. The prince of the sons of Naphtali is Ahira, son of Enan. His division by their numbers is 53,400. All those numbered to the camp of Dan are 157,600. These are the numbers of Bnei Israel in accordance.
They are to advance last by their standards.
They are to advance last by their standards. Thank you, sweetheart.
My pleasure, dear.
These are the numbers of Bnei Israel in accordance with their ancestral households. All those counted according to their divisions is 603,550. Sounds like we've heard that number before somewhere. Anyway. However, the Levites were not counted among Bnei Israel, just as Adonai commanded Moses. So Bnei Israel acted in accordance with all that Adonai had commanded Moses. Thus they camped by their standards and set out, each man according to their families and their ancestral houses. Chapter 3. These are the generations of Aaron and Moses, current at the same time Adonai spoke to Moses at Mount Sinai. These are the names of Aaron's sons, Nadab, the firstborn, Abihu, Eleazar, and Itamar. These are the names of the sons of Aaron, the appointed Kohanim, who he consecrated to be priests. But Nadab and Abihu died before Adonai for offering unauthorized fire. They had no children. So Eleazar...
Before Adonai and Sinai wilderness, they had no children.
They had no children. So Eleazar and Itamar served as Kohanim under Aaron their father. Then Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, gather the tribe of Levi near, and appoint them to attend to Aaron the Kohen. They are to keep watch over the duties for him and the entire community before the tent of meeting while performing the service of the tabernacle. They are to attend all of the implements. They are to tend to all the implements of the tent of meeting and the service of Bnei Israel while performing the service of the tabernacle. You are to give the Levites to Aaron as his sons. Out of Bnei Israel they are dedicated entirely to him. You are to appoint Aaron and his sons to maintain the priesthood. Any commoner who approaches must be executed. Then Adonai said to Moses, saying, See, I have taken the Levites from among Bnei Israel in place of the firstborn who opened the womb among Bnei Israel. The Levites will be mine, because all the firstborn are mine. In the day when I was striking down all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated to myself every firstborn in Israel, whether man or animal, as mine. I am Adonai. Adonai spoke in the Sinai wilderness to Moses, saying, Count the sons of Levi. According to their ancestral house, by their families, every male a month old and upward, you are to number them. So Moses numbered them in accordance with the word of Adonai, just as he was commanded. These are the names of Levi. These are the sons of Levi by their names, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. These were the names of the sons of Gershon by their families, Libni and Shimei.
Yeah.
The sons of Kohath by their families were Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uziel. The sons of Merari by their families are Mahali and Mushi. That's a cool name.
That's fun. Yeah.
Mushi. These were the families of the Levites by their ancestral households. To Gershon belonged the family of Libnites and the family of the Shemaites. That's right. These were the families of the Gershonites. The number of every male 1 month old and upward who were counted was 7,500. The Gershonites were to camp behind the tabernacle on the west. The prince of the ancestral house of the Gershonites was Eliasaph, son of Lael. The duties of the sons of Gershon in the tent of meeting were the tabernacle, the tent, its coverings, the curtain of the entrance of the tent of meeting, the curtains of the courtyard, the screen of the entrance of the courtyard around the tabernacle and its altar, its ropes, and all related to its use. To Kohath belonged the family of the Amramites. The family of the Izharites, the Hebronites, and the Uzielites. These were the Kohathite families. The number of every male 1 month old and upward was 8,600. Their duties were caring for the sanctuary. The Kohathite families were to camp along the side of the tabernacle on the south. The prince of the ancestral household of the Kohathites was Elizaphan, son of Uziel. They were responsible for the ark, the table, the menorah, the altars, and the implements of the sanctuary used in service with them, the curtain, and all involved with its use. The chief prince of the Levites was Eleazar, son of Aharon the Cohen, appointed over those whose responsibility was to care for the sanctuary. To Merari belonged the families of the Mahalites and the Mushites. These names are hard, guys. I don't speak Hebrew naturally, okay? I speak English, and these are hard names. Even for people who've been reading them forever and ever.
No.
Mushites. These were the families of Merari. Their number, by count of every male 1 month old and upward, was 6,200. The prince of the household of the father of the Merarites was Zuriel, son of Abihail. They were to camp on the north side of the tabernacle. The sons of Merari were appointed over the care of the frames of the tabernacle, its crossbars, posts, bases, and all equipment for its use, the posts of the surrounding courtyard, their bases, pegs, and ropes. Those camping in front of the tent of meeting on the east towards the sunrise were Moses, Aaron, and his sons. They were to care for the sanctuary on behalf of Bnei Israel, but anyone unauthorized who approached had to be executed. All the Levites counted by Moses and Aaron at the word of Adonai by their families, inclusive of every male 1 month old and upward, were 22,000. That's a lot of Levites.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 40 of chapter 3. We're only in chapter 3. Yikes. Okay. Woo! Adonai said to Moses, Count every firstborn male of Bnei Israel from 1 month old and upward and make a list of their names. Set the Levites apart for me in place of all the firstborn of Bnei Israel, and all the livestock of the Levites in place of all the firstborn of livestock of Bnei Israel. I am Adonai. So Moses counted the firstborn of Bnei Israel.
Counted all the firstborn.
All the firstborn of Bnei Israel, as Adonai commanded him. The sum total of the firstborn males of Bnei Israel, 1 month old and upward, listed by name, was 22,273. Again, Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Take the Levites in place of all the firstborn of Bnei Israel, and the livestock of the Levites in the place of their livestock. The Levites will be mine. I am Adonai. To redeem the 273 firstborn of Bnei Israel, exceeding the number of the Levites, you are to collect 5 shekels for each, based on the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs. Give the money for the redemption of the extra ones of the firstborn of them to Aaron and his sons. Hence, Moses collected the redemption money for those exceeding the number redeemed by the Levites. From the firstborn of Bnei Israel, he collected silver weighing 1,365 shekels, according to the sanctuary shekel. Moses gave the redemption money to Aaron and his sons, just as Adonai commanded him in accordance with the mouth of Adonai. Chapter 4. Adonai spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, Take a census among the sons of Kohath among the sons of Levi, by their families and by their ancestral households, everyone from 30 years of age to 50, all who come to serve doing the work in the tent of meeting. This is the task of the sons of Kohath in the tent of meeting, the most holy things. Whenever the camp is about to move out, Aaron and his sons are to take down the shielding curtain and cover the ark of the testimony with it. Then they are to cover this with porpoise hide, then spread over it a cloth of solid blue. Then they are to put its poles in place. Then over the table of the presence, they are to spread a solid blue cloth, then lay on it the plates, ladles, bowls, and jars for the drink offering. The bread that is continually there is to remain there. Over them they are to spread a solid scarlet cloth, cover it with a covering of porpoise hide, then install its poles. There's a lot going on. Keep my electrolytes up. Then they are to take a blue cloth and cover the menorah for light, along with its lamps, tongs, snuffers, and oil jars that they use to tend to it. They are to wrap it and all its accessories in a cover of porpoise hide and place it all on a carrying frame. Over the golden altar they are to spread a blue cloth and cover that with a covering of porpoise hide, then put its poles in place. They are to take all the utensils used for the service of the ministry of the sanctuary, wrap them in blue cloth, cover them with porpoise hide, and place them on a carrying frame. They are to remove the ashes from the altar, then spread over it a purple cloth. They are to put onto it all the utensils with which they tend to the altar, among them the fire pans, meat forks, shovels, and sprinkling bowls. They are to spread over it a covering of porpoise hide and install its poles. When Aaron and his sons have finished covering the sanctuary and all its holy implements, and when the camp is ready to move out, after this, the sons of Kohath may come to do the carrying, but they must not touch the holy items or they will die. Yikes. These are the tasks of the sons of Kohath with regard to the tent of meeting. Eleazar, son of Aaron the Kohen, will have charge of the oil for the light, the fragrant incense, the regular grain offering, and the anointing oil. He is to have charge over the tabernacle and all that is in it, including its holy items and all its implements. Adonai spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, You are not to let the families of the tribe of the Kohathites be cut off from the Levites. Do this for them so that they may live and not die whenever they approach the most holy items. Aaron and his sons are to go to the sanctuary and assign each man his job and his responsibility. But the Kohathites are not to go in to look at what is holy, not even momentarily, or they will die. Moving on to Parsha Naso. Verse 21 of chapter 4. Again, Adonai spoke to Moses. I saw Moses. See, this is what happens when you read for too long. That's okay. We're going to keep going. Again, Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Take a census also of the sons of Gershon, by their ancestral households and by their families. Count all the males from 30 to 50 years of age, everyone coming to work in the service of the tent of meeting. This is the task of the Gershonite families in working and carrying burdens. They are to carry the curtains of the tabernacle, the tent of meeting, its covering, and the outer covering of porpoise hide, the curtains for the entrance for the tent of meeting, the curtains surrounding the courtyard and the altar, the curtain for the entrance, the ropes, and all the equipment used in its operations. They are to do all that needs to be done with these things. The sons of the Gershonites are to do all their tasks, whether carrying or other work, according to the word of Aaron and his sons. You are to assign to them all that is their responsibility to carry. This is the duty of the families of the sons of the Gershonites regarding the tent of meeting. Their duty will be under the direction of Itamar, son of Aaron the Kohen. Next, count the sons of Merari. According to their families and their ancestral houses, sons 30 years old and upward to 50, everyone coming to work in the service of the tent of meeting. This is their task in the service of the tent of meeting. The frames of the tabernacle, its crossbars, posts, and bases, as well as the posts of the surrounding courtyard, plus their bases, tent pegs, ropes, and all their paraphernalia with everything related to their operation, assigned to them by name their duties and tasks. This is the service of the families of the sons of Merari as they work under the direction of Itamar, the son of Aaron the Kohen. So, Moses and Aaron, the princes of the community, counted the sons of the Kohathites according to their families and their ancestral households. All the men who came to do the service of the tent of meeting from 30 to 50 years of age were counted by families, 2,750. This was the total of those in the families of the Kohathites, everyone serving in the tent of meeting. Moses and Aaron counted them according to the mouth of Adonai by Moses' hand. The sons of Gershon were counted according to their families, to their ancestral households, males from 30 years old upward to 50, all those coming into the work of the service of the tent of meeting. Whew. Numbered according to their families and ancestral households was 2,630. These were those counted from the families of the sons of Gershon, each serving in the tent of meeting. Moses and Aaron counted according to the mouth of Adonai. Those were counted from the families and ancestral households of the sons of Merari, from 30 years of age upward to 50, who came to the work of the service of the tent of meeting. It's a lot of words. Numbered by their families, they were 3,200. These were those numbered from the families of the sons of Merari by Moses and Aaron in accordance with the mouth of Adonai by Moses' hand. Thus Moses, Aaron, and the princes of Israel counted all the Levites by their families and by their ancestral households. All the men from 30 to 50 years old who came to do the work of the service and of carrying the tent of meeting numbered 8,580. From the hand of Adonai by Moses' by the mouth of Adonai by Moses' hand, each man was assigned his work and his burden to carry. So they were counted as Adonai commanded Moses.
Want me to take over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chapter 5.
Thank you. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, "Command Bnei Israel to send out from the camp everyone with Zara'at, who has some kind of discharge or any contaminated by a dead body. Whether male or female, you are to send them outside the camp, so as not to defile the camp where I am dwelling among them." This Bnei Israel did, sending them outside the camp. Just as Adonai spoke to Moses, so Bnei Israel did. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, "Say to Bnei Israel, whenever a man or woman commits any sins against any person, thus breaking faith with Adonai, that soul bears guilt. That person is to confess the sin he has committed, make full restitution for his wrong, add 1/5 to it, and give it to the one he wronged. But if that person has no close relative to whom to pay the restitution belongs to Adonai. It is to be given to the Kohen, along with the ram of atonement with which he is to make atonement for him. Every contribution from all the sacred things that Bnei Israel brings to the Kohen will belong to him. Each one's sacred holy gifts are his own, but whatever each man gives to the Kohen belongs to that Kohen." Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Bnei Israel and say to them, suppose some man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, and another man has sexual relations with her, but it is hidden from her husband's eyes, and her impurity is not detected. Yet there were no witnesses against her, and she was not caught in the act. Then a spirit of jealousy overcomes him, and he is suspicious of his wife when she is impure. Or a spirit of jealousy overcomes him, and he suspects his wife, yet she is not impure. Then he should take his wife to the Kohen. He must also bring 1/10 of an ephah of barley flour as an offering for her. He is not to pour oil or put incense on it, because it is an offering for jealousy, a reminder offering drawing attention to guiltiness. The Kohen is to bring her near and have her stand before Adonai. Then the Kohen is to take some holy water in a clay jar and take some dust from the floor of the tabernacle and put it into the water. Then the Kohen will have the woman stand before Adonai, loosen the woman's hair, put into her hands the remainder offering, the offering for jealousy, while in the Kohen's own hands are the bitter waters that bring a curse. Then the Kohen will have her swear under oath, then say to the woman, If no man other than your husband has slept with you, and if you have not gone astray into impurity from your husband, may this bitter water that brings a curse not harm you. If, however, you have gone astray from your husband, and if you became impure and had sexual relations with a man other than your husband, then the Kohen is to have the woman swear under this oath of a curse, and say to the woman, then let Adonai cause you to be cursed and denounced among your people when Adonai causes your thigh to rot and your belly to swell.
Yikes.
May this water which brings a curse enter your body and cause your belly to swell and your thigh to rot. The woman is to say, Amen, Amen. Then the Kohen is to write these curses on a scroll and wash them into the waters of bitterness. The Kohen will then have the woman drink the bitter water bearing curses, so that the water of the curses of bitterness enters her. The Kohen is to take the jealousy offering from the woman's hand, wave the offering before Adonai, and bring it to the altar. The Kohen is to take a handful of the grain offering and burn it up in smoke on the altar as a memorial offering. The Kohen will then have the woman drink the water. When she is made to drink the water that carries the curse, if she has defiled her husband and been unfaithful to her husband, it will enter her and cause bitterness. Her abdomen will swell, and her thigh will waste away. She will be accursed among her people. If, however, the woman is not defiled herself and is clean, she will be free from guilt and be able to have children. This is the Torah regarding jealousy, when a woman goes astray from her husband and defiles herself, or when a spirit of jealousy comes over a man and he jealously suspects his wife. The Kohen is to have her stand before Adonai and apply this entire Torah to her. The husband will be free of guilt, but that woman will bear her guilt.
That's very intense.
It's very intense. Chapter 6. Again, Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Bnei Israel, and say to them, any man or woman who desires to vow a Nazirite vow to be separated for Adonai is to abstain from wine and any other fermented drink. He is not to drink any vinegar made from wine or any fermented drink or any grape juice or eat grapes or raisins. All during his days as a Nazirite, he is not to eat anything from the grapevine, even the seeds or skins. All the duration of his Nazirite vow, no razor is to come on his head until the time of his consecration to Adonai is over. He is to be holy, and the hair on his head is to grow long. All the days of his separation to Adonai, he is not to go near a dead body. Even if his father, mother, brother, or sister should die, he is not to make himself unclean, because his consecration to God is on his head. All the days of his separation, he is to be consecrated to Adonai. Now, if someone should die suddenly in his presence, thereby defiling his dedicated head, he is to shave his head on the day of his purification, the seventh day. Then on the 8th day, he is to bring 2 doves or 2 young pigeons to the Kohen at the entrance of the tent of meeting. The Kohen is to offer one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering. He is to make atonement for him because he sinned through the corpse. He must consecrate his head on the same day. He will be dedicated to Adonai for the days of his Nazirite separation. He is to bring a year-old male lamb as a guilt offering. Previous days will not count because he was contaminated during his Nazirite separation. Then this is the Torah of the Nazirite when his period of separation is over. He must be brought to the entrance of the tent of meeting. He is to present his offering to Adonai, a year-old male lamb without flaw as a burnt offering, a year-old female lamb without flaw as a sin offering, a flawless ram as a fellowship offering, along with a basket of matzah cakes made with fine flour mixed with oil, and matzah wafers spread with oil, along with their grain offering and drink offerings. The Kohen will offer these before Adonai and present his sin offering and burnt offering. Then he is to sacrifice the ram as a fellowship offering to Adonai, along with the basket of matzot.
Matzot.
The Kohen will also present the grain and drink offerings. The Nazirite is then to shave the hair of his dedication at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and he is to take the hair of his dedication and put it into the fire of the fellowship offering sacrifice. Then the Kohen is to take the boiled shoulder of the ram and 1 matzah cake and 1 matzah wafer from the basket, and he is to place them into the hands of the Nazirite after he has shaved the hair of his dedication. The Kohen will wave them before Adonai as a wave offering. They are holy and belong to the Kohen, along with the breast that was waved and the thigh that was presented. Afterward, the Nazarite may drink wine. This is the Torah regarding the Nazarite who vows his offering to Adonai with regard to his consecration, besides whatever else he can afford. He must fulfill the vow he has made in accordance with the Torah of his consecration. Again, Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and to his sons, saying, Thus you are to bless Bnei Israel, by saying to them, Adonai bless you and keep you. Adonai make his face to shine on you and be gracious to you. Adonai turn his face towards you and grant you shalom. It's the Aaronic benediction. Love that one. In this way they are to place my name over Bnei Israel, and so I will bless them. We have this awesome picture involving just that.
Yes.
It's very cool.
Y'all see it?
Chapter 7. When Moses finished setting up the tabernacle, he anointed and consecrated it and all its implements, the altar and all its utensils, and he anointed and consecrated them. Then the princes of Israel, heads of their ancestral houses, they were tribal princes in charge over those who were numbered, gave offerings. They brought as their gift before Adonai 6 covered carts and 12 oxen. A cart came from every two princes, and an ox from each one of them. They presented them before the tabernacle. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Accept these from them to use in the service of the tent of meeting. Give them to the Levites to use, as each man's work requires. So Moses took the carts and the oxen, and he gave them to the Levites. He commanded Moses. Did not do that. He gave 2 carts and 4 oxen to the sons of Gershon, as their work required, and 4 carts and 8 oxen to the sons of Merari, as their work required, under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron, the Kohen. But to the sons of Kohath he did not give any, because their responsibility was carrying the holy items on their shoulders.
Can I start this one?
But you want to do the big names?
I want to do the big name.
Okay.
I want to do the whole
You
thing.
can show off.
Okay.
Allow it.
Okay. Here we go. When the altar was anointed, the princes brought their dedication offerings and presented them before the altar. For Adonai had said to Moses, Each day one of the princes is to bring his offering for the altar's dedication. Bringing his offering on the first day was Nashon, son of Amminadab, from the tribe of Judah. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 silver basin weighing 70 shekels by the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them filled with fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering, 1 ladle of 10 shekels of gold filled with incense, 1 young bull from the herd, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old as a burnt offering, 1 male goat as a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs, 1 year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This is where we get that partridge in a pear tree thing from, isn't it?
Maybe. I have no idea.
It feels like it.
It kind of feels like it.
This was the offering of Nashon, son of Amminadab. On the second day, Nathaniel, son of Zoar, prince of Issachar, brought his offering. The offering he brought was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 silver basin weighing 70 shekels according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both filled with fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 gold ladle of 10 shekels filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 ram, 5 male goats, 5 male lambs, 1 a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Nathaniel, son of Zoar. On the third day was the prince of the sons of Zebulun, Eliab, son of Helon. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 silver basin weighing 70 shekels, both according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both filled with fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 ladle of 10 shekels of gold filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Eliab, the son of Helon. On the fourth day was the prince of the sons of Reuben, Elizur, son of Shedur. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 silver basin weighing 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both filled with fine flour mixed with oil, for a grain offering, 1 ladle of 10 shekels for gold filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Elizur, son of Shedur. On the fifth day of offerings, the princes gave to God Could do a whole song on that. That'd be funny. Sorry.
5 golden ladles.
10.
10
golden ladles.
Bad.
On the 5th day was the prince of the sons of Simeon, Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 silver basin weighing 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both filled with fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 ladle of 10 shekels of gold filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai. On the 6th day was the prince of the sons of Gad, Eliasaph, son of Duel. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 silver basin weighing 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both filled with fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 ladle of 10 shekels of gold filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb for a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 ram, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Eliasaph, son of Duel. On the 7th day was the prince of the sons of Ephraim, Elishama, son of Ammihud. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 silver basin weighing 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both filled with fine flour mixed with oil, for a grain offering, 1 ladle of 10 shekels of gold filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 ram and 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Elishama, Elishama, son of Ammihud. On the 8th day was the prince of the sons of Manasseh, Gamaliel, son of Pedazur. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 basin weighing 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both filled with fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 ladle of 10 shekels of gold filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 rams, and 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs to be a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Gamaliel, son of Pedazur. On the 9th day was the prince of the sons of Benjamin, Abidan, son of Gideoni. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 silver basin weighing 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both filled with fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 ladle of 10 shekels of gold filled with incense, 1 male goat for a sin offering, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 1 male lamb a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs for a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Abidan, the son of Gideoni. On the 10th day came the prince of the sons of Dan, Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 silver basin weighing 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both filled with a fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 ladle of 10 shekels of gold filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old as a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai. On the 11th day came the prince of the sons of Asher, Pagiel, son of Ochran. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 silver basin weighing 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both filled with fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 ladle of 10 shekels of gold filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb a year old as a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Pagiel, son of Ochran. On the 12th day came the prince of the sons of Naphtali, Ahira, son of Enan. His offering was 1 silver plate weighing 130 shekels, 1 silver basin weighing 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both filled with a fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering, 1 ladle of 10 shekels of gold filled with incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 male lamb for a year old for a burnt offering, 1 male goat for a sin offering, and 2 young bulls, 5 rams, 5 male goats, and 5 male lambs a year old to be sacrificed as a fellowship offering. This was the offering of Ahira, son of Enan. This was the dedication offering from the princes of Israel for the day when the altar was to be anointed: 12 silver plates, 12 silver basins, 12 gold ladles. Each silver plate was of 130 shekels, and each silver basin was of 70 shekels. Altogether, the silver utensils weighed 2,400 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. The 12 gold ladles, filled with incense, each weighed 10 shekels by the shekel of the sanctuary. Altogether, the gold ladles totaled 120 shekels. The total of the livestock for the burnt offering was 12 young bulls, 12 rams, and 12 male lambs a year old, along with their grain offering. 12 male goats were sin offerings. The total number of livestock used for the sacrifice of fellowship offerings was 24 oxen, 60 rams, 60 male goats, and 60 male lambs a year old. These were the dedicatory offerings for the altar after it was anointed. When Moses entered the tent of meeting to speak with Adonai, he heard the voice speaking to him from above the atonement cover atop the ark of testimony between the cherubim. So he spoke with him. That was a lot.
Oh, you did good.
Should I keep going?
I can tag in. Do you want to tag in? Or are you good?
I'll finish the page.
Okay.
Chapter 8, Parsha Beha'alotcha. Chapter 8, verse 1. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Aaron and say to him, when you erect lamps, the 7 lamps are to illuminate the area in front of the menorah." Aaron did so. He erected the lamps facing outward, so they illuminated the area in front. Facing forward. So they illuminated the area in front of the menorah, just as Adonai had commanded Moses. Now this is how the menorah was made: hammered gold from its base to its blossoms, just as was the pattern that Adonai had shown to Moses, so he made the menorah. Again, Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, "Take the Levites from among Bnei Israel and ceremonially cleanse them. This is what you must do to make them clean. Sprinkle the purifying water on them, then have them shave their whole bodies, yikes, and wash their clothes, thus purifying themselves. Then they are to take a young bull with its grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, plus a second young bull for a sin offering. Bring the Levites before the tent of meeting and gather the whole community of Bnei Israel. Bring the Levites before Adonai. Bnei Israel will lay their hands on the Levites, and Aaron will present the Levites before Adonai as a wave offering from Bnei Israel. Then they may go about the work of the service of Adonai. The Levites are to lay their hands on the heads of the bulls, use one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering to Adonai to make atonement for the Levites. Have the Levites stand before Aaron and his sons and present them as a wave offering to Adonai. In this way you are to set apart the Levites from Bnei Israel to be mine. After you have purified them and presented them as a wave offering, the Levites will come to do their work in the tent of meeting. For they are the ones from among all Bnei Israel given to me in place of all the first from the wombs of Bnei Israel. I have taken them for myself. For every firstborn among Bnei Israel is mine, whether human or animal. On the day I struck down the firstborn in the land of Egypt, I sanctified them for myself. So I am taking the Levites in place of the firstborn of Bnei Israel, and I am giving the Levites as a gift to Aaron and his sons from among Bnei Israel to do the work of on behalf of Bnei Israel in the tent of meeting, and to make atonement for them, so that there would be no plague among them for coming too close to the sanctuary. So Moses, Aaron, and the entire community of Bnei Israel did so with the Levites. All that Adonai had commanded Moses regarding the Levites, so Bnei Israel did to them. The Levites purified themselves from sin and washed their clothes. Aaron presented them as a wave offering before Adonai, and he made atonement for them to purify them. After that, the Levites came to do their tasks before Aaron and his sons in the tent of meeting, just as Adonai had commanded Moses concerning the Levites. Adonai again spoke to Moses, saying, "This is for the Levites. Men 25 years old and upward are to present themselves for service to work in the tent of meeting, but at the age of 50 he is to retire from his service and work no longer. He may assist his brothers in the tent of meeting to do their duties, but he himself will no longer do the work. Thus you are to assign to the Levites their responsibilities." Chapter 9. Adonai spoke to Moses in the Sinai wilderness in the first month of the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, "Bnei Israel is to observe Passover at its appointed time. You are to celebrate it at its appointed time at twilight on the 14th day of this month with all its rules and regulations." So Moses told Bnei Israel to observe Passover. They celebrated Passover at twilight on the 14th day of the first month in the Sinai wilderness, in accordance with all that Adonai commanded Moses. So Bnei Israel did. I might as well just finish the chapter. Going for it.
However,
there were some men who could not celebrate Passover because of being defiled by a dead body. Yikes. So they came to Moses and Aaron on that same day, and these men said to him, "We have become unclean because of a dead man's body. Why should we be kept from presenting the offering of Adonai at the appointed time with the rest of Israel?" Moses answered them, "Wait, I will inquire what Adonai commands concerning you." Then Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Say to Bnei Israel, if any man, whether or your descendants, becomes unclean because of a dead body or is away on a long journey, he may yet observe Adonai's Passover. They are to celebrate it at twilight on the 14th day of the second month. With matzot and bitter herbs they are to eat it. They are not to leave any of it until morning or break any bones. When they celebrate Passover, they are to observe all its regulations. But the person who is clean and not away on a journey, yet neglects to celebrate Passover, that soul shall be cut off from his people, because that person did not present Adonai's offering at the appointed time. That man will bear his sin. If an outsider living among you, would celebrate Passover to Adonai according to the requirement, so he should do. There will be for you the same regulation for the outsider and the native of the land. Cool. On the day the tabernacle was erected, the cloud covered the tabernacle. By evening until morning, the cloud above the tent of testimony had an appearance like fire. It was that way continually. The cloud covered it, and by night it appeared like fire. Whenever the cloud lifted up from above the tent, then Bnei Israel would set out, and at the place where the cloud settled, there Bnei Israel would encamp. At the mouth of Adonai, Bnei Israel would set out, and at the mouth of Adonai they would encamp. All the days that the cloud remained over the tabernacle, they would remain in camp. When the cloud would remain over the tabernacle many days, Bnei Israel would obey the command of Adonai and not set out. At times, the cloud stayed over the tabernacle only a few days. At Adonai's word, they would encamp, and at Adonai's word, they would set out. At times, the cloud only remained from evening till morning. When the cloud would lift, they would set out. Whether by day or by night, when the cloud lifted, they would set out. Whether for 2 days or a month or a year, while the cloud remained over the tabernacle, Bnei Israel remained camped and would not set out. But when it would lift, they would set out. At Adonai's word they would encamp, and at the mouth of Adonai they set out, and they obeyed Adonai's order by Moses' hand.
It's an intense way to live.
Yeah.
Chapter 10. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Make 2 trumpets of hammered silver for yourself. They are for summoning the community and having the camp set out. Whenever both are sounded, the whole community is to gather towards you at the entrance of the tent of meeting. But if only one is sounded, the princes, the heads of the tribes of Israel, are to gather toward you. When you sound the trumpet the first time, the camp of those camped on the east is to set out. When you sound the trumpet blast the second time, the camp of those camped on the south is to set out. Short blasts will be the signal for their moving out. Together, the whole national community, you are to sound the sustained blast, but not the short blasts. The sons of Aaron, the Kohanim, will blow the trumpets. This is to be an eternal ordinance for you, as well as for your generations to come.
Cool.
Whenever you go to war in your own land against the enemy who is hostile to you, you are to sound short blasts of alarm. Then you will be remembered before Adonai your God, and be delivered from your enemies. Also, at your days of rejoicing, feasts, and new moons, you are to blow on the trumpets over your burnt offerings and fellowship offerings.
Bless you.
Thank you. You are to blow on trumpets over your burnt offerings and fellowship offerings. They will then be a reminder for you before Adonai your God. I am Adonai your God. On the 20th day of the second month of the second year, the cloud lifted up from above the tabernacle of the testimony. Then Bnei Israel set out on their travels in the Sinai wilderness. The cloud came to rest in the wilderness of Paran. So they set out the first time by the mouth of Adonai by Moses' hand. The standard of the camp of the sons of Judah set out first by their divisions. Over them was Nishon, son of Amminadab. Over the division of the tribe of the sons of Issachar was Nathaniel, son of Zurah. Over the division of the tribe of the sons of Zebulun was Eliab, son of Helon. Then the tabernacle was disassembled, and the sons of Gershon and Merari, who were carrying it, set out. The standard of the camp of Reuben then set out by their divisions. Over his division was Elizur, son of Shedeur. Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai, was over the division of the tribe of the sons of Simeon. Over the division of the tribe of the sons of Gad was Eliasaph, son of Duel. Then the Kohathites set out, carrying the holy items. The tabernacle was to be erected before their arrival. The standard of the camp was the sons of Ephraim set out next by their division. Over his division was Elishama, son of Ammihud. Over the division of the tribe of the sons of Manasseh was Gamaliel, son of Pedazur. Over the division of the tribe of the sons of Benjamin was Abidan, son of Gideoni. The standard of the camp of the tribes of the sons of Dan, being the rear guard of all the camps, set out by their divisions. Over his division was Ahiezer, son of Ammishaddai. Pagiel, son of Ochran, was over the division of the tribes of the sons of Asher. Ahira, son of Enan, was over the division of the tribe of the sons of Naphtali. This is the order by which Bnei Israel, by their division, set out. Moses said to Hobab, son of Ruel, Hobab, son of Ruel, the Midianite, Moses' father-in-law, "We are setting out to the place about which Adonai said, 'I will give it to you.' Come with us, and we will do good to you, because Adonai has spoken goodness to Israel." But he said to him, "I will not go, because I would rather go to my own country and to my own people." But he said, "Do not leave us now, because you know where we should camp in the wilderness. You can be like eyes to us. If you come with us, we will share with you whatever good Adonai gives to us." So they advanced from the mountain of Adonai, a trip of 3 days, the Ark of the Covenant of Adonai going ahead of them for those 3 days to seek out a resting place for them. The cloud of Adonai was over them by day, and when they advanced from the camp. Whenever the ark would set out, Moses would say, "Arise, Adonai, may your enemies be scattered. May those who hate you flee from before you." Then whenever it came to rest, he would say, "Return, Adonai, to the myriad thousands of Israel."
Amen.
Amen.
That's a prayer we say.
Yes, we like that one. Chapter 11. The people were murmuring in the ears of Adonai about hardship, and when Adonai heard, his anger burned. The fire of Adonai blazed among them, ravaging the outskirts of the camp.
Yikes.
The people cried out to Moses, so Moses prayed to Adonai, and the fire died out. I think this is going to be a pattern, like a recurring theme.
I don't know.
I think. No spoilers or anything.
No spoilers.
Yeah. The name of that place was thus called Tabirah, because fire from Adonai had burned among them. The grumblers among them became to have cravings. So Bnei Israel began to wail repeatedly. Saying, "If we could just eat some meat."
I could use some meat right now. Just saying.
We remember the fish that we used to eat in Egypt for free, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. But now we have no appetite. We never see anything but this manna. Now the manna was so similar to the coriander seed and had the appearance like gum resin. The people went about, gathered it up, and ground it into a hand mill or crushed it in a mortar. They cooked it in a pot or made it into cakes. It had a taste like something made with olive oil. When the dew descended on the camp at night, the manna descended with it. Moses heard the people wailing by their families, each man at the door to his tent. Adonai's anger became very hot, and Moses was troubled. So Moses asked Adonai, "Why have you brought trouble on your servant? Haven't I found favor in your eyes, that you laid the burden of all these people on me? Did I conceive all these people, or did I give birth to them, that you should say to me, 'Carry them in your bosom, just as the nurse carries an infant'?
Oh my.
To the land you promised to their fathers. Where can I get meat for all these people? For they wailed to me, saying, 'Give us meat to eat.' I am not able to carry all these people by myself. The load is too heavy for me. If this is how you are treating me, kill me now. If I have found favor in your eyes, kill me, please. Don't let me see my own misery."
I always forget how dramatic Moses is.
Yeah, I mean, lots of pressure, I get that. But Adonai said to Moses, "Bring me 70 of the elders of Israel, whom you know to be elders of the people and their leaders. Take them to the tent of meeting, so they may stand with you there. Then I will come down and speak with you there, and I will take some of the ruach that is on you and will place it on them. They will carry with you the burden of the people, so you will not be carrying it alone." Now to the people say, "Sanctify yourselves for tomorrow, because you will eat meat. For you wailed in Adonai's ears, saying, 'If only we could eat meat. It was better for us in Egypt.' Now Adonai will give you meat to eat, meat, and you will eat. You will eat not for 1 day, or 2 days, or 5 days, or 10 days, or 20 days, but for an entire month, until it is coming out of your nostrils, and it becomes loathsome to you.
I don't want that much meat.
For you rejected Adonai, who is among you, and you wailed to his face, saying, why did we ever leave Egypt? Man.
Yikes.
Moses then said, 600,000 foot soldiers, the people I am in the middle of, yet you say, I am going to give them meat to eat for an entire month. If flocks and herds were slaughtered, would they have enough? Or if all the fish in the sea were caught, would they have enough? Adonai said to Moses, is Adonai's arm too short? Now you will see whether my word will come true for you or not. So Moses went out and told the people Adonai's words. He gathered 70 of the elders of the people and had them stand around the tent. Adonai descended in the cloud and spoke with him. He took some of the ruach that was on him and placed it on each of the 70 elders. And so it so happened that when the ruach first rested on them, they prophesied, but never again. 2 men, however, had remained in the camp. The name of one was Eldad, and the name of the other was Medad. The ruach rested on them. They were among those listed, but they had not gone out to the tent. So they prophesied in the camp. A young man ran and told Moses and said, Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp. Joshua, son of Nun, the assistant of Moses since his youth, cried out and said, Moses, my Lord, stop them. But Moses said to him, are you jealous on my behalf? If only Adonai would make all the people prophets. If only Adonai would put the Spirit on all of them. Then Moses and the elders of Israel returned to the camp. Now a wind went out from Adonai and drove quails from the sea. He brought them into the camp to about a day's journey in any direction, about 2 cubits above the ground, all around the camp. The people went out all that day and all that night, and all the following day, and collected quail. No one gathered less than 10 omers. They spread them out all around the camp. Yet while the meat was between their teeth, before it was swallowed, Adonai's anger burned against the people. So Adonai struck the people with a severe plague. For that reason, the name of that place was Kibroth Hatava,
Kibroth
Hata'ava, because they buried the people who were craving.
So a bunch of people died.
From Kibroth Hata'ava, the people journeyed to Hazeroth and stayed in Hazeroth. Then Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses on account of the Cushite woman he married, because he had married a Cushite woman. They asked, has Adonai spoken only through Moses? Hasn't he spoken through us? Adonai heard it. Now the man Moses was very humble, more so than anyone on the face of the earth. I'd like to point out Moses is the one writing this on behalf of God. It's just interesting to me. Immediately Adonai said to Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, the 3 of you come out to the tent of meeting. So the 3 came out. Adonai descended in a column of cloud, stood at the entrance of the tent of meeting, and called to Aaron and Miriam. 2 of them stepped forward. Hear now my words, he said. When there is a prophet of Adonai, I reveal myself in a vision. I speak to him in a dream. Not so with my servant Moses. In all my house he is faithful. I speak with him face to face, plainly, and not in riddles. He even looks at the form of Adonai. Why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?
Oh, it's the nail.
As Adonai's anger burned against them, and he left them. When the cloud lifted up from above the tent, behold, Miriam had za'arat like snow. As Aaron turned toward her, behold, she had za'arat. He said to Moses, please, my Lord, don't hold against us the sin we have committed so foolishly. Don't let her be like a stillborn baby who comes from his mother's womb with his flesh half eaten away. So Moses cried to Adonai, saying, O God, heal her now. Adonai said to Moses, if her father had but spit in her face, would she not be in shame for 7 days? Let her be confined outside the camp for 7 days. After that, she may be brought back. So Miriam was restricted to outside the camp for 7 days. The people who did not move on until Miriam was brought back. Afterward, the people left Hazeroth and encamped in the wilderness of Paran.
Okay, my turn.
I guess.
Parsha Shlach. We're going to Numbers 13. Verse 1. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, send some men on your behalf to investigate the land of Canaan, which I am giving to Bnei Israel. Each man you are to send will be a prince of the tribe of his fathers, a man from each tribe. So, according to the word of Adonai, Moses sent them from the wilderness of Paran. All the men were princes of Bnei Israel. These are their names: from the tribe of Reuben, Shemua, son of Zakur; from the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, son of Hori; from the tribe of Judah, Caleb, son of Jephunneh; from the tribe of Issachar, Igal, son of Joseph; from the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea, son of Nun; from the tribe of Benjamin, Palti, son of Raphu; from the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel, son of Sodi; from the tribe of Manasseh, part of the tribe of Joseph, Gadi, son of Susi; from the tribe of Dan, Amiel, son of Gamali; from the tribe of Asher, Sethur, son of Michael; from the tribe of Naphtali, Nabi, son of Vophsi. Wow. Vophsi.
Wow.
From the tribe of Gad, Goel, son of Machi. These are the names of the men Moses sent to investigate the land. Now he gave Hoshea, son of Nun, the name Joshua. As he sent them to explore the land of Canaan, he said to them, "Go up there through the Negev, then go up into the hill country. See what the land is like and the people living there, whether they might be strong or weak, few or many. In what kind of land are they living? Is it good or bad? Also, what about the cities in which they are living? Are they unwalled or do they have fortifications? How is the soil, fertile or poor? Are there trees on it or not? Do your best to bring back some of the fruit of the land." It was the season for the first ripe grapes. So they went up and explored the land from the wilderness of Zin as far as Rehob, the entrance of Hamath. They continued up through the Negev and came to Hebron. There lived Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, descendants of Anak. Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. Blech. When they reached as far as the valley of Eshcol, they cut a single branch with a cluster of grapes. It was carried on a pole between two of them. They also cut some pomegranates and some figs. That place was called the Valley of Eshcol because of the cluster cut by Bnei Israel. They returned from investigating the land after 40 days. They traveled and returned to Moses, Aaron, and the entire community of Israel at Kadesh in the wilderness of Paran. They gave their report to them and the entire assembly. They showed the land's fruit. They gave their account to him and said, "We went into the land where you sent us. It is indeed flowing with milk and honey. This is some of its fruit, except the people living in the land are powerful, and the cities are fortified and very large. We even saw the sons of Anak there. Amalek is living in the land of the Negev. The Hittites, the Jebusites, and the Amorites are living in the mountains, and the Canaanites are living near the sea and along the bank of the Jordan." Then Caleb quieted the people before Moses and said, "We should definitely go up and capture the land, for we can certainly do it." But the men who had gone up with him said, "We cannot attack these people because they are stronger than we." They spread among Bnei Israel a bad report about the land they had explored, saying, "The land through which we passed to explore devours its residents. All the people we saw there are men of great size. We also saw there Nephilim. The sons of Anak are from the Nephilim. We seemed like grasshoppers in our eyes as well as theirs." Chapter 14. All through that night, the entire community raised up their voices. The people wept. All Bnei Israel grumbled against Moses and Aaron, and the whole community said, "If only we had died in Egypt. If only we had died in this wilderness. Why is Adonai bringing us to this land to fall by the sword? Our wives and our children will be like plunder. Wouldn't it be better for us to return to Egypt?" They said to each other, "Let's choose a leader and go back to Egypt." Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before the entire assembly of the community of Israel. Joshua, son of Nun, and Caleb, son of Jephunneh, who were among those who explored the land, tore their clothes. They said to the whole assembly of Bnei Israel, "The land through which we passed is an exceptionally good land. If Adonai is pleased with us, he will lead us into that land and give it to us, a land flowing with milk and honey. Only don't rebel against Adonai, and don't be afraid of the people of the land. They will be for food for us. The protection over them is gone. Adonai is with us. Do not fear them." But the whole assembly talked about violently stoning them. Then the glory of Adonai appeared at the tent of meeting to all Bnei Israel. Adonai said to Moses, "How long will these people treat me contemptibly? How long will they neglect to trust in me? In spite of all the miraculous signs I have performed among them, I will strike them with the plague. I will destroy them, but I will make into a nation greater and stronger than they." Moses said to Adonai, "The Egyptians will hear about it because you brought up this people by your power from among them. They will tell the residents of this land about it. They've already heard that you, Adonai, are in the midst of this people, and that you, Adonai, been seen eye to eye, and that your cloud remains over them, and that in a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night you go before them. If you kill these people all at once, the nations who will have heard this report about you will say, because Adonai was unable to bring this people to the land he promised them, he slaughtered them in the wilderness. So please, let Adonai show his strength, just as you have spoken, saying, Adonai is slow to anger and abundant in loving kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgression. Still, he does not leave the guilty unpunished, bringing the iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generations. Forgive now and the guiltiness of this people in accordance with the greatness of your loving kindness, just as you have pardoned this people from Egypt until now.
It's pretty smooth.
That's some silver tongue, sweet talking leadership, man. Adonai answered, I have forgiven them, just as you have spoken. But certainly as I live, and as the glory of Adonai fills the entire earth, none of the people who saw my glory and my miraculous signs I performed in Egypt and in the wilderness, yet tested me these 10 times and did not obey my voice, not one of them will see the land I promised their forefathers. None of those who treated me with contempt will see it. However, my servant Caleb, because a different spirit is in him, and he is wholeheartedly behind me, I will bring him into the land where he went. His offspring will inherit it.
Good for him.
Now, since the Amalekites and the Canaanites are inhabiting the valley, turn back tomorrow and set out by the wilderness route to the Sea of Reeds. Adonai then said to Moses and Aaron, saying, How long will this wicked community be grumbling against me? I have heard the complaints of Bnei Israel grumbling against me, so tell them, as surely as I live, says Adonai, I will do to you just as I heard you say in my ears. In this very wilderness your bodies will drop. Every one of you 20 years of age and older who was numbered in the census and grumbled against me. Not one of you will enter the land about which I lifted my hand to make a home for you, except Caleb son of Jephunneh and Joshua son of Nun. As for your children, whom you said would be like plunder, I will bring them in, and they will experience the land that you spurned. But your bodies will drop in the wilderness. Your children will be herdsmen in the wilderness for 40 years. They will suffer because of your unfaithfulness until your corpses are consumed in the wilderness. For 40 years, corresponding to the number of the 40 days you explored the land, 1 year for each day, you will suffer for your iniquities and know my hostility. I, Adonai, have spoken, and certainly I will do this.
And certainly will I do this.
Certainly will I do this to all
this wicked community
banding together against me. Woo. In this wilderness, they will meet their end, and there they will die. Then the men whom Moses sent to explore the land, who had returned and caused the whole community to grumble against him by spreading a bad report about the land, these men, spreading a bad report about the land, died of the plague in Adonai's presence. Of those men who had gone to explore the land, only Joshua, son of Nun, and Caleb, son of Jephunneh, survived. When Moses related these things to all of Israel, the people mourned bitterly. They rose the next morning and went up to the high mountains, saying, Look, let's go up to the place which Adonai promised, for we have sinned. But Moses said, Why are you disobeying the mouth of Adonai? That will never succeed. You should not go up, because Adonai will not be among you, and you will be defeated before your enemies. For the Amalekites and Canaanites are there in front of you, and you will fall by the sword. Adonai will not be with you, because you turned away from following Adonai. But presumptuously, they went up to the high mountain country, though neither the ark of Adonai's covenant nor Moses moved from within the camp. The Amalekites and Canaanites living in the mountain country came down, attacked them, and beat them down all the way to Hormah. Why are people stupid? I don't get it. All right, chapter 15. Again, Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Bnei Israel and say to them, when you enter the land that I am giving you, where you will make your homes, and you are presenting a fire offering to Adonai, a burnt offering, or a sacrifice to mark of fulfilling a vow, a freewill offering, or during a moedim, to present a pleasing aroma to Adonai from the herd or from the flock, the one bringing the offering is to present a grain offering of 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with 1/4 of a hin of oil. Now, with each lamb for the burnt offering or sacrifice, you are to prepare 1/4 of a hin of wine as a drink offering. With a ram, you are to prepare 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with 1/3 of a hin of oil, and 1/3 of a hin of wine as a drink offering. You are to offer it as a pleasing aroma to Adonai. Whenever you are to prepare a young bull for a burnt offering, a special vow offering, or a fellowship offering to Adonai, bring with the young bull a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with 1/2 a hin of oil. You are to also offer the drink offering 1/2 a hin of wine as a fire offering, a pleasing aroma to Adonai. This is to be done for each bull or ram, or each goat, or each young goat or lamb. Do this for each one, for as many as you prepare. Everyone native born is to do these things like so when bringing a fire offering as a pleasant aroma to Adonai. Whenever an outsider resides with you, or whoever is among you for your generations to come, and he is to present a fire offering as a fragrant aroma to Adonai as you do, he must do exactly the same as you are doing. The community will have the same rule for you as well as for the resident outsider. It will be a lasting statute throughout your generations. As for you, so for the outsider it will it be before Adonai. The same Torah and the same regulations will apply to both you and the outsider residing among you. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Bnei Israel. Say to them, when you enter the land to which I am taking you, and you eat some of the food of the land, you are to offer a portion to Adonai. You are to offer a cake from the first of your ground-up meal as an offering from your threshing floor. So you are to lift it up. Throughout your generations to come, you are to give this offering from the first of your ground-up meal. If you unintentionally fail, not keeping any of these mitzvot that Adonai related to Moses, that is anything that Adonai commanded you through Moses' hand from the day Adonai commanded and onward throughout your generations, and it is done unintentionally out of sight of the community, then the entire community is to offer one young bull from the herd for a burnt offering as a pleasing aroma to Adonai, along with its appropriate grain offering and drink offering, and one male goat as a sin offering. So the Kohen will make atonement for the entire community of Israel, and they will be forgiven, for it was unintentional. And they brought a fire offering and their sin offering to Adonai for their error. So the whole community of Bnei Israel, along with the outsider residing among them, will be forgiven, for all the people were involved in unintentional wrongdoing. But if one person should sin unintentionally, he is to bring a year-old female goat for a sin offering. The Kohen is to make atonement before Adonai for that person who erred by sinning without intent, and he is to be forgiven when atonement has been made for him. Whether a native born of Bnei Israel or an outsider living among them, one Torah applies to you for the one sinning unintentionally. But the person who sins defiantly, whether native or outsider, reviles Adonai, and that person is to be cut off from his people. Because he has despised the word of Adonai and has broken his commandment, that person will certainly be cut off. His guilt will remain on him. While Bnei Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering wood on Shabbat. Those who found him gathering wood brought him to Moses, Aaron, and the entire assembly. They kept him under arrest, not being clear what was to be done with him. Adonai said to Moses, "The man has to die. The whole assembly is to stone him with stones outside the camp." So the whole assembly took him outside the camp. They stoned him with stones. He died just as Adonai commanded Moses. Yikes. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to Bnei Israel. Say to them that they are to make for themselves tzitzit on the corner of their garments throughout their generations, and they are to put a blue cord on each tzitzit. It will be your own tzitzit, so whenever you look at them, you will remember all the mitzvot of Adonai and do them, and not go spying out after your own hearts and your own eyes, prostituting yourselves. This way you will remember and obey my mitzvot, and you will be holy to your God. I am Adonai your God. I brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am Adonai your God." And with that, I think I see a mamala wanting to...
Oh, yes.
Well, it's a good thing, because this is the rebellion of Korah.
Oh, wow. Awesome.
Moms have opinions about these things.
Awesome. On it.
We're in Numbers 16.
Killer. You guys are
Epic.
out.
You guys are
We guys are
amazing.
out.
All right.
Doing half of numbers is no small feat. We give you guys
Amen.
credit.
Let's do it.
Now go grab some pizza.
There's pizza.
Yes.
We're doing this, folks.
We're doing it. Okay.
We've never been more committed. We're
You said
having such a great
16?
time.
16.
I love hearing the word of the Lord because it strengthens me because I find all these little jewels in it.
Thank you.
Can I have that cup empty? Try again, please. Thank you, yes. So that I can have what I want to drink over here.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
All right, I'm going to start reading, everybody. Welcome back to Fun Time with Torah. Okay.
It's Torah in a day. And
Torah in
guess
a day,
what?
and
We're
we're-
on this thing. We're doing it.
We're on our way. So to all our international people, thanks for joining
Yes,
us. I
thank
know,
you so
I know.
much.
As we're ending the day, you're gently rising. So
Yes.
thank you for joining us. And we're just going to keep reading. We're in chapter 16 of Numbers, so we're almost halfway through Numbers, but we're going to
doing
keep
well.
going through. So it says, "Now Korah, son of Ishar, son of Kohath, son of Levi, and son of Reuben, Dathan, and Abiram, sons of Elab, and son of Peleth, rose up against Moses and took 250 men from Bnei Israel, men of renown, who had been appointed to the council. They assembled against Moses and Aaron. They said to them, "You've gone too far. All the community is holy, all of them, and Adonai is with them. Then why do you exalt yourselves above the assembly of Adonai?" When Moses heard this, he fell on his face. Then he said to
Good
Korah,
way to handle rebellion.
yes, it's awesome.
Go to God.
He said to Korah and all his followers following, saying, "In the morning Adonai will reveal who is his and who is holy. The one whom he will not let come near to him will be the one he chooses to come near to him.
The one whom he will let come near
To him will be the one he chooses to come near to him. Yes. Do this, Korah, and your whole following. Take for yourselves censers. Put fire and incense into them in the presence of Adonai. Tomorrow the man that Adonai chooses will be the Holy One. You sons of Levi are the ones who have gone too far. Moses also said to Korah, "Listen now, sons of Levi, isn't it enough that the God of Israel has set you apart from the community of Israel to bring you near to him to do the work of the tabernacle of Adonai and to stand before the community to minister to them?" That's a rhetorical question. "So he brought you close, along with all your fellow sons of Levi, but you are seeking the priesthood too. Therefore, you and all your following are banding together against Adonai. Who then is Aaron that you are grumbling against him?" Then Moses sent word to call Dathan and Abiram, and son of Eliab. But they said, "We will not come. Isn't it enough that you brought us from a land flowing with milk and honey, only to kill us in the wilderness? And now you would lord it over us? What's more, you haven't brought us into a land flowing with milk and honey, nor given us an inheritance of fields and vineyards. Would you now gouge out the eyes of those men? We won't come." Then Moses became very angry and said to Adonai, "Do not accept their offering. I have taken from them
I haven't taken them a single donkey.
nor have I wronged one of them." So Moses said to Korah, "You and your whole following are to appear before Adonai, you, they, and Aaron tomorrow. Each man will take his censer, and you are to put incense into them, 250 censers total. You are to present it before Adonai, you and Aaron, each presenting his censer." So each man took a censer, but put fire and incense into it, and stood with Moses and Aaron at the entrance of the tent of meeting. When Korah and all his following had assembled in opposition to them at the entrance to the tent of meeting, then the glory of Adonai appeared to the entire assembly. Then Adonai spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, "Separate yourselves from among this assembly, so that I may consume them at once." But they fell on their faces and cried out, "O God, God of the spirits of all flesh, if one man sins, will you be angry with the entire community?" Then Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the assembly, saying, move away from the dwelling of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram." Moses got up and went to Dathan and Abiram. The elders of Israel followed after him. He warned the assembly, saying, "Move away from the tents of these wicked men. Don't touch anything that is theirs, or you will be swept away because of all their sins." Kind of reminds me of Proverbs, doesn't it? So they moved away from near the dwelling of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Dathan and Abiram came outside and were standing at the entrance of the tents with their wives, their children, their little ones. Moses said, "By this you will know that Adonai has sent me to do all these works, that they are not from my own heart."
Wow.
If every one of these men die a common death and experience what happens to all people, then Adonai has not sent me. But if Adonai brings about a new thing, and the earth opens her mouth and swallows them and everything that is theirs, and they go down alive into Sheol, which is hell, then you will know that these men have despised Adonai. As soon as he finished saying all these things, the ground split underneath them. The earth opened its mouth and swallowed them, along with all their households, all of Korah's people, and all their possessions. They went down alive into Sheol, they and everything that was theirs. The earth closed over them, and they were gone from among the community. All Israel around them fled at their outcry, for they shouted, "Perhaps the earth will swallow us." Fire also came out from Adonai and consumed the 250 men offering the incense. It's a really intense story.
Horrible.
Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, "Tell Eleazar, son of Aaron, the Kohen, to take the censers from the burning, because they are holy, and scatter the coals at a distance. As for the censers of these men who sinned at the cost of their lives, let them be taken and hammered into sheets as a covering for the altar. For they were presented before Adonai, so they are holy. They are to be a sign to Bnei Israel." So Eleazar the Kohen collected the bronze censers brought by the ones who were burned and hammered them into an overlay for the altar, just as Adonai had spoken to him by Moses' hands, so that it would be as a reminder to Bnei Israel that no one who was not a descendant of Aaron should burn an incense before Adonai, and so no one would become like Korah and his following. The next day, the entire community of Bnei Israel grumbled against Moses and Aaron, saying, "You killed Adonai's people." Oh my goodness, they can't get a break. But when they gathered in opposition to Moses and Aaron and turned toward the tent of meeting. Behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory appeared. Moses and Aaron went to the front of the tent of meeting. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Get away from among this assembly, so that I may immediately consume them. So they fell on their faces. I'm sorry, I'm doing this. It's a very intense story, so I'm feeling it. Then Moses said to Aaron, Take the censer, put it into fire from the altar, and put it in incense. Get going and hurry to the assembly and make atonement for them, because wrath has come out from Adonai, and the plague has started. Aaron did just as Moses had said and ran into the middle of the assembly. Behold, the plague had already started among the people, but he offered the incense and made atonement for the people. He stood between the dead and the living, and the plague stopped. However, there were 14,700 dead from the plague, besides those who died because of Korah. Then Aaron returned to Moses at the entrance of the tent of meeting when the plague had been halted. It's a very intense story, very intense, and actually gets very confused in the Ten Commandments story. They confuse both. They confuse those two stories.
It's really important to recognize that, there were 14,700 dead when they weren't the ones that rebelled, but they were close enough to the rebellion.
Yeah.
So it's just
it's crazy. It's crazy.
Really,
hear from God, folks. You got to hear from God.
Read the Bible for yourself, and God will show you what it means.
All right, chapter 17. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Bnei Israel and get a rod from each ancestral house, 12 staffs in all, from each prince according to his ancestral household. Write each man's name on a staff. Write Aaron's name, staff for the prince of each tribe.
On Levi's staff,
for
there is to be one
staff for the prince of each tribe. Then you are to place them in the tent of meeting before the testimony, where I meet with you. It will come about that the staff of the man I choose will sprout. I will then rid myself of the grumblings of Bnei Israel, who are grumbling against you. So Moses spoke to Bnei Israel. Each of their princes gave him a staff, one staff for each prince according to their ancestral houses, 12 staffs in all, and Aaron's staff was among them. Moses placed the staffs before Adonai in the tent of testimony. The next day Moses entered the tent of testimony, and behold, Aaron's staff from the house of Levi had sprouted, blossomed, and produced almonds.
No, it's awesome.
That's like
so
going
the staff
above and beyond.
Was alive. God is the one who gives life.
It's pretty awesome. Moses then brought all the staffs from Adonai's presence to all Bnei Israel. They looked, and each man took his staff. Adonai said to Moses, Put Aaron's staff back in front of the testimony to keep as a sign to the sons of rebellion, so that it may be an end to their grumblings against me, and so they will not die. Moses did just as Adonai had commanded him. But Bnei Israel said to Moses, saying, Look, we will die. We are all lost. We are lost. Anyone approaching the tabernacle of Adonai will die. Must all of us die? Adonai said to Aaron, You, your sons, and the house of your father with you will bear the guilt for the sanctuary, and you and your sons will bear the guilt for your priesthood. Bring with you your brothers, the tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, so that they may join you and assist you, both you and your sons, with you before the tent of this testimony. They are to perform their testimonies for you, their duties for you, and for all matters related to the tent. They must not approach the implements of the sanctuary or the altar. Otherwise, both you and they will die. They are to team with you and attend to the tent of meeting for all the service of the tent. But no unauthorized person may intrude upon you. So you are to attend to the sanctuary and the care of the altar. So no further wrath will fall on Bnei Israel. I like that idea. See, I have personally taken your kinsmen, the Levites, from among Bnei Israel as a gift for you and your sons with you, dedicated to Bnei Israel, dedicated to Adonai to serve in the work of the tent of meeting. But you and your sons with you are to maintain your priesthood for everything pertaining to the altar and inside the parochet, which is the sheet separating the.
It's the curtain between the Holy of Holies, right? That
and the
separates
holiest place.
So the only way you get to the ark is if you were the Kohen Gadol, the head priest, and that has to be from the tribe of Aaron.
It's also the thing that splits.
From the tribe of Levi.
Yeah. It's
Aaron's
also the
family.
thing that splits when Yeshua
Yes,
sacrifices
tore from the
himself.
top down.
Yep, it's very cool.
Awesome.
I am giving you the ministry of the priesthood as a gift. Anyone unauthorized who approaches will die. Well, we did read Nadab and Abihu earlier, me and Britt. So
It was very
yes.
overwhelming.
Adonai then said to Aaron, See, I have given you charge over all my offerings. All the sacred things for Bnei Israel I have given to you as set aside for you and your sons as a permanent share. You are to have the part of the most holy things that is kept from the fire, whether grain, sin, or guilt offerings that they bring to me as most holy. They are for you and your sons. You are to eat it as most holy. Every male may eat it. It is set apart for you. This also is yours, the gift of the wave offering of Bnei Israel. I have given all the wave offerings as a permanent share to you, your sons and your daughters. Everyone who is clean in your house may eat it. All the finest olive oil, the finest new wine and grain they give to Adonai from their first fruits, I have given them to you. All the first fruits of the land that they bring to Adonai will be for yours. Anyone who is clean in your house may eat it. Every devoted thing in Israel is yours. The first offspring of the womb from all flesh, whether human or animal, offered to Adonai is yours. However, you are to redeem the firstborn of man and the firstborn of unclean animals. When they are a month old, you are to redeem them at the redemption price of 5 shekels of silver by the sanctuary shekel, or 20 gerahs. But the firstborn of the ox, sheep, or goat you are not to redeem. They are holy. You are to sprinkle their blood on the altar, and their fat you are to burn as a fire offering, of pleasing aroma to Adonai. Their meat, the breast of the wave offering, and the right thigh is yours. Whatever is set aside from the holy offerings which Bnei Israel present to Adonai, I have given to you, your sons and your daughters with you as a permanent share. It is an everlasting covenant of salt before Adonai for you and your offspring.
The covenant of salt is mentioned here. That's a covenant between God and the priesthood.
Yeah, it's very cool. And we read a lot of this in Leviticus, me and Britt.
Yeah.
Adonai said to Aaron, you will have no inheritance in their land, nor share among them. I am your portion and your share among Bnei Israel. See, I have given all the tithes in Israel to the sons of Levi as an inheritance in return for all the work of the service that they are doing in the tent of meeting. From now on, Bnei Israel must never trespass the tent of meeting, or they will bear the consequences of their sin and die. The Levites will perform the service of the tent of meeting. They will bear the responsibility for their iniquity. It is a permanent ordinance throughout your generations. So among Bnei Israel, they are to receive no inheritance. For I have given the tithes that Bnei Israel present to Adonai as an offering to the Levites as an inheritance. This is why I said they would receive no inheritance among Bnei Israel. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak now to the Levites and say to them, when you receive from Bnei Israel the tithe, which I have given to you as your inheritance, you are then to offer to Adonai a tithe of that tithe. Your offering will be reckoned as grain from the threshing floor of the fullness of the winepress. Thus you will also present an offering to Adonai from all your tithes that you receive from Bnei Israel, and from that you are to give Adonai's portion to Aaron the Kohen. From all your gifts that you receive, you are to present the best and holiest from them as Adonai's portion. Say to them, when you present the best part, it will be reckoned to the Levites as the produce of the threshing floor and of the winepress. You and your household may eat it in any place. It is your wage for your service in the tent of meeting. In presenting the best part in this manner, you will bear no guilt in these matters. You will not defile the holy things of Bnei Israel, so you will not die. Chapter 19. Adonai spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, This is the statute of the Torah, which Adonai commanded, saying, Speak to Bnei Israel that they bring to you a flawless red heifer, on which there is no blemish and on which has never been a yoke. Give her to Eleazar the Kohen. He will take her outside the camp and slaughter her in his presence. Then Eleazar the Kohen is to take some of the blood on his finger and sprinkle it 7 times toward the front of the tent of meeting. While watching, he is to burn the heifer, her hide, flesh, blood, and refuse. The Kohen is to take some cedar wood, hyssop, and scarlet wool and cast them into the midst of the burning heifer. And with that, I'm going to let you go.
Okay.
We're middle of chapter 19.
Afterward, the Kohen is to wash his clothes and bathe his flesh with the water, and afterward he may come back into the camp. Still the Kohen will be unclean until evening. Also the one burning it is to wash his clothes and bathe his flesh with the water, and he will be unclean until evening. A clean man is to gather up the ashes of the heifer and put them in a clean place outside the camp. They are to be for the community of Bnei Israel, to use as water of purification from sin. The one who gathers the heifer's ashes is also to wash his clothes as well, as be unclean until evening. It will be a permanent statute for Bnei Israel and for the outsider living among them. Whoever touches any dead body will be unclean for 7 days. He is to purify himself on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. Then he will be clean. But if he does not purify himself on the 3rd and 7th days, he will not be clean. Anyone touching the dead body of any man who does not purify himself defiles Adonai's tabernacle, and that person will be cut off from Israel. Because the cleansing water was not sprinkled on him, he is unclean, and his uncleanness will remain on him. This is the Torah for whenever a person dies in a tent. Anyone entering the tent or anyone inside the tent will be unclean 7 days. Any open container not having a lid fastened on it will also be unclean. Anyone out in the open field who touches a dead body, whether killed by a sword or was killed by a natural cause or touches a human bone or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. For the unclean one, they are to take some of the ash of the burnt purification offering and pour some fresh water into a jar. Then a clean person will take some hyssop, dip it into the water, and sprinkle it on the tent, all of the furnishings and the people who were there. as well as the one touching the bone, the one killed the corpse or the grave. The clean person will sprinkle the unclean one on the 3rd and 7th days. He is to purify himself on the 7th day, and on the 7th day he is to wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and at evening he will be clean. However, that man who is unclean but does not purify himself will be cut off from the community. He has defiled the sanctuary of Adonai. Since the cleansing waters was not sprinkled on him, he is unclean. This will be a permanent ordinance for them. The one sprinkling the cleansing water is also to wash his clothes, and anyone touching the cleansing water will be unclean until evening. Anything touched by an unclean person becomes unclean, and anyone touching it will be unclean until evening. In the 1st month, the entire community of Bnei Israel arrived at the wilderness of Zin. The people stayed at Kadesh. There Miriam died and was buried. Now there was no water for the community, so they assembled against Moses and Aaron. The people quarreled with Moses, saying, "If only we had died when our brothers died before Adonai. Now why have you brought the community of Adonai into this wilderness for us and our livestock to die here? Why have you brought us from Egypt to bring us to this evil place, a place without grain, fig, grapevine, or pomegranate, and there's no water to drink?"
Reminds me of little kids. They're always saying, "Oh, I'm dying. I'm hungry. I'm starving." Yeah, no,
I can't
not so
believe
much.
17,000 people just died and they're whining again. But
Yep.
again,
Yeah.
humanity.
Short memory.
Bible is amazing. So, in verse 6, so Moses and Aaron went from before the assembly to the entrance of the tent of meeting and fell on their faces. And the glory of Adonai appeared to them. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, "Take the staff and gather the assembly, you and your brother Aaron. Speak to the rock before their eyes, and it will give out its water. You will bring out water from the rock, and you will give the community something to drink, along with their livestock." So Moses took the staff from before the presence of Adonai, just as he had commanded him. Moses and Aaron gathered the assembly in front of the rock. He said, "Listen now, you rebels, must we bring you water from this rock?" Then Moses raised his arm and struck the rock twice with the staff. Water gushed out, and the community and its livestock drank. But Adonai said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you did not trust in me, so as to esteem me as holy in the eyes of Bnei Israel, therefore you will not bring this assembly into the land that I have given to them." These are the waters of Meribah, where Bnei Israel contended with Moses, and where Adonai showed himself holy among them. Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. "Thus says your brother Israel, you know all the hardship that came on us. Our forefathers went down to Egypt, so we lived there for a very long time. The Egyptians mistreated us and our fathers, but we cried out to Adonai. He heard our cry, sent an angel, and brought us out of Egypt. See, now we are at Kadesh, a town on the frontier of your territory. Permit us to pass through your territory. We will not cross through any field or vineyard or drink water of any well, but we will travel on the king's highway. We will not deviate to the right or left until we have passed through your territory." But Edom said to him, "You may not pass through me, or I will march out against you with the sword." Bnei Israel then said to him, "We will travel on the main road, and if we or our livestock even drink any of your water, we will pay its price. It's nothing just to pass through on foot." He answered, "You may not pass through." Yet Edom came out to oppose them with a large and
Well-armed.
He answered, "You may not pass through." Yet Edom came out to oppose them with a large and well-armed people. Since Edom refused to permit Israel to cross through her territory, Israel turned away from them.
Yeah, it's a real bummer.
The entirety of the community of Bnei Israel came out from Kadesh and came to Mount Hor. Now, at Mount Hor, near the Edomite border, Adonai said to Moses and Aaron, "Aaron will be gathered to his people. He will not enter the land which I have given to Bnei Israel, because you rebelled against my command at the waters of Meribah." Then take Aaron and his son Eleazar, and take them up to Mount Hor. Remove Aaron's garments and put them on his son Eleazar, and Aaron will be gathered up and will die there. Moses did as Adonai commanded. They ascended Mount Hor before the eyes of the whole community. Moses removed Aaron's garments and placed them on Eleazar his son. Aaron died there at the top of the mountain. Then Moses and Eleazar descended the mountain. When they saw that Aaron had died, the entire community mourned Aaron 30 days. Ready?
It's sad.
It's horrible.
It's sad.
There was an immediate response from God, and Aaron was gone, but still Moses went on.
Yeah,
and
I just love how his son goes up with him and takes, the mantle is passed. You know what I mean? It's
in front
we're
of all
not
the
even
people.
we're not even to Elijah and Elisha. That concept of passing the mantle, it's right here in Numbers. It's cool.
I can't imagine.
All right, this is a cool
Moses.
story we're about to be on.
Let's do it.
When the Canaanite king of Arad, who lived in the Negev, heard that Israel was coming along the road to Atharim, he attacked Israel and captured some of them. Then Israel vowed to Adonai and stated, if you deliver this people into our hand, we will put their cities under the ban of destruction. Adonai listened to Israel's plea and delivered up the Canaanites. They put them and their cities under the ban of destruction, so the name of the place was called Hormah. They traveled from Mount Hor along the route to the Sea of Reeds in order to go around the land of Edom. The spirit of the people became impatient along the way, like it wasn't before. The people spoke against God and Moses. Shocker. Why have you brought us from Egypt to die in the wilderness? Because there is no bread, no water, and our very spirits detest the despicable food. So Adonai sent poisonous serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and many of the people of Israel died. Wow. Then people came to Moses and said, we sinned when we spoke against Adonai and you. Pray to Adonai for us that he may take away the snakes. So Moses prayed for the people.
Right, the same thing like take away the frogs,
Right.
take away that.
Yep.
As soon as there's hardship.
Exactly.
Help.
Yeah, Adonai said to Moses, make yourself a fiery snake and put it on a pole. Whenever anyone who has been bitten will look at it, he will live. So Moses made a bronze snake and put it on a pole, and it happened that whenever a snake bit anyone and he looked at the bronze snake, he lived. By the way, they're still worshiping that in the time of the kings instead of worshiping God. Just throwing it out there. It's a sad fact, but they do.
Well,
it's actually documented. They're still worshiping. You know, it's crazy.
The point is that
It's that line from Romans. People would rather worship the creation instead of the creator. Happens every time.
God save us.
Yeah. So Bnei Israel moved on and encamped at Oboth. Then they set out from Oboth and camped in Abarim in the wilderness, facing Moab toward the sunrise. From there they set out and camped in the Wadi Zered. They set out from there and camped along the Arnon, which is in the wilderness extending into Amorite territory. The Arnon is also the border between Moab and the Amorites. Therefore it is said in the book of the wars of Adonai, Vahab in Suphah and the wadis of Arnon, and the slope of the wadis that led to the site of Ar and lie along the border of Moab, and from there on to Beer. This is the well where Adonai said to Moses, gather the people and I will give them water. Then Israel sang this song, spring up, O well, sing about it. The well the princes dug, that the nobles of the people sank with their scepter and their staves. From the wilderness they went on to Matana. From Matana they went on to Nahaliel, and from Nahaliel to Bamoth. And from Bamoth to the valley in the field of Moab, where the peak of Pisgah overlooks the wasteland. Israel sent messengers to King Sihon of the Amorites, saying, permit us to pass through your land. We will not turn aside into field or vineyard, nor drink water from the wells. We will travel on the king's highway until we have passed through your territory. But Sihon would not let Israel pass through his territory. Instead, Sihon called out his entire army and marched out into the desert to oppose Israel. When he came to Jahaz, he fought against Israel. But Israel struck him by the sword's edge and conquered his land from Arnon to Jabbok, as far as the Ammonites, because the border of the son of Ammon was fortified. Israel conquered all these cities and occupied all the Amorite cities, Heshbon and all its towns. Heshbon was the city of King Sihon of the Amorites, who had fought with the former king of Moab and had taken from his control all the land as far as the Arnon. Therefore, the poets say, come to Heshbon, let her be rebuilt, let the city of Sihon be restored. For fire went out from Heshbon, a blaze from the city of Sihon. It consumed Ar of Moab, the masters of Arnon's heights. Woe to you, O Moab! You have been destroyed, people of Chemosh. He has given up his sons as refuge and his daughters as captives to Sihon, king of the Amorites. But we overthrew them. Heshbon as far as Dibon is destroyed. We have demolished them as far as Nephah up to Medeba. So Israel went living in the land of the Amorites. After Moses sent spies to Jazer, they captured her towns and drove out the Amorites who were there. Then they turned and went up the road to the Bashan. Og, king of the Bashan, went out to confront them, he and all his people, in battle at Edrei. Adonai said to Moses, do not fear him. I have given him with all his people and his land into your hand. You are to do just to him, just as you did to Sihon, the Amorite king who was living in Heshbon. So they struck him and his sons and his entire army until no survivor was left to him, and they possessed his land. Chapter 22. Then Bnei Israel set out and camped in the plains of Moab alongside the Jordan across from Jericho. When Balak, son of Zippor, realized all that Bnei Israel had done to the Amorites, Moab became terrified because there were so many people. Moab was filled with dread because of Bnei Israel. Moab said to the elders of Midian, that is the right page, right? Yes, it is. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, it says, Moab said to the elders of Midian, the multitude will lick up everything around us like the ox licks up the grass of the field. Now Balak, son of Zippor, was king of Moab at that time. He sent messengers to summon Balaam, son of Beor, at Pethor, near the river in his native land, saying to him, Look now, a people have come out of Egypt. See now, they cover the surface of the earth and are settling beside me. Come now, curse this people for me, because they're too strong for me. Perhaps I may be able to defeat them and drive them away from the country. I know that whoever you bless will be blessed, and whoever you curse will be accursed. The elders of Moab and Midian left with divination fees in their hand. When they came to Balaam, they told him Balak's words.
Wow.
He said to them, Spend the night here. I will give you an answer just as Adonai speaks to me. So the officials of Moab stayed with Balaam. God came to Balaam and asked, Who are these men with you? Balaam said to God, Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, sent word to me, See the people coming out of Egypt cover the surface of the land. Come now, curse them for me. Perhaps I will be able to fight against them and drive them away. God said to Balaam, Do not go with them. Do not curse them, for they are blessed. So Balaam got up in the morning and said to the officials of Balak, Go back to your country, for Adonai has refused to let me go with you. Remember, Balak is the king, Balaam is the prophet, right? That's the difference. It's easy to get confused.
I'm just saying
you have to read along
not
because
a
it's
prophet
easy.
of God only, a prophet that was listening to
a generic,
whole bunch of
right, a generic prophet. But what I'm saying is, guys,
a soothsayer.
It is hard to keep track of who's saying what because the names are so similar. So please feel free to follow along. Okay.
Read it for yourself.
It says, So Balaam got up in the morning and said to the officials of Balak, Go back to your country, for Adonai has refused to let me go with you. So the Moabite officials got up, went back to Balak, and said, Balaam refused to come with us. Balak again sent other dignitaries, more numerous and honored than these previous ones. Excuse me. They also came to Balaam and said to him, Thus says Balak, son of Zippor, Please let nothing keep you from coming to me. I will richly reward you, and everything you tell me I will do. Just come now and curse these people for me.
Curse this people for me.
I love how convenient. Just help us out.
Well,
but Balaam answered Balak's servants, Even if Balak gave me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot cross beyond the mouth of Adonai my God to do anything small or great. But now you may spend the night here too. Then I may find out something else Adonai may say to me. God came to Balaam by night and said to him, Since the men came to you to summon you, arise and go with them. However, only the word I tell you are you to do.
So Balaam is listening to God and following Adonai, even though he's not part of the people.
No, he's not.
He's hearing the voice.
God came to Balaam by night and said to him, Since the men came to you to summon you, arise and go with them. However, only do the word I tell you to do. So Balaam got up in the morning, saddled his donkey, and went with the Moabite princes. But the anger of God burned because he was going. The angel of Adonai stood in the road to oppose him. He was riding on his donkey, and two of his servants were with him. When the donkey saw the angel of Adonai standing in the road with his drawn sword in his hand, the donkey turned off the road and went into the field. So Balaam beat the donkey to get her back onto the road. Then the angel of Adonai stood in a narrow path between two vineyards with a wall on this side and a wall on that side. When the donkey saw the angel of Adonai, she pressed against the wall, crushing Balaam's foot against the wall. So Balaam continued beating her. The angel again moved. He stood in a narrow place where there was no room to turn right or left. When the donkey saw the angel of Adonai, she lay down under Balaam. Balaam was very angry and beat the donkey with his staff. Then Adonai opened the donkey's mouth, and she said to Balaam, What have I done to you that you have beaten me these 3 times?
And Balaam does not seem surprised by a talking animal. Just saying.
Balaam said to the donkey,
Unbelievable. So he's listening to all kinds of things.
Because you've made a fool of me. If I had a sword in my hand, I would kill you now. The donkey said to Balaam, Am I not your donkey, which you have ridden as always to this day? Have I ever been in the habit of doing this to you? No, he said.
Or talking,
I added. By the way, I added the part, but it seemed appropriate. Then, although we don't add or take away from the word of God, it's no, he said.
These 2 stories, the bronze snake on the pole and the donkey that speaks, there are 2 stories inside this Bible that have pictures because there's such important messages for young people. We want them to open up the Bible to that story in the adult Bible because this is some serious stuff.
No, it's really important. It's important. It's important.
But that's why it seems more playful for me and my son because he's been learning this story year after year.
Well, I think it helps to add a little bit of fun to it because I think too often we read the Bible and we don't enjoy it. and really get into it. And so, you know what I mean? You guys are just listening. So anyways, back to verse 31. Then Adonai opened Balaam's eyes, and he saw the angel of Adonai standing in the road with his drawn sword in his hand. So he fell on his face. The angel of Adonai said to him, "Why have you beaten your donkey these 3 times? Behold, I came as an adversary because your way before me is a reckless one.
Wow.
The donkey saw me and turned away from me these 3 times. If she had not turned away from me, by now I would have killed you indeed. But let her live." Balaam said to the angel of Adonai, "I have sinned, for I did not know that you were standing in the road to oppose me. Now, if this is displeasing in your eyes, I will go back home." The angel of Adonai said to Balaam, "Go with these men, but speak only the word that I tell you." So Balaam went with Balak's princes. When Balak heard that Balaam had come, he went out to greet him at the Moabite city on the border of the Arnon and the frontier of the territory. Balak said to Balaam, Didn't I send you in urgent summons? Why didn't you come to me? Am I really unable to reward you?" "Look, I have come to you now," Balaam said to Balak. "Can I just say anything? I must speak only the message which God puts in my mouth." Then Balaam went with Balak to Kirath Huzoth. Balak sacrificed cattle and sheep and sent some to Balaam and the princes who were with him. In the morning, Balak took Balaam with him to Bamoth Baal, and from there he saw part of the people. Which, by the way, guys, we've got a really great picture here of what we're reading. Okay, it says. Then Balaam said to Balak, "Build me 7 altars here and prepare for me here 7 bulls and 7 rams." So Balak did just as Balaam had said. Balak and Balaam offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Balaam said to Balak, "Stay here beside your offering. I will go, and perhaps Adonai will meet me. Whatever message he shows me, I will tell you." Then he went to a barren height. God met with Balaam, and he said to him, "I have prepared 7 altars, and on each altar I offered a bull and a ram." Adonai put a message into Balaam's mouth and said, "Return to Balak and speak this." Balaam went back to him. Behold, he was standing.
It's hidden there.
Behold, he was standing beside his offering with all the princes of Moab. Then he uttered his oracle and said, "From Aram, Balak brought me, Moab's king from the mountains of the east. Come, curse Jacob for me. Come, denounce Israel. How can I curse one whom God has not cursed? How can I denounce one whom Adonai has not denounced? From the rocky peaks I see him, from the heights I behold him. Look, he lives as a nation apart and does not consider himself as being like the other nations. Who can count Jacob's dust? Who can number 1/4 of Israel? Let my soul die the death of the upright, and let my end be like his." Balak said to Balaam, "What have you done to me? I brought you to curse my enemies, but look, you've actually blessed them." But in response, he said, "Mustn't I speak whatever Adonai puts into my mouth?" Then Balak said to him, "Come now with me to another place where you can see a part of them only, not all of them. Curse them for me
So
from
if he
there."
sees less, he's going to be able to curse them.
He said, "Let's try it over here."
It makes them if they make them look smaller, they'll be able to say nasty things.
Yeah, he took him to Lookout Field on top of Pisgah.
Wow.
He built 7 altars and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. "Stay here beside your offering," he said to Balak, "while I am meeting over there." Adonai met Balaam there and put a message into his mouth and said, "Return to Balak and speak thus." So he went to him, and behold, he and the princes of Moab were standing beside his offering. Balak asked him, "What did Adonai say?" So he uttered his oracle and said, "Rise, Balak. Hear me, son of Zippor. God is not a man who lies, or a son of man who changes his mind.
right.
Does he speak and then not do it, or promise and not fulfill it? Look, I received a command to bless. He has blessed, I cannot change it. No misfortune is to be seen in Jacob, and no misery in Israel. Adonai, their God, is with them. The king's shout is among them. God is bringing them from Egypt with the strong horns of the wild ox. There is no sorcery effective against Jacob, nor any divination against Israel. Now it will be said of Jacob and Israel, see what God has done. The people rise like a lioness, like a lion who does not rest until he eats his prey and drinks his victim's blood. That's a little intense, but I appreciate it. Then Balak said to Balaam, do not curse them or bless them at all. Balaam answered and said to Balak, haven't I told you all that Adonai says I must do? Balak said to Balaam, "Come with me to another place. Perhaps it will be pleasing to God, and you may curse them
God's gonna
for me
change
from
his
there."
mind
So
in a
this is the
different
third
place.
time, people.
Third time,
So
wow.
Balak took Balaam to the top of Peor, overlooking the wasteland. Balaam said to Balak, "Build me 7 altars here and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me here." Balak did just as Balaam said and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Chapter 24. When Balaam realized that it was pleasing in the eyes of Adonai to bless Israel, he did not resort to sorceries as the other times, but turned his face toward the wilderness. Lifting up his eyes, Balaam saw Israel dwelling by tribes. The Ruach Elohim came over him. He uttered his oracle and said, "This is the oracle of Balaam, son of Beor, and the oracle of a strong man whose eye has been opened. The oracle of one hearing God's speech, one seeing Shaddai's vision, one fallen down yet with open eyes.
Wow.
How lovely are your tents, O Jacob, and your dwelling places, O Israel. Like valleys they are spread out, like gardens beside a river, like aloes planted by Adonai, like cedars beside the waters. Water will overflow from his buckets, his seed by abundant water. His king will be greater than Agag. His kingdom will be exalted. God is bringing him out of Egypt. He is like the strong horns of a wild ox. He devours nations hostile to him. He will crush their bones. His arrows will pierce them. He crouches like a lion or a lioness. Who would rouse him? He who blesses you will be blessed, and he who curses you will be cursed. A little bit of a throwback to Genesis 12, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, verse 10, then Balak became furious at Balaam and struck his hands together. Balak said to Balaam, "I summon you to curse my enemies, but look, you have blessed them these 3 times. Now go home. I said I would reward you, but see, Adonai has kept you from reward." Balaam answered Balak, "Didn't I indeed tell you your messengers, whom you sent to me, saying, if Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I would not go beyond the mouth of Adonai to do good or bad for my own heart? Whatever Adonai may speak, I will speak. Now behold, I am going back to my people. Come, let me counsel you what these people will do to your people in the latter days."
Whoa.
That's kind of intense.
Very intense.
Then he uttered his oracle, the oracle of Balaam, son of Beor, the strong man whose eye is open, the oracle of one's hearing God's speech, one experiencing Elion's knowledge, one seeing Shaddai's vision, one fallen down, yet with open eyes. I see him, yet not at this moment. I behold him, yet not in this location. For a star will come from Jacob, a scepter will arise from Israel. He will crush the foreheads of Moab and the skulls of all the sons of Seth. Edom will be conquered, his enemies will conquer Seir, but Israel will triumph. One from Jacob will rule and destroy the city's survivors. Then he saw Amalek, so he uttered his oracle and said, this should be intense. I'm going to read the rest and then I'm going to let you do that. Amalek was the first of nations, but will come to ruin at last. Then he saw the Kenite. So he uttered his oracle and said, your dwelling is secure, your nest is set in the rock. Yet Cain will be destroyed, yet Ashur captures you. Again he uttered his oracle and said, oh, who can live when God does this? Ships will come from Kittim's shore. They will afflict Ashur and Eber, but they too will come to destruction. Then Balaam got up and went and returned to his own place, and Balak went on his way. Very intense story. Very intense story. It's a good one, though. It's a good one. So we're in chapter 25. Okay. We only have basically about 10 chapters until we're done with Numbers. So cheer us on, because we're trying to get to the end goal.
Right. While Israel was staying in Shittim, the people began to have immoral sexual relationships with women from Moab.
I'm sorry. Keep going. No. This is actually a really intense story too.
This is a really amazing story. While Israel was staying in Shittim, the people began to have immoral sexual relationships with women from Moab. Then they invited the people to the sacrifices of their gods. So the people were eating and bowing down before their gods. When Israel became bound to Baal of Peor, the anger of Adonai grew hot against Israel. Adonai said to Moses, seize all the ringleaders and hang them before Adonai facing the sun, so that Adonai's fierce anger may be turned away from Israel. So Moses said to the judges of Israel, each of you kill your men who have been joining themselves to Baal of Peor. Then behold, a man from Bnei Israel came and brought a Midianite woman to his brothers before the eyes of Moses and of the whole assembly of Bnei Israel, while they were weeping at the entrance to the tent of meeting. When Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, the Kohen, saw it, he arose from the midst of the assembly, took a spear in his hand, and went after the man of Israel into the tent and pierced them through, both through the Israelite man and the woman's belly. Then the plague among Bnei Israel was stopped. However, 24,000 were dead because of the plague. Then Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, the Kohen, has turned away my anger from Bnei Israel, because he was very zealous for me among them, so that I did not put an end to Bnei Israel in my zeal. So now say, see, I am making with him a covenant of shalom. Amen. It will be for him and his descendants after him a covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was zealous for his God and atoned for Bnei Israel. The name of the Israelite man killed with the Midianite woman was Zimri, son of Salu, a prince of the Simeonite ancestral household. The name of the executed Midianite woman was Cosbi, daughter of Zur. He was a tribal head of an ancestral house in Midian. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, deal with the Midianites as enemies and strike them. For they have been enemies to you in their deceptions of you in the matter of Peor and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of the Midianite prince, their sister, who was slain on the day of the plague on account of the Peor incident. After the
Sounded like a press release.
Yeah, it's very
Sounded like a press release.
After the plague, I like how specific God is about the family lines, and Phinehas has been promised a covenant of shalom with the priesthood for eternity.
When me and
It's
Britt
awesome.
were here and we were talking about him in
awesome.
Exodus, and we're like, he's got a story.
Yeah.
And so we just read it.
After the plague, Adonai said to Moses and Eleazar, son of Aaron, the Kohen, saying, take a head count of the entire community of Bnei Israel, sons 20 years old and upward, by their ancestral houses, all who can serve in Israel's army. So Moses and Eleazar the Kohen spoke with them on the Moabite plains by the Jordan across from Jericho, saying, just as Adonai commanded Moses, a census will be taken of all men of Bnei Israel who came out of Egypt, from 20 years old and upward. The descendants of the sons of Reuben, Israel's firstborn, by Hanoch, the Hanochite family, by Palu, the Paluite family, by Hezron, the Hezronite family, and by Carmi, the Carmite family. These Reubenite families numbered 43,730. The son of Palu was Eliab. The son of Eliab was Nemuel, Dathan, and Abiram. These were the Dathan and Abiram who were community leaders who rebelled against Moses and Aaron and were among the following of Korah in their rebellion against Adonai. Then the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them with Korah, whose followers died when the fire consumed the 250 men, these men serving as a warning. Korah's sons, however, did not die. The sons of Simeon by their families were, by Nemuel, the family of Nemuelites, by Jamin, the family of Jaminites, by Jachin, the family of Jachinites, by Zerach, the family of Zecharites, and by Shaul, the family of Shaulites. These families of the Simeonites numbered 22,200. The sons of Gad by their families were, by Zephon, the family of Zephonites, by Hagi, the family of Hagites, by Shuni, the family of Shunites, by Ozni, the family of Ozniites, by Eri, the family of Ariites, by Arod, the family of Arodites, by Arali, the family of Araliites. The sons of Gad numbered 40,500. Er and Onan were sons of Judah, but had died in the land of Canaan. The sons of Judah by their families were, by Shelah, the Shelonite family, by Perez, the Perizzite family, by Zerach, the Zerachite family. The sons of Perez, by Hezron, the Hezronite family, by Hamul, the Hamulite family. These were the sons of Judah. They numbered 76,500. The sons of Issachar by their families were Tola and the family of Tolaites.
Yeah.
By Puvah, the Punite family. By Jashub, the Jashubite family. By Shimron, the Shimronite family. These were the families of Issachar. They numbered 64,300. The sons of Zebulun by their families were, by Sered, the family of Seredites, by Elon, the family of Elonites, by Jalil, the family of Jalilites. These were the Zebulunite families. They numbered 60,500. The sons of Joseph by their families were Manasseh and Ephraim. The sons of Manasseh were by Machir, the family of Machirites. Machir fathered Gilead. By Gilead, the family of Gileadites. The sons of Gilead were by Lazer, the family of the Lazerites. That should be capital L. By Helek, Lazer, like laser, right? Laser wolf?
Yeah.
By Helek, the Helek, that was a family relative of ours. By Helek, the Helechite family. By Asriel, the Asrielite family. By Shechem, the Shechemite family. By Shemidah, the Shemidite family. By Hefer, the Heferite family. Hefer's sons, Zelophehad had no sons, only daughters.
I love
Zelophehad. Oh, daughters were rewarded.
We're gonna learn about them in the
The
next
name
chapter.
of Zelophehad's daughters were Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. These were the families of Manasseh. They numbered 52,700. These were the sons of Ephraim by their families of Shuthelah, the Shuthelanite family, of Becher, the Becherite family, of Tahan, the Tahanite family. These were the sons of Shuthelah, of Iran, the Iranite family. These were the families of the sons of Ephraim. These numbered 32,500. These were the sons of Joseph by their families. The sons of Benjamin by their families
Ephraim
were
and Manasseh.
by
Joseph's sons.
Bela, the Belite family, by Ashbel, the Ashbelite family, by Ahiram, the Ahiramite family, by Shephufam, the Shephufamite family,
Honestly, you did
by
a good job there.
Hufam, the Hufamite family. The sons of Bela
This is hard,
were
people.
Ard and Naaman. By Ard was the family of Ardites. By Naaman, the family of Naamanites. These were the sons of Benjamin. They numbered 45,600. These were the families of Dan by their families. Sons of Dan by their families. By Shuham, the Shuhamite family. These were the families of Dan by family. They were all Shuhamite families, and they numbered
cute.
64,400. The sons of Asher by their families were by Imnah, Imnite family, by Ishvi, the Ishvite family, by Beriah, the Beriite family, through the sons of Beriah, by Eber, the Eberite family, by Malchiel, the Malchielite family.
Nice.
The name of Asher's daughter was Sarah. These were the families of Asher's sons. They numbered 53,400. The sons of Naphtali by their families were by Jazil, the Jazilite family, by Guni, the Gunite family, by Jezer, the Jezerite family, by Shalem, the Shalemite family. These were the families of Naphtali by their families. They numbered 45,400. These sons of Israel totaled 601,730. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, the land is to be divided to these as an inheritance according to the number of names. For the larger you are to make his inheritance larger, and to the smaller you are to make his inheritance smaller. Each is to receive his inheritance in proportion to his population. Certainly the land is to be divided by lot. They will inherit it according to the names of their ancestral tribes. The division of the inheritance of larger and smaller tribes is to be decided by the lot. These were the numbers of the Levites by their families. By Gershon, the Gershonite family. By Kohath, the Kohathite family. By Merari, the Merarite family. These were the families of Levi. The Libnite family, the Hebronite family, the Machlite family, the Mushite family, the Korahite family, the Kohath
Father
Amram. Amram's wife's name was Jochebed. Jochebed is what people say. It's Yocheved. J's are Y's. Latin vowels. That's how we pronounce. Yocheved, daughter of. It should actually be Levi, but we say Levi so people don't get confused.
Yep.
Who was born to the Levites in Egypt. She gave birth for Amram, Aaron, and Moses, as well as Miriam, their sister. Aaron was the father of Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. However, Nadab and Abihu died when they were offered sacrifices with unauthorized fire before Adonai. The male Levites, a month old and upward, realized the male Levites were not counted at 20. They were counted a month old
and they're
up.
counted separately.
And they're counted separately because they have no inheritance.
Right.
The 12 portions included, right, the doubling of Joseph's family into two sons, because the Levites become their inheritance is Adonai, and they become servants of Adonai for the rest of all the number of our days. The male Levites, a month and upward, totaled 23,000. 23,000. Though they were not included among Bnei Israel, since he did not give them an inheritance among Bnei Israel. I should have just read the Bible. I would have said it. These were numbered by Moses and Eleazar the Kohen when they counted Bnei Israel in the plains of Moab across from Jericho. Not one of them was among those counted by Moses and Aaron the Kohen when they counted Bnei Israel in the Sinai wilderness, because Adonai had said they would surely die in the wilderness. Not one of them was left except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, son of Nun.
Yep, whole generation died. But that's pretty impressive, 600,000 of them since then. It's pretty amazing.
Ready?
I'm gonna.
He really wants to do the daughters
I'm
of
gonna read.
Zelophehad.
Give me a little bit more time here.
He has girls, and this is important.
Yeah, I know. The daughters of Zelophehad, son of Hefer, son of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, of the families of Manasseh, son of Joseph. The names of his daughters were Mahala, Noah, Nogla, Malha, Noah, Nogla, Milcah, and Tirzah, stood before Moses, Eleazar the Cohen, and the princes of the entire assembly at the entrance to the tent of meeting, and said, Our father died in the wilderness, but he was not one of the followers banded together against Adonai with Korah, though he died for his own sin, yet he had no sons. Why should our father's name diminish from his family just because he had no son? Give to us property among our father's brothers. So Moses brought their issue before Adonai, and Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, The daughters of Zelophehad are right in saying that you should give them property by inheritance among their father's relatives. You are to turn over the inheritance of their father to them. Furthermore, you are to speak to Bnei Israel, saying, If a man dies without a son, you are to transfer his inheritance to his daughter. If he has no daughter, you are to give his inheritance to his brothers. If he has no brothers, you are to give it to his father's brothers. If his father had no brothers, you are to give it to the nearest relative in the family that he might possess it. This is to be a legal statute for Bnei Israel, just as Adonai commanded to Moses. Then Adonai said to Moses, Go up this mountain of the Abarim range and look at the land that I have given to Bnei Israel. When you have seen it, you will be gathered to your people, just as Aaron your brother was gathered. For in the wilderness of Zin, and during the strife of the community, you both rebelled against my word, instead of honoring me as holy at the waters before their eyes. These were the waters of Meribah at Kadesh, in the wilderness of Zin. Moses spoke to Adonai, saying, May Adonai, God of the spirits of all flesh, appoint a man over the community to go out and come in before them, who will lead them out and bring them out, so that the people of Adonai will not be like sheep without a shepherd. Adonai said to Moses, Take Joshua, son of Nun, a man in whom is the Ruach, and lay your hand on him. You will have him stand before Eleazar the Cohen and the entire assembly, and commission him before their eyes. Give to him some of your authority, so that the whole community of Bnei Israel will obey him. He will stand before Eleazar the Cohen, and will pray and obtain judgments for him by Urim and before Adonai. At his mouth they will go out, and at his mouth they will come in. He and all the community of Bnei Israel with him. Moses did as Adonai commanded him. He took Joshua, stood before Eleazar the Cohen and all his entire assembly. Then he laid his hands on him and commissioned him, just as Adonai had spoken by Moses' hand. We're going back into the Moedim.
Okay, I just put a...
Hey, we're ready for you guys.
Ready? Okay, good.
We're ready for you guys.
Moedim,
Here,
appointed times.
I can read it.
Do it.
I'll read it.
You got this, Joe.
Okay, it says, Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Command Bnei Israel and tell them to be careful to present to me at the Moedim my food offerings by fire as a pleasing aroma. Tell them, this is the fire offering which you are to present to Adonai. 2 male lambs a year old without flaw as a daily regular burnt offering. Prepare 1 lamb in the morning, and the other lamb you are to prepare at twilight, along with 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a grain offering, mixed with the flour of a 1/4 of a hin of oil from pressed olives. This is the regular burnt offering initiated at Mount Sinai as a pleasing aroma, a fire offering to Adonai. With each lamb, pour out 1/4 of a hin of fermented drink at the sanctuary as a drink offering to Adonai. Prepare the second lamb at twilight with the same type of grain and drink offerings you prepared in the morning. A fire offering is a pleasing aroma to Adonai. On the Shabbat, you are to present 2 flawless male lambs a year old, along with 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a grain offering, mixed with oil and its drink offering. This is the burnt offering for every Shabbat, besides the regular burnt offerings and its drink offerings. On the first of the month, you are to present to Adonai a burnt offering of 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 flawless male lambs a year old, with 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering. With each bull and 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil as a grain offering with the ram, and with each lamb 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil for a grain offering. A burnt offering is a pleasing aroma, an offering by fire to Adonai. Their drink offering shall be per bull half a hin of wine, 1/3 of a hin of wine per ram, and 1/4 of a hin per lamb. This will be the monthly burnt offering at each new moon throughout the year. Also, 1 male goat is a sin offering to Adonai beside the regular burnt offerings to be regular with its drink offering. On the 14th day of the first month is Adonai's Passover. On the 15th day there is to be a feast, or 7 days. Matzot will be eaten. You are to hold a sacred assembly on the first day. You are not to do any laborious work. You are to offer Adonai burnt offerings by fire: 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old. They are to be flawless. You are to offer their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah per bull, 2/10 per ram, and 1/10 per each of the 7 lambs, plus 1 goat for a sin offering to atone for yourselves. In addition to the morning burnt offering and regular burnt offerings, you are to offer these. Just like this, you are to offer each day for 7 days the food to be offered by fire for each day as a pleasing aroma to Adonai. Beside the regular burnt offering with its drink offering, on the 7th day, you are to have a sacred assembly, and you are to do no laborious work. On the day of the first fruits, when you offer to Adonai a new grain offering during the Feast of Weeks, you are to have a sacred assembly. You are to do no laborious work. You are to offer as a pleasing aroma a burnt offering to Adonai 2 young bulls from the herd, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old. With each bull, there is to be a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil. With the ram 2/10, and with each lamb 1/10, plus 1 male goat to make atonement for you. In addition, you are to prepare the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and its drink offering, there to be without defect.
Hallelujah. Drop the mic.
That's how you read the Moedim in 1 minute.
Those were the spring feasts, and now to flip over to the fall
they're
feasts,
taking over,
we
'cause,
have our
I'm
new
good.
fresh young couple ready
good.
to go. We're at Yom Teruah. That's the beginning of this holiday season right
Yom
now.
Teruah, folks. Here
do
we
it.
go.
Come on, little one.
Woo!
Sweet girl. You got this.
All right, let's do it. Chapter 29, Numbers 29. On the first day of the 7th month, you are to have a sacred assembly. You are to do no laborious work. It is for you a day for sounding the shofar. You are to prepare a burnt offering as a pleasing aroma to Adonai, 1 young bull from the herd, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old without flaw. With their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah with the bull, 2/10 with the ram, and 1/10 with each of the 7 lambs, as well as 1 male goat as a sin offering to make an atonement for yourselves. Also offer the burnt offering for the month with its grain offering, the regular burnt offering with its grain offering, and their appropriate drink offerings as a pleasing aroma to Adonai as an offering by fire. Yom Kippur. On the 10th day of this 7th month, you are to have a sacred assembly. You are to deny yourselves and do no work. You are to present to Adonai a burnt offering as a pleasing aroma, 1 young bull from the herd, 1 ram, and 7-year-old male lambs without defect. 1 ram, and then 7-year-old male lambs. I'm not sure if I said the same word twice. I'm reading. Along with their grain offerings of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for the bull, 2/10 for the ram, or with the ram, and 1/10 with each of the 7 lambs. Also offer 1 male goat for a sin offering, in addition to the sin offering for atonement, as well as the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and their drink offerings. On the 15th day of the 7th month, you are to have a sacred assembly. You are not to do any of your work, and you are to celebrate the feast to Adonai for 7 days. You are to offer a burnt offering by fire to Adonai as a pleasing aroma, 13 young bulls from the herd, 2 rams, and 14 young year-old male lambs without defect. Their grain offerings of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah with each of the 13 bulls, 2/10 with each of the 2 rams, and 1/10 with each of the 14 lambs, plus 1 male goat as a sin offering beside the regular burnt offering with its grain and drink offering. On the 2nd day, you are to offer 12 young bulls from the herd, 2 rams, and 14-year-old male lambs without flaw, with their grain and drink offerings. There you go. With the bulls, rams, and lambs as is appropriate by their number according to the regulations, plus 1 male goat as a sin offering, as well as the regular burnt offerings with its grain and drink offerings. On the 3rd day, offer 11 bulls, 2 rams, and 14-year-old male lambs without defect, with their grain and drink offerings, with the bulls, rams, and lambs, the number specified, and a male goat as a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offering with its grain and drink offerings. On the 4th day, 10 bulls, 2 rams, and 14-year-old male lambs without flaw, their grain offerings and drink offerings with the bulls, rams, and lambs by their number according to the regulations, and 1 male goat as a sin offering, and the regular burnt offering with its grain and drink offerings. On the 5th day, 9 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male 1-year-old lambs without defect with their grain and drink offerings by their number as specified, and 1 goat for a sin offering, in addition to the regular burnt offerings with its grain and drink offerings. On the 6th day,
We sound like the end of an infomercial. Okay.
on the 6th day, 8 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs a year old without defect, with the bulls, rams, and lambs their grain and drink offerings according to those numbers specified, and 1 goat for a sin offering, with the regular burnt offering and its grain and drink offerings. On the 7th day, 7 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs without defect a year old, plus their grain and drink offerings for the bulls, rams, and lambs according to the number specified, in addition to 1 male goat for a sin offering and the regular burnt offering with its grain and drink offerings. On the 8th day, there shall be For you, an assembly, you are to do no regular work. You are to offer to Adonai a burnt offering, a fire offering, or pleasing aroma, 1 bull, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs a year old without defect, and their grain and drink offerings with the bull, ram, and lamb corresponding to their number according to the regulations. And a goat for a sin offering beside the regular burnt offering with its grain and drink offerings. You are to prepare these for Adonai at your Moedim in addition to your vow and freewill offerings, along with your burnt offering, grain offering, drink offering, and a fellowship offering. So Moses told Bnei Israel all that Adonai commanded Moses. Chapter 30. Moses spoke to the princes of the tribes of Bnei Israel, saying, "This is what Adonai has commanded. Whenever a man makes a vow to Adonai or swears an oath to obligate himself by a pledge, he is not to violate his word, but do everything coming out of his mouth. Suppose a woman in her youth vows to Adonai or obligates herself by a pledge in her father's house. If her father should hear her vow or her pledge with which she obligated herself, and her father says nothing to her, all her vows and every pledge by which she has obligated herself will stand. But if her father should forbid it on the day of his hearing it, none of her vows or pledges by which she has obligated herself will stand. Adonai will forgive her because her father has forbidden her. Suppose she should marry after her vow or rash promise of her lips by which she obligated herself. Now, if her husband hears about it but says nothing to her on the day he hears about it, her vows will stand and her pledges by which she has obligated herself will stand. But if her husband should hear about it and on the day he hears it, he forbids it, he therefore nullifies her vow and her rash promise by which her lips have obligated her, and Adonai will forgive her. Any vow or obligation of a widow or a divorced woman will be binding on her, and if in her husband's house she vowed or obligated herself by a pledge under oath, and her husband should hear it and say nothing to her, not forbidding her, all her vows and every pledge by which she has obligated herself will stand. But if her husband should nullify them on the day when he hears them, nothing from her lips, whether vow or pledge, will stand. Her husband has nullified them, and Adonai will forgive her. Her husband may ratify or veto any vow or sworn oath to deny herself." It's like reading the Constitution. A little bit.
It really is.
But
Biblical Constitution. That's kind of what the Torah is.
That's literally what it is. Wow. It is the law.
That is
what
what
it means.
Torah means.
But if her husband says nothing to her from day to day, then he is confirming all her vows and all her oaths that are on her. He confirms them by saying nothing to her on the day of his hearing about it, but if he nullifies them after hearing about it, he will bear her guilt. These are the statutes that Adonai gave to Moses relevant to relationships between a man and his wife, as well as between a father and his young daughter still living in his house. Chapter 31. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, "Take vengeance on the Midianites for Bnei Israel. Afterward you will be gathered to your people." So Moses spoke to the people, saying, "Mobilize some of your men for battle. They will go out against Midian to carry out Adonai's vengeance on Midian. Send into battle 1,000 men from each of the tribes of Israel." So from the thousands of Israel, 1,000 from each tribe were assigned, 12,000 in all. Moses sent them into battle, 1,000 from each tribe, and with them Phinehas, son of Eleazar the Kohen, who took with him articles from the sanctuary and trumpets for signaling. They fought Midian just as Adonai had commanded Moses and killed every male. Among the slain, they also killed the Midianite kings Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba. The 5 kings of Midian, they also killed Balaam, son of Beor, with the sword. Bnei Israel also captured... I'm reading until I can't. Bnei Israel also captured women and sons of Midian, along with all the herds and flocks, plundered all their goods. They burned with fire all the Midianite cities, settlements, as well as all their camps. They seized all the... I am yelling. I'm sorry. I'm yelling. I'm yelling.
You're yelling.
I'm yelling. They burned with fire all the Midianite cities, settlements, as well as all their camps. It's so late. They seized all the plunder and all the spoil.
They seized all the plunder.
Oh, don't yell. They seized all the plunder and all the spoil, both people and animals. They brought the captives, plunder, and spoil to Moses, Eleazar the Kohen, and to the assembly of Bnei Israel at their camp on the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho. Moses, Eleazar the Kohen, and all the princes of the community went to meet them outside the camp, but Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of thousands, the commanders of hundreds, those returning from the campaign of the war. Moses said to them, "You let all the women live." Why? They are the ones, because of Balaam's advice, who caused Bnei Israel to be unfaithful to Adonai in the matter of Peor, so that the plague was on the community of Adonai. So now, kill all the boys and kill every woman who has been intimate with a man. But save for yourselves every girl who has not been intimate with a man. Any of you who has killed anyone or touched the body of anyone who has been killed must stay outside the camp for 7 days. You must purify yourselves on the 3rd and 7th day, you and your captives. Also, purify every item of clothing as well as every item made of leather or wood. Eleazar said to the men of the army who had gone to war, "This is the regulation of the Torah Adonai gave to Moses. The gold, silver, bronze, iron, tin, lead, and anything able to pass through the fire is not to be put through the fire and will then be clean." Or is to be put through the fire and then will be clean. It is also to be purified with the water of cleansing. Anything that cannot stand the fire is to be put through the water. You are to wash your clothes also on the 7th day. You will then be clean and may then come into the camp. Adonai said to Moses, saying, "Count the total spoil from the captive people and animals. You, Eleazar the Kohen, and the princes of the fathers of the community, you are to divide the spoil between those fighting in the war. Taking part in the battle and the rest of the community, you are also to set apart the men of war going into battle, tribute to Adonai. 1 item from every 500, whether persons, cattle, donkeys, or flock. From their half share, take and give it to Eleazar the Kohen as Adonai's part. From the half of Bnei Israel, you are to take 1 in 50, whether persons, cattle, donkeys, flock, or any other animals, and give them to the Levites, those charged with the care of Adonai's tabernacle." So Moses and Eleazar the Kohen did just as Adonai commanded Moses. The remaining plunder taken by the people of the army was 675,000 sheep, 72,000 cattle, 61,000 donkeys, and from the human spoil were 32,000 women who had never been intimate with a man. The half share of those going into battle was 337,500 sheep, of which Adonai's tribute was 675,000.
Ooh, slipping.
675,000, I think. No, Adonai's tribute was 675, I'm going to say 1,000. 36,000 cattle, of which Adonai's tribute was 72,000. 30,500 donkeys, of which Adonai's tribute was 61,000.
Are you sure it's 1,000 or 61?
Oh, no, it is 61.
Yeah, so 675.
I'm not so 675.
Comma.
I missed it. Sometimes you're not great at this.
It's okay.
Of which Adonai's tribute was 675. That makes more sense. 36, it didn't make sense when he took 72,000 out of 36,000.
Yeah, see,
I mean, the Lord works in mysterious ways, for sure.
Not that mysterious.
Of which Adonai's tribute was 675.
Basic math.
36,000 cattle, of which Adonai's tribute was 72. 30,500 donkeys, of which Adonai's tribute was 61. 16,000 persons, of which the tribute of Adonai was 32. Moses gave the tribute, Adonai's part, to Eleazar the Kohen, just as Adonai had commanded Moses. From the half belonging to Bnei Israel, which Moses had set apart from that of the fighting men, half belonging to the community was 337,500 of the sheep, 36,000 cattle, 30,500 donkeys, 16,000 persons. From this half, Moses took 1 out of every 50 persons and animals, as Adonai had commanded him, and gave them to the Levites, those charged with the care of the tabernacle of Adonai, just as Adonai had commanded Moses. Then the officers over the units of the army, the commanders over the thousands and hundreds, came to Moses. They said to him, "Your servants have counted the heads of the men of war under our command, and not one is missing. So we have brought as an offering to Adonai the gold items each of us acquired, armlets, bracelets, signet rings, earrings, and necklaces to atone for ourselves before Adonai." Moses and Eleazar the Kohen received the gold from them, all the crafted items. All of the gold presented as a gift to Adonai came to 16,750 shekels from the commanders of the thousands and hundreds. Each of the men of the army had taken plunder for himself. Moses and Eleazar the Kohen received the gold from the commanders of thousands and of hundreds and brought it into the tent of meeting as a memorial for Bnei Israel before Adonai. Chapter 32. The sons of Reuben and Gad, very large. Next page. After this page. Second and next page. One of those pages. The sons of Reuben and Gad had very large herds and flocks, and they saw that the territory of Jazer and Gilead were ideal for livestock. So the sons of Reuben and Gad came and said to Moses, Eleazar the Kohen, and the princes of the community, saying, Ataroth, Dibon, Jazer, Nimrah, Heshbon, Eliele, I don't know.
Eliele.
Eliele, that sounds about right. Sebam, Nebo, and Beon, the territory Adonai conquered before the community of Israel, are suitable for livestock, and your servants have livestock. Then they said, if we have found favor in your eyes, let this territory be given to your servants as a possession. Don't make us cross the Jordan. Moses replied to the sons of Gad and Reuben, should your countrymen go to war while you dwell here? Why do you dishearten Bnei Israel from going across to the land that Adonai has given them? Your fathers did this when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to look over the land. They went up to the valley of Eshcol and viewed the land, but they discouraged the hearts of Bnei Israel not to enter the land which Adonai had given them. The anger of Adonai was aroused that day, and he swore an oath, saying, the men who came out of Egypt from 20 years old and upward will not see the land I promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, for they have not followed after me with a whole heart, except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, and Joshua, son of Nun. None. One of them. For they were wholehearted after... None? Yep. It's none. None. For they... It's nice having my mom. None. I was thinking noon, like the Hebrew letter. Noon. For they were wholeheartedly after Adonai. The anger of Adonai burned against Israel, and he caused them to wander in the wilderness 40 years until all the generation doing that evil in Adonai's sight was gone. Now look, here you stand in the place of your fathers as a brood of sinful men to add more to Adonai's great wrath against Israel. If you turn away from him, he will repeat again, leaving this people in the wilderness, you being the cause of this people's destruction. Then they came up to him and said, we will build sheepfolds for our livestock and cities for our children, but we are prepared to arm ourselves and go ahead of Bnei Israel until we have brought them to their place. Our children will live in the cities fortified against the inhabitants of the land. We will not return to our homes until each one of Bnei Israel has received his inheritance. Yet we will not inherit with them on the side beyond the Jordan, since our inheritance has come on the east side of the Jordan. Moses said to them, if you will do this, if you will arm yourselves for the battle for Adonai, and if all you cross the Jordan until Adonai has driven his enemies from before him, and the land is subdued before Adonai, then afterward you may return and be free before Adonai and Israel. Then this territory will be your possession before Adonai. But if you don't do this, behold, you sin against Adonai. Be assured your sin will find you out. Build for yourselves cities for your children and pens for your flocks. Then do what has come out of your mouth. The sons of Gad and Reuben said to Moses, your servants will do just as my Lord is commanding. Our children, our wives, our flocks, and all of our herds will remain here in the cities of Gilead. But your servants, every one armed for battle, will cross over for the war before Adonai, just as my Lord says. Moses then gave orders about them to Eleazar the Kohen, Joshua son of Nun, and to the chiefs of the fathers of the tribes of Bnei Israel. Moses said to them, if the sons of Gad and Reuben cross over the Jordan with you, everyone armed for battle before Adonai, when the land is subdued before you, then give them the territory of Gilead as a possession. However, if they do not cross over fully armed, then they are to possess the land of Canaan with you. The sons of Gad and Reuben answered, saying, what Adonai has said to your servants, so we will do. We will cross fully armed before Adonai into Canaan, but our inheritance will be on this side of the Jordan. Moses then gave to them, the sons of Gad, Reuben, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land with its cities and the territory around the cities. The sons of Gad built upon Dibon, Ataroth, and Aroer, as well as Atro, Shaphan, Jazer, and Jogbeha, Beth Nimrah and Beth Haran as fortified cities, as well as sheep pens. The sons of Reuben built Heshbon, Aleela, Kiriathaim, that's probably right, Nebo, Baal-Meon, cities whose names were changed, and Sibmah. They gave other names to the rebuilt cities. The sons of Machir, son of Manasseh, went up to Gilead, captured it, and drove out the Amorites who were there. So Moses gave Gilead to Machir, son of Manasseh, and he lived there. Jair, a son of Manasseh, went and captured the settlements and named them Jair's villages. Nobah went and conquered Kenath and its settlements and named them Nobah after his own name. Chapter 33. These are the journeys of Bnei Israel, when they came out of Egypt by their divisions under the hand of Moses and Aaron. Moses recorded the stages of their journeys at Adonai's command. These, then, are their journeys by stages. Bnei Israel set out from Ramses on the 15th day of the first month, the first day after Passover. They went out with a high hand in the sight of all Egypt. Now the Egyptians were burying those whom Adonai struck down among them. Adonai had brought judgments on all of their firstborn and their gods. Bnei Israel left Ramses and encamped in Sukkoth. They departed from Sukkoth and camped at Etham on the edge of the wilderness. They left from Etham and turned back toward Pihahiroth, east of Baal-Zephon, and camped before Migdal. They left from Pihahiroth and passed through the sea into the wilderness. They traveled 3 days' journey into the wilderness of Etham and camped at Marah. They departed from Marah and went to Elim. There were 12 water springs and 70 palm trees in Elim, so they camped there. They left Elim and camped by the Sea of Reeds. They set out from the Sea of Reeds and camped in the wilderness of Sin. They left from the wilderness of Sin and camped in Dophkah. They then left Dophkah and camped at Alush. They then left Alush and camped at Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. They set out from Rephidim and encamped in the Sinai wilderness. They departed from the Sinai wilderness and camped at Kibroth Hatava. They left from Kibroth Hatava and camped at Hazeroth. Departing Hazeroth, they camped at Rithmah. Leaving Rithmah, they camped at Rimon Perez. They left from Rimon Perez and camped at Libnah. They departed Libnah and camped at Rissah. They left Rissah and camped at Kehelah. They left Kehelah and camped at Mount Shepher. They departed Mount Shepher, camped at Haradah. They departed from Haradah and camped at Mekheloth. They left Mekheloth and camped at Tahath. They left from Tahath and camped in Terah. They left Terah and camped in Mithkah. They departed Mithkah and camped at Hashmonah. They left Hashmonah and camped at Moseroth. They left Moseroth and camped at Bene Jakan. Departing Bene Jakan, they camped at Hor Hagidgad. Yeah. Leaving Hor Hagidgad, they camped at Jotbah. They left Jotbah and camped at Abronah. They departed from Abronah and camped at Ezion Geber. They left Ezion Geber and encamped at Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. Leaving Kadesh, they camped at Mount Hor on the border of the land of Edom. Aaron the Kohen went up Mount Hor at Adonai's command. And there you go.
Not a lot of pronouns in the Torah. It's very clear.
It's very clear.
Okay, so Adonai's command and died there in the 40th year. Is that 40th?
40th.
It's getting late, guys.
We're a little tired.
Wow.
That's the 40th year, love.
Oof. Okay. In the 40th year since the departure of Bnei Yisrael from the land of Egypt, on the first day of the 5th month, Aaron was 123 years old when he died on Mount Hor. The Canaanite king of Arad, who was living in the Negev in the territory of Canaan, heard of the coming of Bnei Yisrael. They departed from Mount Hor and camped at Zol. Oh, these are a lot of names. You're gonna have to.
Oh, great! I just put in a cough drop. It's
I've
fine.
got one in.
Oh, I can't move this. That's my own rule that I came up with.
You can't.
Okay, where are we? I'm lifting it. It's fine.
I would start from verse
The
40.
Canaanite king of Arad, who is living in the Negev in the territory of Canaan, heard of the coming of Bnei Israel. They departed from Mount Hor and camped at Zalmonah. They left Zalmonah and encamped at Punon. Departing Punon, they camped at Obath. Leaving Obath, they camped at Ije Abarim, I think. On the border of Moab, they moved on from Ijim and camped at Dibon Gad. They moved on from Dibon Gad and camped at Almon Diblathaim. They departed Almon Diblathaim and camped at the mountains of Abarim before Nebo. They moved on from the mountains of Abarim and camped in the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. They camped along the Jordan from Beth Jeshimoth to Abel Shittim. Adonai spoke to Moses along the Jordan in the plains of Moab across from Jericho, saying, I'll take you that.
Yep. Okay.
Verse 41.
Verse 51.
51.
Speak to Bnei Israel and say to them, When you cross the Jordan into the land of Canaan, you must drive out all the inhabitants of the land before you. You must destroy all their idols and cast images and demolish their high places. You will take possession of the land, so you will settle in it, because I have given it to you to possess. You are to divide the land by lot according to your families. To the large, make their inheritance larger, and to the small, make their inheritance smaller. Whatever comes out of the lot will be theirs. You are to distribute the inheritance according to your ancestral tribes. But if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, whoever you allow to remain will become to you barbs in your eyes and thorns in your sides. They will give you trouble in the land in which you will be living. Then what I had intended to do to them, I will do to you. Chapter 34. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Command Bnei Israel and say to them, when you enter the land of Canaan, these are the boundaries of the land being allotted to you as an inheritance. Your southern side will run from the wilderness of Zin along the border of Edom to the southern end of the Dead Sea on the east. Your border will cross south of the Scorpion Pass and continue to Zin and south of Kadesh Barnea. Then go on to Hazar Adar, and on to Asmon. Then the border will turn from Asmon to the Wadi of Egypt and end at the sea. Your western boundary will be at the coast of the Great Sea. This will be your western border. Your northern border will be by running a line. Northern boundary will be by running a line from the Great Sea to Mount Hor. Then from Mount Hor to Levo Hamath. Then the boundary will continue to Zedad. The border will continue on to Zephron, ending at Hazar Enan. This will be your northern border. For your eastern border, run a line from Hazar Enan to Shepham. From Shepham, the boundary will descend to Riblah on the east side. It's gonna be faster.
On the east side of Ain, continuing along the eastern slopes of Kinneret. From there, the border will go down along the Jordan, ending at the Dead Sea. This will be your territory with its surrounding borders. Really glad I jumped in at the end there.
I know, for real. Oh my gosh, I thought. Wow. Okay.
I'm gonna finish numbers.
Moses commanded Bnei Israel, saying, This is the land which Adonai has commanded that you are to assign by lot to the 9.5 tribes. For the tribe of the sons of Reuben by their ancestral houses, the tribe of the sons of Gad by Gad by their ancestral houses, and the half tribe of Manasseh have already received their inheritance. These 2.5 tribes have received their inheritance on the east side of the Jordan at Jericho, toward the sunrise. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, These are the names of the men who will allot the land to you: Eleazar the Kohen, and Joshua, son of Nun. Also you are to select one prince from each tribe to allot the land. These are the names from the tribe of Judah: Caleb, son...
These are names.
Yeah.
Caleb, son of Jephunneh. From the tribe of the sons of Simeon, Shemuel, son of Ammihud. From the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad, son of Chislon. From the tribe of the sons of Dan, the prince is Buki, son of Jogli. From the sons of Joseph, from the tribe of the sons of Manasseh, the prince is to be Haniel, son of Ephod. The prince from the tribe of the sons of Ephraim is to be Kemuel, son of Shiftan. From the prince from the tribe of the sons of Zebulun is Elizaphan. I'm not sure how you like the emphasis on that. Elizaphan, son of Parnach. The prince from the tribe of the sons of Issachar is Paltiel, son of Azan. The prince from the tribe of the sons of Asher is Ahihud, son of Shelomi. The prince from the tribe of the sons of Naphtali is Pedahel, son of Ammihud. These were those Adonai commanded to apportion to Bnei Israel the land of Canaan. I'm just going to finish it. Adonai spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan at Jericho, saying, Command Bnei Israel to give to the Levites from the inheritance of their possessions cities in which to live. They are also to give the Levites pasture lands around the cities. Thus, they will have cities to live in and pastures for their cattle, flocks, and all their livestock. The pastures you give the Levites will extend out from the walls around the cities for 1,000 cubits. You are to measure outside the cities 2,000 cubits on the east side, 2,000 cubits on the south side, on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits. These are to be pasture lands for the cities. 6 of the cities you give to the Levites are to be cities of refuge, to which any man or anyone who kills anyone may flee. Besides these, you are to give the Levites 42 more cities. In all, you are to give the Levites 48 cities with their pastures. The cities that you are to give to the Levites from the possession of Bnei Israel should be proportionate to the inheritance of each tribe. Give many from the one who has many, and few from the one who has few. Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Bnei Israel, saying, When you cross the Jordan into the land of Canaan, you are to select cities which will be cities of refuge, to which one might flee if he has killed someone by accident. They are to be cities for refuge from the avenger, so the manslayer may not die before standing trial before the assembly. I bet you that's where we get manslaughter from. Little thoughts. The 6 cities you designate are to be your cities of refuge. Designate 3 cities on this side of the Jordan and 3 in the land of Canaan as cities of refuge. These 6 cities of refuge are to be for Bnei Israel as well as for the outsider and the visitor in their midst, for anyone killing a person by accident. Now, if the manslayer strikes someone with an iron object so that he dies, he is a murderer and the murderer must die. If anyone has a stone in his hand that could be deadly and strikes anyone with it so that he dies, he is a murderer and the murderer must die. Or if someone has a wooden object that could kill someone and strikes anyone so that he dies, he is a murderer and the murderer must be put to death. The blood avenger himself may put the murderer to death. When he finds him, he is to kill him. If anyone pushes someone maliciously or throws anything at him with deadly intent or with hostility, hits him with his fist so that he dies, the one hitting him is a murderer. The blood avenger may put the murderer to death when he finds him, but if he pushes him suddenly or throws an object at him with no intent or without seeing him, should drop a stone on him, resulting in his death, but he was not his enemy and intended him no harm, the assembly must judge between the manslayer and the avenger of blood according to these regulations. The assembly must protect the manslayer from the avenger of blood. The assembly should send him back to the city of refuge to which he had fled, and he is to remain there until the death of the Kohen Gadol, who was anointed with the holy oil. But if the manslayer should go outside the city limit of his city of refuge to which he had fled, and should the blood avenger find him outside the city limits of the refuge city, the blood avenger may put him to death without being guilty of his blood. The manslayer must stay within the limits of his city of refuge until the Kohen Gadol dies, and after the death of the Kohen Gadol, the manslayer may return to his property. These are to be statutes of justice for your generations in all your dwelling places. Everyone killing anyone shall be put to death as a murderer only on the testimony of more than one witness. No one is to be put to death on the testimony of only one witness. You are not to accept ransom for the life of a murderer. He deserves to die, and he is to die. Do not receive a ransom for one who has fled to his city of refuge, allowing him to return to his land before the Kohen Gadol's death. You are not to pollute the land in which you are. Blood pollutes the land. Blood pollutes the land, remember that. My mom would like that. And no atonement can be made for land polluted by. Yep, I told you. She over there in honor. Yeah. Blood pollutes the land, and no atonement can be made for land polluted by bloodshed, except by the blood of the one who sheds it. You are not to defile the land where you live, where I dwell, for I dwell among Bnei Israel. By the way, I'm not sure if anyone said this. Bnei Israel means children of Israel. I don't think anyone's mentioned that, just so everyone's aware who's watching. I'm assuming if you watch it, you probably know, but little thing. Chapter 36. The heads of the ancestral family of the children of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, from the sons of Joseph, came and spoke before Moses and before the princes of the chiefs of the fathers of Bnei Israel. They said, My Lord, Adonai commanded to give the land by lot as inheritance to Bnei Israel. My Lord was also commanded by Adonai to give the inheritance of our brother Zelophehad to his daughters. If they become wives of men from other tribes of Israel, their inheritance will be taken from our ancestral inheritance and added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry. So it will be deducted from the allotment of our inheritance. When the Jubilee year comes, their inheritance will be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they marry and deducted from the inheritance of our ancestral tribe. Then Moses commanded Bnei Israel at the mouth of Adonai, What the tribe of the descendants of Joseph is saying is correct. This is the word that Adonai commands for the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, They may become wives to whomever they please as long as they marry within the family of the tribe of their father. So no inheritance may be passed from tribe to tribe among Bnei Israel. Each one of Bnei Israel will keep the inheritance of the tribe of his ancestors. Every daughter receiving an inheritance in one of the tribes of Bnei Israel should marry within the family of her father's tribe, so that Bnei Israel will each possess the inheritance of his fathers. No inheritance may pass from tribe to another tribe, for each tribe in Israel is to keep its inheritance. So Zelophehad's daughters did just as Adonai commanded Moses. Zelophehad's daughters, Mahlah, Tirzah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Noah, married sons of their uncles. They married within the families of the sons of Manasseh, son of Jacob, and their inheritance remained within the tribe of their ancestral family. These are the mitzvot and judgments that Adonai gave by Moses' hand to Bnei Israel on the plains of Moab at Jericho along the Jordan. Oh. And that's Numbers. Nice. Okay. That was such a shock. I guess we're going on to Deuteronomy. Woo! Final book. Final book.
Yes!
Here we go. It is almost 11:30. We're doing it. Go for it.
You do it until there's not that many names.
Okay.
I just saw
I'm
a
gonna
lot.
end up reading this whole thing.
No, you're not.
I am. These are the words
No.
that Moses spoke to all Israel. Deuteronomy chapter 1. These are the words that Moses spoke to all Israel across the Jordan in the wilderness in Arabah, opposite Suf, between Paran and Tophel, Laban, Hazeroth, and Di-Zahab. It is 11 days' journey from Horeb by way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea.
Now Moses spoke to Bnei Israel according to all Adonai had commanded him for them. In the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, after he had struck down Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and Og, and Og, king of the Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth, and Edrei.
That's right.
Across the Jordan in the land of Moab, Moses began to explain this Torah, saying, Adonai our God spoke to us at Horeb, saying, You have stayed long enough at this mountain. Journey on, and into the hill country of the Amorites and all their neighbors in the Arabah, the hill country, the lowland, the Negev, and by the seashore, the land of the Canaanites, and the Lebanon, as far as the great river, the Euphrates. See, I have set the land before you. Enter and possess the land that Adonai swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give to them, and to their descendants after them. I spoke to you at the time, saying, I am not able to bear the burden of you by myself. Adonai your God has multiplied you, and here you are today, like the stars of the heavens in number. May Adonai God of your fathers increase you 1,000 times as many as you are, and may he bless you just as he has promised you. How can I bear your load and burden and bickering by myself? Choose for yourselves wise and discerning men well known to your tribes, and I will appoint them as your heads. You answered me and said, Then the thing you have said to do is good. So I took the heads of your tribes, men who were wise and well known, and appointed them as heads over you, leaders of thousands, leaders of hundreds, leaders of 50s, leaders of tens, and officials of your tribes. I commanded your judges at that time, saying, Hear cases between your brothers, and judge fairly between a man and his brother, or the outsider with him. You must not show partiality in judgment. You must hear the small and the great alike. Fear no man, for the judgment is God's. The case that is too hard for you, you shall bring to me, and I will hear it. I commanded you at that time, everything you should do. Then we journeyed from Horeb and went through all that great and terrible wilderness that you saw on the way to the hill country of the Amorites. As Adonai our God commanded us, then we came to Kadesh Barnea. I said to you, You have come to the hill country of the Amorites, which Adonai your God is giving to us. Adonai our God is giving to us. See, Adonai your God has set the land before you. Go up, take possession, as Adonai God of your fathers has promised you. Do not be afraid or discouraged. Then all of you came near to me and said, Let's send men ahead of us to explore the land for us and bring us back word about the way we should go up in the cities we will enter. The idea seemed good to me, so I took 12 men from among you, one man for each tribe. They turned and went up into the hill country, and they came to the Wadi Eshcol, and spied it out. They took in their hands some of the fruit of the land and brought it down to us. They also brought back word to us and said, "Good is the land that Adonai our God is giving to us. Yet you would not go up, but rebelled against the command of Adonai your God. In your tents you grumbled and said, because Adonai hates us, he has brought us out from the land of Egypt to hand us over to the Amorites, to destroy us. Where are we going? Our brothers have discouraged our hearts, saying, the people are greater and taller than we are. The cities are great and fortified up to the heavens. Besides, we have seen the children of Anakim there. Then I said to you, don't tremble or be afraid of them. Adonai your God, who goes before you, he himself will fight for you, just as he did for you in Egypt before your own eyes. And in the wilderness, where you saw how Adonai your God carried you as a man carries his son everywhere you went until you came to this place, yet for all this you did not trust in Adonai your God, the one who goes before you on the way to scout out a place for you, to camp and to show you the way you should go, in fire by night and in the cloud by day. When Adonai heard the tone of your words, he was angry and swore an oath, saying, not one of these men of this evil generation will see the good land that I swore to give your fathers, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh. He will see it, yet to him and his children I will give the land that he has walked on, because he has followed Adonai wholeheartedly. Adonai was even angry with me on your account, saying, you will not enter there either. Joshua son of Nun, who stands before you, will enter there. Encourage him, for he will enable Israel to inherit it. Moreover, your little ones, whom you said would become plunder, and your children who today have no knowledge of good or evil, they will enter there. To them I will give it, and they will possess it. But as for you, turn around and journey into the wilderness by the way of the Sea of Reeds. Then you answered and said to me, we have sinned against Adonai. We will go up and fight, just as Adonai our God commanded us. So each of you strapped on his weapons of war, figuring it was easy to go up the hill of country. But Adonai said to me, tell them, do not go up and fight, for I am not with you, and you will be defeated by your enemies. So I told you, but you would not listen. You rebelled against the command of Adonai and presumptuously went up into the hill country. The Amorites who lived in that hill country came out against you, and they chased you as bees do, and scattered you from Seir to Hormah. Then you returned and wept before Adonai, but Adonai did not listen to your voice or pay attention to you, so you stayed in Kadesh many days, like the days you had spent before. Chapter 2.
Deuteronomy chapter 2. Ooh, is there water?
We're gonna tag you out.
Really?
We're gonna tag you out. Yes.
All right.
But I have my own water glass. So those are
I
yours.
felt so bold and brash.
You were really ready for chapter
Prepared.
This is
Very well.
the second telling
All right,
of
speed
the
reading.
story. Here we go.
Speed
Listen,
reading part 2.
It's not as much about speed reading as it is about very committed faith and knowing how
I got one
fantastic
for
our
each
God
of us,
is.
so you can find the
Okay,
other one.
thank
I
you
don't
so
know where
much,
it is.
Joe.
We got water.
I'm so grateful
Okay.
to be here.
Awesome. Awesome.
Most folks
Chapter
read
2, right?
just Deuteronomy, and I'm telling you because it's the recap of the first 4 books.
it's on like Donkey Kong, I'm telling
But
you.
this is it, and you are going to enjoy hearing the story recapped because saying it again is amen and amen from beginning to end.
Yes, so
Here we go.
we're going to get moving here.
Yes, we are.
It says, chapter 2, when we turned and journeyed in the wilderness by the way to the Sea of Reeds, just as Adonai told me, we went around the hill country of Seir for many days. Adonai spoke to me, saying, you have gone around this hill country long enough. Turn to the north, command these people, saying, you are about to cross into the territory of your relatives, the son of Esau, who dwell in Seir. They will be afraid of you, so be very careful. Do not provoke them, for I will not give you any of their land, nor even a footprint, because I have given the hill country of Seir to Esau as a possession. You are to buy food from them for money, so that you may eat, and you are also to buy water from them for money, so that you may drink. For Adonai your God has blessed you in all the work of your hands. He has known your wanderings through this great wilderness. These 40 years Adonai your God has been with you. You have lacked nothing. So we went on past our relatives, the son of Esau, who dwell in Seir, away from the way of the Arabah, from Elath and Ezion Geber. We turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. Adonai said to me, do not harass Moab or engage them in battle, for I will not give you any of his land for possession, because I have given Ar to the children of Lot for possession. The Emim used to live there, a great and numerous people, as tall as the Anakim. These people also are considered Rephaim, like the Anakim, but the Moabites call them Emim. Now the Horites used to live in Seir, but the sons of Esau drove them out and destroyed them from before themselves and settled in their place, just as Israel did to the land of its possession that Adonai gave to them. Now rise up and cross over the Wadi Zered. So we went over the Wadi Zered. The time that we traveled from the Wadi Zered was 38 years until...
From Kadesh Barnea until we crossed over the Wadi Zered.
Right. Until all the generation of the men of war from within the camp came to an end, as Adonai had sworn to them. Indeed, the hand of Adonai was against them, so to destroy them from within the camp until they came to their end. Now when all the men of war had finished dying from among the people, Adonai spoke to me, saying, today you are about to cross the border of Moab at Ar. When you come opposite the sons of Ammon, do not harass or provoke them, for I will not give you any of the land of the sons of Ammon for a possession, because I have given it to the sons of Lot for a possession. That also is considered a land of Rephaim. Rephaim used to live there, but the Ammonites call them Zezumim, a great and numerous people as tall as the Anakim. But Adonai destroyed them from before them, and the Ammonites dispossessed them and settled in their place. It was just as Adonai did for the sons of Esau, who dwell in Seir, when he destroyed the Horites before them. They drove them out and settled in their place, even to this day. As for the Avim, who lived in villages as far as Gaza, the Kephtoraim, who came from Crete, destroyed them and settled in their place. Verse 24, rise up, journey on, and cross over the Wadi to Arnon. See, I have handed over Sihon, the Amorite king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it. Engage him in battle. This very day I will begin to put the dread and fear of you upon the peoples everywhere under heaven. When they hear the report about you, they will tremble and twist in anguish because of you. Ooh. So I sent messengers from the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon, king of Heshbon, with the words of shalom, saying, let me pass through your land, and I will get only by the way of the road. Right. I will not turn to the right or to the left. You will sell me food for money so that I may eat, and give me water for money so that I may drink. Just let me pass through on foot, as the sons of Esau, dwelling in Seir, and the Moabites in Ar did for me, until I cross over the Jordan into the land that Adonai our God is giving to us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let us pass by him, because Adonai your God stiffened his spirit and hardened his heart in order to hand him over to you this very day. Adonai said to me, see, I have begun to give Sihon and his land over to you. Begin to take possession in order to take hold of his land. Then Sihon came out against us, and he and all his people, to battle at Jahaz. Adonai our God gave him over to us, and we struck him down along with his sons and all his people. We captured all his cities at that time, and utterly put a ban under a ban of judgment every city, men, women, and children. We left no survivor. We took only the livestock as plunder for ourselves, as the spoils of the cities were captured. From Aroer, which is on the edge of the Wadi Arnon, and the city by the Wadi, all the way up to the Gilead, there was not a town too high for us. Adonai our God gave everything over to us. Only you did not come near the land of the sons of Ammon, all along the Wadi Jabbok, and the cities of the hill country, and wherever Adonai our God is commanded. Next, we turned and went up the way to the Bashan. King Og of the Bashan came out against us, he and all his people, for battle at Edrei. But Adonai said to me, do not fear him, for I have handed him over and all his people in his land. You will do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon.
This is such a serious retelling. Wow.
Yeah, we literally just covered this in Numbers. So Adonai our God also handed over King Og of the Bashan and all his people, and we struck him down until no survivor was left. We captured all his cities at that time. There was not a town that we did not take from them. 60 cities, the whole region of Argob, the kingdom of Og in the Bashan. All these were cities fortified with high walls, gates, and bars, in addition to a great many unwalled towns. We utterly destroyed them, just as we did to Sihon, king of Heshbon, utterly destroying every city, men, women, and children. Still sad. But all the livestock and the spoils of the cities were took as plunder for ourselves. So at that time we took from the hand of the two kings of the Amorites the land across the Jordan, across the Jordan from the Wadi Arnon to Mount Hermon. Sidonians call Harmon Sirion, and the Amorites call it Senir. We took all the cities of the plain and all the Gilead and all the Bashan, as far as Salcah and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in the Bashan. For only King Og of the Bashan survived from the remnant of the Rephaim. In fact, his bed was made of iron. Is it not Is it not in Rabbah of the Ammonites? 9 cubits was its length, and 4 cubits its width, according to the cubit of a man. I'm gonna let you. I'm
okay.
gonna let you keep going.
Here we go. This land we took in possession at that time from Aroer by the Wadi Arnon and half the hill country of Gilead and its cities. I gave to the Reubenites and Gadites the rest of the Gilead and all of the Bashan, the kingdom of Og. I gave to the half tribe of Manasseh all the region of Argob. All the Bashan is called the land of Rephaim. Jair, son of Manasseh, took all the region of Argob, as far as the border of the Jeshurites and the Machathites. He called them the Bashan after his own name. Havoth, Jair's villages, as it is the case to this day. To Machir I gave the Gilead. To the Reubenite and Gadites I gave from the Gilead as far as the Wadi Arnon, the middle of the Wadi as the border, and as far as Jabbok, the Wadi that is in the border of the sons of Ammon, and the Araba, with the Jordan as the border from Kinneret as far as the sea of the Rabbah, the Salt Sea, under the slopes of Pisgah eastward. I commanded you at that time, saying, Adonai your God has given you this land to possess it. Ready for battle, you will cross over ahead of your brothers, Bnei Israel, all the men of valor. Only your wives and your little ones and your livestock, I know that you have much livestock, may stay in your cities that I have given you, until Adonai gives rest to your brothers as he has for you. And they also possess the land that Adonai your God is giving them across the Jordan. Then you may return each man to his possession that I have given you. I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, your eyes have seen all that Adonai your God has done to these 2 kings. Adonai will do the same to all the kingdoms you are about to cross into. You must not fear them, for it is Adonai your God who fights for you. Parsha Vayetchanan. I pleaded with Adonai at that time, saying, O Lord Adonai, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your strong hand. For what God is there in heaven or on earth who can do deeds and mighty acts like yours? Please let me cross over and see the good land across from the Jordan, that good hill country and the Lebanon. But Adonai was angry with me because of you, so he would not listen to me. Enough! Adonai said to me, do not speak to me anymore about this matter. Go up to the top of Pisgah, look around to the west, to the north, and to the south, and to the east, and see with your eyes, for you will not cross over this Jordan. But commission Joshua, and encourage and strengthen him, for he will cross over before this people, and he will enable them to inherit the land that you will see. So we stayed in the valley opposite Beth Peor. Now, O Israel, listen to the statutes and ordinances that I am teaching you to do, so that you may live and go in and possess the land that Adonai, the God of your fathers, is giving you. You must not add to the words that I'm commanding you or take away from it. Ooh, that's in Proverbs too. In order to keep the mitzvot of
Deuteronomy 13.
In order to keep the mitzvot of Adonai your God that I am commanding you. Your eyes have seen what Adonai did at Baal Peor, for Adonai your God has destroyed from among you everyone who followed Baal Peor. But you who held tight to Adonai your God are alive today, all of you. See, just as Adonai my God commanded me, I have taught you statutes and ordinances to do in the land that you are about to enter to possess. You must keep and do them, for it is your wisdom and understanding in the eyes of the peoples, who will hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what great nation is that has gods so near to them as Adonai our God is whenever we call on him? What great nation is there that has statutes and ordinances that are righteous, like all of this Torah that I am setting before you today? Only be watchful and watch over your soul closely, so you do not forget the things your eyes have seen, and they slip from your heart all the days of your life. You are to make them known to your children and your children's children. The day that you stood before Adonai your God at Horeb, Adonai said to me, gather the people to me, and I will make them hear my words, so that they will learn to fear me all the days they live on the earth, and so they teach their children. You came near and stood at the bottom of the mountain, while the mountain was blazing with fire up to the heart of the heavens, darkness, cloud, and fog. Adonai spoke to you from the midst of the fire. The sound of words you heard, but a form you did not see, only a voice. He declared to you his covenant, which he commanded you to do, the 10 words, and he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. Adonai commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and ordinances so that you might do them in the land you're crossing over to possess. So be very watchful over your souls, since you saw no form on the day that Adonai spoke to you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, so that you do not act corruptly and make for yourselves a graven image in the likeness of any figure, the form of a male or female, the form of
love
any
Deuteronomy.
animal that is on the earth, the form of any winged bird that flies in the sky, the form of anything that creeps on the ground, the form of any fish that is in the water under the earth, and so that you do not lift up your eyes toward the heavens and see the sun and moon and stars, all the heavenly host, and are drawn away and bow down and worship them. Adonai your God has allotted them to all the peoples under all the heavens. But you, Adonai, has taken, and he brought you out of the iron furnace, out of Egypt, to be a people for his own inheritance, as you are to this day. Furthermore, Adonai was angry with me because of your words, and he swore that I would not cross over the Jordan or enter the good land that Adonai your God is giving you for an inheritance. For I must die in this land. I am not crossing over the Jordan, but you will cross over and take possession of that good land. Watch yourselves, so that you do not forget the covenant of Adonai your God, which he cut with you, and make for yourself a graven image in the form of anything that Adonai your God has forbidden you. For Adonai your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. When
take over.
you father children and children's children have been in the land a long time, and you act corruptly and make a graven image in the form of anything and do evil in the sight of Adonai your God, provoking him to anger, I call heaven and earth to witness against you today that you will certainly be carried off quickly from the land you are crossing over the Jordan to possess. You will not prolong your days in it, for you will certainly be destroyed. Adonai will scatter you among the peoples, and you'll be left few in number among the nations where Adonai will drive you. There you will serve man-made gods of wood and stone, which do not see or hear or eat or smell. But from there you will seek Adonai your God, and you will find him when you seek him with all your heart and with all your soul. When you are in distress and all these things have come on you in the latter days, you will return to Adonai your God and listen to his voice. For Adonai your God is a merciful God. He will not abandon you or destroy you or forget the covenant with your fathers that he swore to them. Indeed, ask now about the former days that were before you, from the day that God created man on the earth, and ask from one end of the sky to the other, has there ever been such a great thing as this, or has anything like it been heard? Has a people ever heard the voice of God speaking from the midst of the fire as you have heard and lived? Or has any God ever tried to come to take for himself a nation from within a nation by trials, by signs and wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, and by great terrors like all that Adonai your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? You were shown so that you might know that Adonai is God. There is no other besides him. From the heavens he made you hear his voice to instruct you, and on earth he caused you to see his great fire. You heard his words from the midst of the fire. Because he loved your fathers, he chose their descendants after them. Then he brought you out from Egypt with his presence by his great power, to drive out from him before you nations greater and mightier than you, to bring you in to give you their land for an inheritance, as it is to this day. Go for it, Joe. 439.
It's really
awesome.
similar. I love Deuteronomy.
I love Deuteronomy.
So you will know today and take to heart that Adonai, he is God in the heavens above and on the earth beneath or below. There is no other.
There is no other.
Yeah, I love that. It's one
There
of my favorite
is
verses.
no other.
You must keep his statutes and his mitzvot, which I am commanding you today, so that it may go well with you and with your children after you, and so that you may prolong your days in the land that Adonai your God is giving you for all time. Then Moses set apart 3 cities beyond the Jordan, toward the east. There the manslayer might flee, who kills his neighbor unintentionally and did not hate him previously. He may flee to one of these cities and live. Bezer in the wilderness on the plateau for the Reubenites, Ramoth in the Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan in the Bashan for the Manassites. This is the Torah which Moses set before Bnei Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the ordinances which Moses spoke to Bnei Israel when they came out from Egypt, beyond the Jordan in the valley opposite Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived at Heshbon, whom Moses and Bnei Israel struck down when they came out from Egypt. They took possession of his land and the land of Og, king of the Bashan, the 2 kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan toward the east, from Eror, which is on the edge of the Wadi Arnon, as far as Mount Sion, that is Hermon, and all the Arabah beyond the Jordan eastward, as far as the sea of the Arabah, under the slopes of Pisgah. Chapter 5. Moses called all Israel and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and the ordinances that I'm speaking in your hearing today, learn them and make sure to do them. Adonai our God cut a covenant with us in Horeb. Not with our fathers has Adonai cut this covenant, but with us, all of us alive here today. Adonai spoke with you face to face on the mountain from the midst of the fire. I was standing between Adonai and you at that time to tell you the words of Adonai, because you were afraid because of the fire and did not go up on the mountain. He said, I am Adonai your God, who brought you out from the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. You shall not have other gods beside me. Do not make for yourself a graven image, no image of what is in the heavens above, or on the earth beneath, or in the water under the earth. Do not bow down to them or worship them, for I, Adonai your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children, and on the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing loving kindness to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my mitzvot. You must not take the name of Adonai your God in vain, for Adonai will not leave unpunished anyone who takes his name in vain. Observe Yom Shabbat to keep it holy. That means Shabbat day. But the seventh day, 6 days you are to labor and do all your work. But the seventh day is a Shabbat to Adonai your God. In it you are not to do any work, not you or your sons or your daughter or your slave or your maid or your ox, your donkey or any of your livestock or the outsider within your gates, so that your slave and your maid may rest as you do. You must remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and Adonai your God brought you out from there with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm. Therefore Adonai your God commanded you to keep Yom Shabbat. Honor your father and your mother, just as Adonai your God commanded you, so that your days may be long and it may go well with you in the land Adonai your God is giving you. Do not murder, do not commit adultery, do not steal, do not bear false witness against your neighbor. Do not covet your neighbor's wife, nor desire your neighbor's house, his field, his manservant, his maidservant, his ox, his donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. These words Adonai spoke to all your assembly on the mountain from the midst of the fire, the cloud, and the fog. With a great voice he added no more.
Oh, I love that he added no more.
With a great voice he added no more. He wrote them on 2 tablets of stone and gave them to me. Verse 20. As soon as you heard the voice from the midst of the darkness, while the mountain was blazing with fire, you came near to me, all the heads of the tribes and your elders. Then you said to Adonai our God, Adonai our God has just shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice from the midst of the fire. This day we have seen that God speaks with man, and yet he keeps on living. Now then, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of Adonai our God any more than we will die. For who is there of all flesh who has heard the voice of the living God speaking from the midst of the fire as we have and lived? You go near and hear all that Adonai our God says. Then you tell us all what Adonai our God tells you, and we will hear it and do it. Adonai heard the tone of the words when you spoke to me, and Adonai said to me, I have heard the tone of the words this people has spoken to you. They have done well in all they have spoken. If only there were such a heart in them to fear me and keep all my mitzvot always, so that it may go well with them and with their children forever. Go say to them, return to your tents. But as for you, stand here by me, and I will tell you the whole commandment, both the statutes and the ordinances that you are to teach them, and they will do them in the land I am giving them to possess. So you must take care to do as Adonai your God has commanded you. Do not turn aside to the right or to the left. You are to walk in all the way that Adonai your God has commanded you, so that you may live and it may be well with you, and you may prolong your days in the land that you will possess. Now this is the commandment. This is chapter 6. Now this is the commandment, the statutes and the ordinances that Adonai your God commanded to teach you to do in the land you are crossing over to possess, so that you may fear Adonai your God, to keep all his statutes and mitzvot, and that I am commanding you, and your son and your son's sons, all the days of your life, and so that you may prolong your days. Hear, therefore, O Israel, and take care to do this, so that it may go well with you, and you may increase mightily, as Adonai, the God of your fathers, has promised you in a land flowing with milk and honey.
Here it is.
All right.
The watchword of Israel.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Love Adonai your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength. These words which I am commanding you today are to be on your heart. You are to teach them diligently to your children, and speak of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rise up. Bind them as a sign on your hands. They are to be as frontlets between your eyes, and write them on the doorpost of your house and on your gates. Verse 10. Now, when
That's the
Adonai...
verse that we put in the mezuzah on the doorpost.
Yep,
Just
that
like
passage.
the blood on the doorpost for Passover.
Now, when Adonai your God brings you into the land that he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give you great and good cities that you did not build, and houses full of all good things that you did not dig, vineyards and olive trees that you did not plant, and you eat and are full, then watch yourself so that you do not forget Adonai, who brought you out from the land of Egypt, from the house of slavery. You must fear Adonai your God and serve him, and go and swear by his name. You must not go after other gods, the gods of the peoples around you, for Adonai your God in the midst of you is a jealous God. Otherwise, the anger of Adonai your God will be kindled against you, and he will wipe you from the face of the earth. You are not to test Adonai your God as you tested him at Massah. Diligently keep the mitzvot of Adonai your God and his testimonies and his statutes that he commanded you. You are to do what is right and good in the sight of Adonai, so that it may go well with you, and you may go in and possess the good land that Adonai swore to your fathers to drive out all your enemies from before you, as Adonai has spoken. We got this beautiful picture
This beautiful
here.
picture
I don't know
in
if
here
you guys,
is in
I don't know
the
if you can see
children's
this.
is in the children's Bible. I just want to show you because
Yeah, we I don't know if you
This-
guys knew, but we're releasing an abridged children's coloring book Bible by Hanukkah. It's going to be very, very exciting. So
By Hanukkah, it's gonna be ready.
It's going to be very cool. I'm going to keep reading, okay?
Yes,
Because
I
I'm
just wanna
trying to
show
hit
them
our
that really-
deadline
yeah,
here.
let's do it.
It says when your son asks you in time to come, saying, what are the testimonies and the statutes and the ordinances that Adonai our God commanded you? Then you are to tell your son, we were slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt, and Adonai brought us out from Egypt with a mighty hand. Before our eyes showed signs and wonders, great and terrible on Egypt, on Pharaoh, and on all his house. Then he brought us out from there so that he might bring us in to give us the land that he swore to our fathers. Adonai commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear Adonai our God, for our God always, for our good always, to keep us alive, as is the case this day. It will be righteous to us if
Righteousness to us.
it will be righteousness
Righteousness
to
to
us
us.
if we
Righteousness.
take care to do all this commandment before Adonai our God, just as he has commanded us. I say you do this one and this one,
You got
and then
it,
I'll
sir.
pick up there.
You got it. When Adonai your God brings you into the land you are entering to possess and drives out many nations before you, the Hittite and the Girgashite and the Amorite and the Canaanite and the Perizzite and the Hivite and the Jebusite, 7 nations more numerous and mightier than you, and Adonai your God gives them over to you and strike them down, then you are to utterly destroy them. You are to make no covenant with them and show no mercy to them. You are not to intermarry with them. You are not to give your daughter to his son or take his daughter for your son. For he will turn your son away from following me to serve other gods. Then the anger of Adonai will be kindled against you, and he will swiftly destroy you. Instead, you are to deal with them like this: tear down their altars, smash their pillars, cut down their Asherah poles, and burn their carved images with fire. For you are a holy people to Adonai your God. From all the peoples on the face of the earth, Adonai your God has chosen you to be his treasured people. It is not because you are more numerous than all the peoples that Adonai set his love on you and chose you, for you are the least of all peoples. Rather, because of his love for you and his keeping the oath he swore to your fathers, Adonai brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of slavery, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Know therefore that Adonai your God, he is God, the faithful God who keeps covenant kindness for 1,000 generations with those who love him and keep his mitzvot. But he repays those who hate him to their face, to annihilate them. He will not hesitate with him who hates him. He will repay him to his face. Therefore you are to keep the commandment, both the statutes and the ordinances that I am commanding you today, to do them. Then it will happen as a result of your listening to these ordinances, when you keep them and do them, that Adonai your God will keep with you the covenant kindness that he swore to your fathers. He will love you, bless you, and multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your womb and the produce of your soil, your grain and your new wine and your oil, the increase of your herds and the young of your flock in the land that he swore to your fathers to give you. From all peoples you will be blessed. There will not be male or female barren among you or your livestock. Adonai will remove all sickness from you, and he will not afflict on you any of the terrible diseases of Egypt that you knew, but will inflict them on all who hate you. You will devour all the peoples Adonai your God gives over to you. Your eye is not to pity them. You are not to serve their gods, for that would be a snare to you. Suppose you say in your heart, these nations are more numerous than I. How can I drive them out? You are not to be afraid of them. You are to be sure to remember what Adonai your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt, the great trials that your eyes saw, the signs and wonders and the mighty hand and outstretched arm by which Adonai your God brought you out. So will Adonai your God do to all the peoples you fear. Moreover, Adonai your God will send the hornet against them until the survivors and those in hiding perish before you. You should not be terrified of them, since Adonai your God is in your midst, a great and awesome God. Adonai your God will drive away those nations before you little by little. You will not be able to put an end to them all at once, or else the beasts of the field will multiply on you. But Adonai your God will give them over to you, and he will overthrow them into great confusion until they're destroyed. He will hand over their kings to you, and you will blot out their name from under the heavens. No man will stand up to you until you have destroyed them all. The carved images of their gods you have to burn with fire. You are not to covet the silver or gold on them, or take it for yourself, or you could be snared by it, for it is an abomination to Adonai your God. For you are not to bring an abomination into your house, for you, like it, will be a banned thing. You must utterly detest and utterly abhor it, for it is set apart for destruction. It's the gods. It's other gods that you're supposed to. It's so serious. We have one God. It's Adonai, yeah? You are to take care to do the whole mitzvot that I am commanding you today, so that you may live and multiply and go in and possess the land that Adonai swore to your fathers. You are to remember all the way that Adonai your God has led you these 40 years in the wilderness, in order to humble you and to test you, to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his mitzvot or not. He afflicted you and let you hunger. Then he fed you manna, which neither you nor your fathers had known, in order to make you understand that man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of Adonai.
Literally,
Woo!
Yeshua
says that. Wow, in the New
right
Testament.
from Torah.
He quotes Torah a lot. Neither did your clothing wear out on you, nor did your foot swell these 40 years. Now you know in your heart that as a man disciplines his son, so Adonai your God disciplines you. So you are to keep the mitzvot of Adonai your God, to walk in his ways and to fear him. For Adonai your God is bringing you into a good land, a land of wadis with water, of springs and fountains flowing out in the valleys and hills, a land of wheat, barley, vines, figs, and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land where you will eat bread with no poverty, where you will lack nothing, a land whose stones are iron, and out of those hills you can dig copper. So you will eat and be full, and you will bless Adonai your God for the good land he has given you. Take care that you do not forget Adonai your God by not keeping his mitzvot, ordinances, and statutes that I am commanding you today. Otherwise, when you've eaten and are full and have built good homes and lived in them, and when your herds and flocks multiply, and silver and gold multiplies for you, and all that is yours multiplies, then your heart will be haughty, and you'll forget Adonai your God. He brought you out from the land of Egypt, from the house of slavery. He led you through the great and terrible wilderness, fiery serpents and scorpions, thirsty ground where there was no water. He brought forth water for you from the flinty rock. He fed you in the wilderness with manna that your fathers did not know, in order to afflict you and test you, to do you good in the end. You may say in your heart, my power and the might of my hands have made me this wealth. Rather, you are to remember Adonai your God, for it is he who gives you power to make wealth, in order to establish his covenant that he swore to your fathers, as it is to this day. Now, if you forget Adonai your God and go after other gods and serve them and worship them, I solemnly warn you today that you will certainly perish. Like the nations Adonai makes perish before you, so you will perish, since you would not listen to the voice of Adonai your God.
So true, so true. Chapter 9, Hear, O Israel, you are about to cross over the Jordan today to go into dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourself. Cities great and fortified up to the heavens. The people are great and tall, sons of the Anakim. You know them, and you yourselves have heard who can stand before the sons of Anak. But you will know today that Adonai your God is the one who is crossing over before you as a devouring fire. He will destroy them, and he will bring them down before you, so that you may drive them out and make them perish quickly, as Adonai has promised you. After Adonai your God has driven them out from before you, do not say in your heart, it is because of my righteousness that Adonai has brought me in to possess this land. It is because of the wickedness of these nations that Adonai is driving them out from before you. It is not by your righteousness or the uprightness of your heart that you are going in to possess their land. Rather, because of the wickedness of these nations, Adonai your God is driving them out from before you, and in order to keep the word Adonai swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. So you should understand that it is not because of your righteousness that Adonai your God is giving you this good land to possess, for you are a stiff-necked people. Remember, never forget.
Wow.
That's funny. Remember, never forget. It's like double. Remember, never forget how you provoked Adonai your God to wrath in the wilderness. From the day you left the land of Egypt until you came to this place, you have been rebellious against Adonai. At Horeb, you provoked Adonai to wrath, and Adonai was angry with you enough to destroy you. When I went up the mountain to receive the tablets of stone, the tablets of the covenant that Adonai cut with you, I stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. I did not eat bread or drink water. Adonai gave me the 2 tablets of stone written by the finger of God. Moreover, on them were all the words that Adonai has spoken with you on the mountain from the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly. Now at the end of the day, end of 40 days and 40 nights, Adonai gave me the 2 tablets of stone, the tablets of the covenant. Adonai said to me, get up, go quickly down from there, for your people whom you brought out from Egypt have acted corruptly. They have quickly turned from the way I commanded them. They have made a molten image for themselves. Furthermore, Adonai spoke to me, saying, I have seen this people, and it is indeed a stiff-necked people. Leave me alone, so that I may destroy them and blot out their name from under the heavens. Then I will make you into a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and came down from the mountain while the mountain was burning with fire. And the 2 tablets of the covenant were in my 2 hands. When I looked, you had indeed sinned against Adonai your God. You had made yourselves a metal calf. So quickly you had turned aside from the way Adonai had commanded you.
It's been like a couple weeks.
So I took hold of the 2 tablets, threw them out of my 2 hands, and smashed them before your eyes. Then I fell down before Adonai like the first time for 40 days and 40 nights. I did not eat bread or drink water because of all your sin that you committed, doing evil in Adonai's sight, provoking him to anger. For I was afraid of the fierce wrath and fury which Adonai bore toward you to destroy you. But Adonai listened to me that time also. Adonai was angry enough with Aaron to destroy him, so I prayed for Aaron also at the same time. I took your sin, the calf you had made, and burned it in the fire. I crushed it, grinding it up so well that it was as fine as dust, and I threw its dust in the wadi flowing down from the mountain. Again, at Teberah and Massah and Kibroth Hatava, you provoked Adonai to wrath. When Adonai sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, go up and possess the land I have given you, and you rebelled against the commandment of Adonai your God and didn't believe him or listen to his voice. You have been rebellious against Adonai from the day that I knew you. So I threw myself down before Adonai those 40 days and 40 nights because Adonai had said he would destroy you. And I prayed to Adonai and said, O Lord, Adonai, do not destroy your people, your inheritance that you have redeemed through your greatness and brought out from Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Pay no attention to the stubbornness of this people or to their wickedness or their sin. Otherwise, the land from which you brought us out might say, because Adonai was not able to bring them into the land that he spoke of to them, and because he hated them, he has brought them out to kill them in the wilderness. Yet they are your people, your inheritance, that you brought out by your great power and your outstretched arm.
Oh, awesome. At that time, Adonai said to me, carve for yourself 2 tablets of stone like the first ones, and come up to me on the mountain. Make yourself an ark of wood. I will write on the tablets of the words that were on the first tablets that you smashed, and you are to put them in the ark. So I made an ark of acacia wood, cut 2 tablets of stone like the first ones, and went up the mountain with the 2 tablets in my hand. Like the first inscription, Adonai wrote on the tablets the 10 words he had spoken to you on the mountain from the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly, then gave them to me. Then I turned and came down the mountain and put the tablets in the ark I had made, and there they are, just as Adonai commanded me. Bnei Israel traveled from the wells of the sons of Jachan to Moserah. There Aaron died and was buried, and his son Eleazar served as Kohen in his place. From there they journeyed to Gudgod, and from Gudgod to Jotbah, a land of wadis flowing with water. At that time Adonai set the tribe of Levi apart to carry the ark of the covenant of Adonai, to stand before Adonai, to serve him and pronounce blessings in his name, as is the case to this day. Therefore Levi has no portion or inheritance with his brother. Adonai is his inheritance, just as Adonai your God had promised him. I stayed on the mountain like the first time 40 days and 40 nights. Adonai listened to me that time also, and was not willing to destroy you. Adonai said to me, rise up, go, and journey ahead of the people so that they may go in and possess the land that I swore to their fathers to give them. So now, O Israel, what does Adonai your God require of you but to fear Adonai your God, to walk in all his ways and love him, and to serve Adonai your God with all your heart and with all your soul, to keep the mitzvot of Adonai and his statutes that I am commanding you today, for your own good? Behold, to Adonai your God belong the heavens and the highest of heavens, the earth and all that is in it. Only on your fathers did Adonai set his affection to love them, and he chose their descendants after them, you, from all the peoples, as is the case today. Circumcise the foreskin of your heart, therefore, and do not be stiff-necked anymore. For Adonai your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great, mighty, and awesome God, who does not show partiality or take a bribe. He enacts justice for the orphan and widow, and loves the outsider, giving him food and clothing. Therefore love the outsider, for you were outsiders in the land of Egypt. Adonai your God you will fear. Him you will serve. To him you will cling, and by his name you will swear. He is your praise, and he is your God, who has done for you these great and awesome things that your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down to Egypt with 70 persons, and now Adonai your God has made you like the stars of the heavens in number.
We can attest to that because we just read all of Numbers.
Amen. In number, that's great. Therefore, you are to love Adonai your God and keep his charge, his statutes, his ordinances, and his mitzvot at all times. And you should know this day that it's not your children who knew or saw the discipline of Adonai your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his outstretched arm, his signs and the deeds he did in the midst of Egypt, to Pharaoh king of Egypt, to all his land, and what he did to the army of Egypt, to its horses and chariots, when he made the waters of the sea of reeds flow over them as they chased after you, and how Adonai has destroyed them to this day. What he did for you in the wilderness until you came to this place. What he did to Dathan and Abiram, sons of Eliab, son of Reuben. How the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up, along with their households and tents and every living thing that followed them in the midst of all Israel. Rather, it is your own eyes that have seen every mighty deed that Adonai has done. Therefore, you are to keep the whole mitzvot that I'm commanding you today, so that you may be strong and go in and possess the land that you are crossing over to possess, and so that you may prolong your days on the land that Adonai swore to give to your fathers and to their descendants, a land flowing with milk and honey. For the land you are going in to possess is not like the land of Egypt from which you came. There you planted your seed and watered it by foot, like a vegetable garden. But the land you are crossing over to possess is a land of hills and valleys, drinking from the rain of the heavens. It drinks its water, drinks in water. It is land that Adonai your God cares for. I love that phrase. It is the land that Adonai your God cares for. The eyes of Adonai your God are always on it from the beginning of the year up to the end of the year. Now, if you listen obediently to my mitzvot that I am commanding you today, to love Adonai your God, to serve him with all your heart and soul, then I will give you rain for your land in its season, the early rain and the late rain, so that you may gather in your grain new wine and olive oil. I will give grass in your field for your livestock, and you will eat and be satisfied. Watch yourselves so your heart is not deceived. And you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. Then the anger of Adonai will be kindled against you, so he will shut up the sky, so that there will be no rain, and the soil will not yield its produce. Then you will perish quickly from the good land Adonai is giving you. Therefore, you are to set these words of mine in your heart, and in your soul you are to bind them as a sign on your hand, and as for frontlets between your eyes. You are to teach them to your children, speaking of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rise up. You are to write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates, so your days and the days of your children may be multiplied on the land Adonai swore to give to your fathers, as long as the heavens are above the earth. For if you will diligently keep all this mitzvah that I am commanding you to do, to love Adonai your God, to walk in all his ways, and to cling to him, then Adonai will drive out all these nations from before you, and you will dispossess nations greater and mightier than yourselves. Every place where your sole of your foot treads will be yours, from the wilderness to the Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, as far as the western sea will be your border. No one will be able to stand against you. Adonai your God will put the fear and dread of you upon all the land where you tread, just as he promised you.
Too true.
This is so amazing.
I know.
This next verse, I love Deuteronomy.
See, I am setting before you today a blessing and a curse. The blessing, if you listen to the mitzvot of Adonai your God that I'm commanding you today. But the curse, if you do not listen to the mitzvot of Adonai your God, but turn from the way I'm commanding you today to go after other gods you have not known. Now, when Adonai your God brings you into the land you are going in to possess, you are to set the blessing on Mount Gerizim and the curse on Mount Ebal. Are they not across the Jordan toward the west in the land of the Canaanites who dwell in the Arabah, opposite Gilgal, beside the oaks of Moreh? For you are about to cross over the Jordan to go and to possess the land Adonai your God is giving you. You will possess it and dwell in it, and you will take care to do all the statutes and ordinances that I am setting before you today. These are the statutes and ordinances that you are to make sure to do in the land that Adonai your God, Adonai, the God of your fathers, has given you to possess. All the days that you live on the earth, you must utterly destroy all the places where the nations that you will dispossess served their gods. On the high mountains and on the hills and under every green tree. You are to tear down the altars, smash their pillars, burn their Asherah poles in the fire, and cut down the carved images of their gods, and you are to obliterate their name from that place. You are not to act like this toward Adonai your God. Rather, you are to seek only the place Adonai your God chooses from all your tribes to put his name to dwell. There you will come. There you are to bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes, the offerings of your the offering of your hand, your vow, and your free will offerings, and the firstborn of your herd and of your flock. There you and your households will eat before Adonai your God and rejoice in every undertaking of your hand, as Adonai your God has pleased you.
Has blessed you.
Has blessed you. You will not do all the things as we are doing here today. Everyone doing what is right in his own eyes. For you have not yet come to the resting place and the inheritance that Adonai your God is giving you. But when you cross over the Jordan and settle in the land that Adonai your God enables you to inherit, and he gives you rest from all your enemies around you, you will dwell in safety. And the place Adonai your God chooses to make his name dwell, there you are to bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes, the offering of your hand, and all your finest vow offerings that you vow to Adonai. Then you will rejoice before Adonai your God. You and your sons and daughters, your slaves and maids, and the Levite in your town, for he has no portion or inheritance among you. Be careful that you do not offer your burnt offering in any place you see. Rather, do so only in the place Adonai chooses in one of your tribes. There you are to offer your burnt offerings, and there you are to do all that I am commanding you. However, you may slaughter and eat meat within all your gates, whatever your soul's desire, according to the blessing of Adonai your God is given you. Either the unclean or clean may eat of it, as they would a gazelle or a deer. But you are not to eat the blood, you are to pour it out on the ground like water. You may not eat within your gates the tithe of your grain or new wine or oil or the firstborn of your herd or of your flock or any of your vow offerings that you vow or your free will offerings or the offerings of your hand. Rather, you are to eat them before Adonai your God in the place Adonai your God chooses. You, your son, your daughter, your son and daughter, your slave and maid, and the Levite within your gates, and you will rejoice before Adonai your God in every undertaking of your hand. Be careful that you do not neglect the Levite as long as you live on the earth. When Adonai your God enlarges your territory as he has promised you, and you say, I want to eat meat, because your soul craves meat, then you may eat meat, all your soul's desire. If the place Adonai your God chooses to put his name is too far from you, then you may slaughter any of your herd and flock that Adonai has given you as I have commanded you, and you may eat within your gates all of your soul's desire, just as the gazelle or hart is eaten, so you may eat it. The unclean and clean alike may eat it. Only be sure that you do not eat the blood, for the blood is the life, and you are not to eat the life with the meat. You are not to eat it, you are to pour it out on the ground like water. You are not to eat it, so that it may go well with you and your children after you when you do what is right in Adonai's eyes. Only the holy things and vow offerings that are yours are you to take and go to the place that Adonai chooses. You are to offer your burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, on the altar of Adonai your God. The blood of your sacrifices to be poured out on the altar of Adonai your God, but the meat you are to eat. Take care and listen to all these words that I'm commanding you, so that it may go well with you and your children after you forever, when you do what is good and right in the eyes of Adonai your God. When Adonai your God cuts off before you the nations that you are going to dispossess, when you have dispossessed them and settled in their land, be careful not to be trapped in imitating them after they have been destroyed before you. Do not inquire about their gods, saying, how do these nations serve their gods? I will do the same. You are not to act like this toward Adonai your God. For every abomination of Adonai which he hates, they have done to their gods. They even burn their sons and daughters in the fire to their gods. It's true. It's true. It's actually really interesting to study different cultures in antiquity, because the God of Israel really is different.
The God of Israel is one God, and he does not demand human sacrifice.
No, he does not.
He does not allow it. Whatever I command you, you must take care to do. You are not to add to it or take away from it. Suppose a prophet or a dreamer of dreams rises up among you and gives you a sign or wonder, and the sign or wonder he spoke to you comes true, while saying, let's follow other gods that you have not known, and let's serve them. You must not listen to the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams, for Adonai your God is testing you to find out whether you love Adonai your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Adonai your God you will follow, and him you will fear. His mitzvot you will keep. To his voice you will listen. Him you will serve, and to him you will cling. The prophet or dreamer of dreams must be put to death, for he has spoken falsehood against Adonai your God, who brought you out from the land of Egypt and redeemed you from the house of slavery to entice you away from the way Adonai your God commanded you to walk. So you must purge the evil from your midst. Suppose your brother, your mother's son, or your son or daughter, or the wife of your bosom, or your best friend of your own soul misleads you secretly, saying, let's go and serve other gods that you and your fathers have not known, from among the gods of the peoples around you, near you or far from off
You're
from
so
you,
convincing.
from one end of the earth to the other. You are not to give in or listen to him. Your eye is not to pity him. You're not to spare or conceal him. Instead, you will surely put him to death. Your hand should be the first against him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. You are to stone him with the stones to death because he tried to entice you away from Adonai your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt from the house of slavery. Then all Israel will hear and be afraid, and never again will they do such an evil thing as this in your midst. Suppose you hear it said in one of your cities, which Adonai your God is giving you to dwell in, that worthless fellows have gone out from among you and enticed the inhabitants of their cities, saying, let's go and serve other gods that you have not known. Gee, that's like a freaky thing to hear, but it's just like, it's funny, but what you serve is what is it's amazing. What
Yeshua had a lot to
what
say
you
about that.
invest your time and your money in, that's the thing that has the altar of your heart. Be careful. Okay, so
We're coming on the.
we're almost
coming
there.
down.
We're almost there. Suppose you hear it said to one in one of your cities, which Adonai your God is giving you to dwell in, that worthless fellows have gone out from among you and enticed the inhabitants of their cities, saying, let's go and serve other gods that you have not known. Then you are to investigate, search out, and inquire thoroughly. If indeed it is true, and the matter certain that this abomination has been done in your midst, you will surely strike down the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying it, and all that is in it and its livestock with the sword. You are to gather all its plunder in the middle of the city, and you are to burn with fire the city and all its plunder, all of it to Adonai your God. It will be a ruin forever. It shall never be built again. Nothing from the band should cling to your hand, so that Adonai may turn from the fierceness of his anger and show you mercy and have compassion on you and multiply you, just as he swore to your fathers, when you listen to the voice of Adonai your God, keeping all his mitzvot that I am commanding you today, doing what is right in the eyes of Adonai your God. You are the children of Adonai your God. You are not to cut yourselves or shave your forehead for the dead. You are a holy people to Adonai your God. From all the peoples on the face of the earth, Adonai has chosen you to be his treasured people.
Amen.
You are not to eat any detestable thing. These are the animals you may eat: the ox, the sheep, the goat, the deer, the gazelle, the roebuck, the wild goat, the ibex, the antelope, the mountain sheep. Among the animals you may eat any animal that splits the hoof completely split in two, and chews the cud. Yet of those that chew the cud or have a split hoof, you are not to eat the camel, the hare, the rabbit, because they chew the cud but do not split the hoof. They are unclean for you. The pig, because it's unclean to you. The pig, because it splits the hoof but does not chew the cud, is unclean to you. You are not to eat their meat or touch their carcasses. Of all that are in the waters, these you may eat. Whatever has fins and scales you may eat. But whatever does not have fins and scales you are not to eat. It is unclean for you. I'm going to just close my mouth. You may eat all clean birds, but these are the ones you are not to eat: the eagle, the vulture, the buzzard, the red kite, the black kite, and any bird of prey of that kind, every raven of any kind, the ostrich, the owl, the seagull, a hawk of any kind, the little owl, the great owl, the white owl, the pelican, the Egyptian vulture, the cormorant, the stork, a heron of any kind, the hoopie, and the bat. All winged insects are unclean to you. They are not to be eaten. You may eat any clean bird. You are not to eat anything that dies of itself. You may give it to the outsider within your gates so that he may eat it, and you may sell it to a foreigner, for you are holy people to Adonai your God. You are not to boil a young goat in its mother's milk. You will surely set aside a tenth of all the yield of your seed that comes from the field year by year. You are to eat the tithe of your grain. your new wine, your oil, the firstborn of your herd and flock before Adonai your God in the place he chooses to make his name dwell. He's not taking it from you. He wants you to have a rejoicing party with him with it. It's a feast to the Lord. He chooses to make his name dwell so that you may learn to fear Adonai your God always. Now suppose the way is too long for you you cannot carry the tithe because the place Adonai your God chooses to set his name is too far from you. When Adonai your God blesses you, then you are to exchange the tithe for silver. Bind up the silver in your hand and go to the place that Adonai your God chooses. You may spend the money for whatever your soul desires, cattle, sheep, wine, strong drink, or whatever your soul asks of you. Then you will eat there before Adonai your God and rejoice, you and your household. But you are not to neglect the Levite within your gates, for he has no portion or inheritance with you. At the end of every 3 years, you are to bring out all the tithe of your produce in that year and store it within your gates. Then the Levite, because he has no portion or inheritance with you, along with the outsider, the orphan and the widow within your gates, will come and eat and be satisfied, so that Adonai your God may bless you in all the work of your hand that you do. See, God takes care of the widow and the orphan.
Amen.
We're supposed to take care of the people that are needy among us. When God blesses you, we're to take care of everyone around us.
Chapter 15. We're almost halfway through Deuteronomy here. At the end of every 7 years, you are to cancel debts. This is how you are to cancel debts. Every creditor is to release what he has loaned to his neighbor. He must not force his neighbor or his brother to repay, for Adonai's debt cancellation has been proclaimed. A foreigner you may force, but your hand is to release whatever your brother owes you. However, there should be no poor among you, for Adonai will surely bless you in the land Adonai your God is giving you as an inheritance to possess. If only you would carefully listen to the voice of Adonai your God, being careful to do all these mitzvah that I am commanding you today. For Adonai your God will bless you as he has promised you, so you will lend to many nations but not borrow. You will rule over many nations, but they will not rule over you. If there is a poor man among you, any of your brothers within any of your gates in your land that Adonai your God is giving you, you are not to harden your heart or shut your hand against your poor brother. Rather, you must surely open your hand to him, and you must surely lend him enough for his need, whatever he is lacking. Watch yourself, so there is no unworthy thing in your heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of canceling debt is near, and your eye is evil against your poor brother, and you give him nothing. Then he may call out to Adonai against you, and it will be a sin upon you. You must surely give to him, and your heart is not to be grieved when you give it to him, for because of this thing Adonai your God will bless you in all your work and in every undertaking of your hand. For there will never cease to be poor people in the land. Therefore I am commanding you, saying you must surely open your hand to your brother, to your needy and poor in your land. That's very similar to the Gospels, that you'll always have the widow and orphan among you. Very similar, very similar.
But that's what God uses to keep us humble and recognizing that we need him, because we don't just store up wealth while other people suffer.
If your fellow Hebrew, a man or woman, is sold to you and serves you 6 years, then in the 7th year you are to set him free. When you set him free, you are not to send him away empty-handed. You are to surely provide for him from your flock and threshing floor and winepress. As Adonai your God has blessed you, you are to give to him. You will remember that you were a slave in the land of Egypt, and Adonai your God redeemed you. Therefore I am commanding you to do this thing today. Now if he tells you, I will not go away from you, because he loves you and your household, since he is well off with you, then you are to take an awl and put it through his ear to the door, and he will be your servant forever. And to your female slave you are to do the same. It should not seem hard to you when you set him free from you, for he has served you 6 years, double the value of a hired worker. So Adonai your God will bless you in all that you do. All the firstborn males that are born in your herd and your flock you are to consecrate to Adonai your God. You are to do no work with the firstborn of your herd or shear the firstborn of your flock. So you are to eat it before Adonai your God year after year in the place Adonai chooses, you and your household. But if it has any blemish, if it is lame or blind or has any serious blemish, you are not to sacrifice it to Adonai your God. You are to eat it within your gates, the unclean and the clean together, just as they eat the gazelle or deer. Only its blood you are not to eat. You must pour it out on the ground like water. Chapter 16, and we are back to the Moedim.
Back to
again.
the festivals.
We're having a third. This is our third version of it, or third or fourth. Anyways, observe the month of Aviv and keep the Passover to Adonai your God. For in the month of Aviv, Adonai your God brought you out from from Egypt by night. You are to sacrifice the Passover offering to Adonai your God from the flock and the herd in the place Adonai chooses to make his name dwell. You are not to eat chametz with it. For 7 days you are to eat matzot with it, the bread of affliction. For you came out from the land of Egypt in haste. Do this so that on all the days of your life you will remember the day when you came out from the land of Egypt. No chametz should be seen within you in all your territory for 7 days, and none of the meat you sacrifice on the evening of the first day may be left overnight until the morning. You may not sacrifice the Passover offering within any of your gates that Adonai your God is giving you. Rather, at the place Adonai your God chooses to make his name dwell, there you will sacrifice the Passover offering in the evening at sunset, the time of your coming out from Egypt. You are to cook and eat it at the place Adonai your God chooses. Then you will turn around in the morning and journey home. For 6 days you are to eat matzot. On the 7th day there is to be a solemn gathering for Adonai your God. On it you are to do no work. 7 weeks you are to count for yourself. From the time you begin to put the sickle to the standing grain, you will begin to count 7 weeks. Then you will keep the feast of Shavuot, which is the Feast of Weeks, to Adonai your God with the measure of a free will offering from your hand, which you are to give according to how Adonai your God blesses. So you will rejoice before Adonai your God in the place Adonai your God chooses to make his name dwell. You, your son, and your daughter, slave and maid, Levite and outsider, orphan and widow in your midst. By the way, Shavuot's also when the outpouring of the Holy Spirit came.
You will remember.
Yeah, you will remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and you are to take care and do these statutes. You are to keep the feast of Sukkot. Hey,
that's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing. Well, tonight is actually the end of Sukkot. Technically, so
That's
Sukkot's
right.
over. We say you are to keep the feast of Matzot or Sukkot for 7 days after gathering in the produce from your threshing floor and winepress. So you will rejoice in your feast, you, your son and daughter, slave and maid, Levite and outsider, orphan and widow within your gates. 7 days you will feast Adonai your God in the place he chooses.
Yes.
Because Adonai your God will bless you in all your produce and in all the work of your hand, and you will be completely filled with joy.
Completely filled with joy.
3 times a year, all your males are to appear before Adonai at the feast of Matzot, which is
Your God in the place
your God.
he chooses.
Yeah, that's what
You missed that line.
your God in the place he chooses at the feast of Matzot, which is Passover, the feast of Shavuot, which is a feast of weeks right after Passover, and the feast of Sukkot, which is what we are basically ending tonight. No one should appear before Adonai empty-handed. The gift of each man's hand according to the blessing Adonai your God has given you. And I'm going to read this because this is my thing.
This is Joe's portion. So the whole Torah from Genesis to the end of Deuteronomy is cut into 54 sections, and Jewish people read them week by week.
Well, it's not my portion, but it is a portion I teach on.
It's a really important one that Joe loves to teach on.
It says, judges and officers you are to appoint within all your gates that Adonai your God is giving you, according to your tribes, and they are to judge the people with righteous judgment. You are not to twist justice. You must not show partiality or take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and distorts the words of the righteous. Justice you must pursue, so that you may live and possess the land that Adonai your God is giving you. You are not to plant for yourselves an Asherah pole of any kind of wood beside the altar of Adonai your God that you make for yourself, nor are you to set up a pillar for yourself. Adonai your God hates this. And actually, this is what
Wow.
this is it's Deuteronomy 18. No. You go.
I'm happy to do it.
It's that.
I know, I just
Here.
loved that. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
You are not to sacrifice to Adonai your God a bull or a sheep that has a defect or anything bad, for that would be an abomination to Adonai your God. Suppose there is found in your midst within one of your gates that Adonai your God is giving you a man or woman who does what is evil in the eyes of Adonai your God by transgressing his covenant. Yep. This person goes and serves other gods and worships them, the sun or moon or any of the heavenly host, which I have not commanded. It is told to you, and you have heard about it, and you investigate thoroughly, and indeed it is true, and the thing's certain. This abomination has been done in Israel. Then you are to bring out to your gates that man or woman who has done this evil thing, and stone that man or woman with stones to death. By the word of 2 or 3 witnesses, the one who is to die is to be put to death. No one is to be put to death by the word of one witness. The hand of the witnesses is to be the first to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people. Yep. So you are to purge the evil from among your midst. 2 witnesses. How can 2 walk together lest they be agreed? Wow. Okay, suppose a matter arises that is too hard for you to judge, over bloodshed, legal claims, or assault, matters of controversy within your gates. Then you should go up to the place where Adonai your God chooses and come to the Levitical Kohanim, the head priests, right? And the judge in charge at the time. And you will inquire, and they will tell you the sentence of judgment. You are to act according to the sentence they tell you from that place Adonai chooses, and take care to do all they instruct you. You are to act according to the instruction they teach you and the judgment they tell you. You must not turn aside from the sentence they tell you to the right or to the left. The man who acts presumptuously by not listening to the Kohen who stands to serve there before Adonai your God, or to the judge, that man must die. So you are to purge the evil from Israel. Then all the people will hear and be afraid, and not act presumptuously again. When you come into the land that Adonai your God is giving you, possess it and dwell in it, and you say, I will set a king over me, like all the nations around me. You will indeed set over yourselves a king whom Adonai your God chooses. One from among your brothers will be appointed as king over you. You may not put a foreigner over you who is not your brother. Only he should not You may not put a foreigner over you who is not your brother. Only he should not multiply horses for himself or make the people return to Egypt to multiply horses, because Adonai has said to you, you must never go back that way again. Nor should he multiply wives for himself, so that his heart does not turn aside, nor multiply much silver and gold for himself. Now when he sits on the throne of his kingdom, he is to write for himself a copy of this Torah on a scroll from what is before the Levitical Kohanim, the kings and the priests. The same law applies to both, yeah? It will remain with him, and he will read it all the days of his life in order to learn to fear Adonai his God and keep all the words of this Torah and these statutes. Then his heart will not be exalted above his brothers, and he will not turn from the commandment to the right or to the left, so that he may prolong his days in his kingship, he and his sons, in the midst of Israel.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. So we're
Popping
going to
in?
swap out.
All right.
This is probably
This is
our
it.
last swap.
Our last swap out. We have less than
You guys
20
have just half
chapters to
of
go.
Deuteronomy.
Let's do it.
All right.
And then before you guys say the last words, we're coming in and joining you.
Brilliant.
Yep.
This is awesome. Go for it, baby.
So excited.
You got this.
All right.
You got this. You got this.
Let's do
You
it.
got this. I love y'all. You're such a sweet angel.
Okay.
You got this.
Where are we? 18?
Yes.
Great. Chapter 18, Deuteronomy. The Levitical Kohanim, all the tribe of Levi, are to have no portion or inheritance with Israel. They are to eat the offerings made to Adonai by fire as his offerings, as his inheritance. They will have no inheritance among their brothers. Adonai is their inheritance, just as he promised them. So this will be the share due to the Kohanim from the people. From those who offer a sacrifice, whether a bull or sheep, they are to give the Kohen the shoulder, 2 cheeks, and the stomach. I'm a child. The first fruits of your grain, of your new wine, of your oil, and the first fleece of your sheep, you are to give him. For Adonai your God has chosen him from all your tribes to stand and serve in the name of Adonai, him and his sons forever. Suppose a Levite comes from one of your towns, wherever he is living in all Israel, and he comes whenever his soul desires to the place Adonai chooses, and serves in the name of Adonai his God, like all his fellow Levites who stand there before Adonai. They are to eat equal portions, regardless of their father's goods. When you enter the land of Adonai your God is giving you, you are not to learn to do the abominations of those nations. There must not be found among you anyone who makes his son or daughter pass through the fire, or a fortune teller, soothsayer, omen reader, sorcerer, or one who casts spells, or a medium, a spiritist, or one who calls upon the dead. For whoever does these things calls up the dead. Oh. These abominations... for whoever does these things is an abomination to Adonai, and because of these abominations, Adonai your God is driving them out from before you. You are to be blameless before Adonai your God, for these nations which you are about to dispossess listen to soothsayers and fortune tellers, but as for you, Adonai your God will not allow you to do so. Adonai your God will raise up for you a prophet like me from your midst, from your brothers. To him you must listen. This is just what you asked of Adonai your God in Horeb on the day of the assembly, when saying, I cannot continue to hear the voice of Adonai my God, or see this great fire anymore, or I will die. Adonai said to me, they have done well in what they have spoken. I will raise up a prophet like you for them from among their brothers. I will put my words in his mouth, and he will speak to them all that I command him. Now whoever does not listen to my words that this prophet speaks in my name, I myself will call him to account. But the prophet who presumes to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet will die. Now should you say in your heart, how would we recognize the word that Adonai has not spoken? When a prophet speaks in Adonai's name, and the word does not happen or come true, that is a word that Adonai has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. Do not be afraid of him. Chapter 19. When Adonai your God cuts off the nations whose land Adonai your God is giving you, and you dispossess them and dwell in their cities and houses, you are to set apart 3 cities for yourself within the land he is giving you to possess. You are to prepare the way for yourself and divide into 3 parts the borders of your land that Adonai your God enables you to inherit, so that anyone who kills may flee there. Now this is the case of the one who kills, who may flee there and live. Whoever kills his neighbor unintentionally and did not hate him in the past, as when someone goes into the forest with his neighbor to chop wood, and his hand takes a swing with the axe to cut down the tree, the iron flies off the wood and hits his neighbor so that he dies. He may flee to one of these cities and live. Otherwise, if the way is too long, the avenger of blood, while his heart is hot, may chase the manslayer, catch up to him, and strike him dead. Yet no death sentence is on him, since he did not hate him in the past. Therefore I am commanding you, set apart 3 cities for yourself. Suppose Adonai your God enlarges your territory, as he has sworn to your fathers, and given you all the land that he promised to give to your fathers. When you take care to do all this mitzvah that I am commanding you today, to love Adonai your God and to always walk in his ways, then you are to add 3 more cities for yourself, besides these 3. Then innocent blood will not be shed within your land that Adonai your God is giving you as an inheritance, and there would be blood upon you. But suppose someone hates his neighbor, waits in hiding for him, rises up against him, strikes him dead, then flees to one of these cities, then the elders of his hometown should send and take him from there and hand him over to the avenger of blood to die. Your eye should not pity him, but you must purge the innocent blood from Israel, so that it may go well with you. You must not move your neighbor's boundary marker that the first generations marked out, in the inheritance you will receive in the land Adonai your God is giving you to possess. A single witness shall not rise up against a person for any offense or sin that he commits. By the word of 2 or 3 witnesses is the case to be established. Suppose a hostile witness rises up against someone to accuse him of wrongdoing. Then both people who have the dispute will stand before Adonai, before the Kohanim and judges in charge at that time. The judges are to investigate thoroughly, and if indeed the witness is a false witness and has testified falsely against his brother, then you are to do to him just as he had plotted to do to his brother. So you will purge the evil from your midst. Those who remain will hear and be afraid, and they will no longer do such an evil thing as this in your midst. Your eye must not show pity, life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, and foot for foot. Interesting note to end on there. Chapter 20. When you go out to battle against your enemies and see horse and chariot, a people more numerous than you, do not be afraid of them, for Adonai your God, the one who brought you up from the land of Egypt, is with you. When you draw near to the battle, the Kohen will come forward and speak to the people. He will say to them, Hear, O Israel, you are drawing near today to the battle against your enemies. Don't be faint-hearted, don't fear or panic or tremble because of them. For Adonai your God is the one who goes with you to fight for you against your enemies to save you. The officers are to speak to the troops, saying, What man has built a new house but has not dedicated it? Let him go back to his house, otherwise he might die in the battle, and another man would dedicate it. What man has planted a vineyard but has not put it to use? Let him go back to his house, otherwise he might die in battle, and another man would begin to use it. What man has become engaged? I'll finish the chapter. What man has become engaged? What man has become engaged to?
What man has become engaged to a woman but has not married her? Let him go back to his house, otherwise he might die in the battle and another man would marry her. The officers will speak further to the troops and say, What man is afraid and faint-hearted? Let him go back to his house so he does not weaken his brother's heart like his own. Then when the officers have finished speaking to the troops, they should appoint army commanders at the head of the troops. When you go near a city to fight against it, go to a city to fight against it, call out shalom to it. Now if it answers you shalom and opens up to you, then all the people found in it will serve you as forced laborers. If it does not make peace with you, but makes war against you, Then lay siege against that city. When Adonai your God hands it over to you, you are to strike all its males with the sword. Only the women, children, livestock, and all that is in the city, all its spoil, may you take as plunder for yourselves. So you may consume your enemy's spoil, which Adonai your God has given you. Thus you will do to all the cities that are very distant from you, which are not among the towns of these nations nearby. However, only from the cities of these people, which Adonai your God has given you as an inheritance, you must not let anything that breathes live. You must utterly destroy them. The Hittites, or is that Hittites? Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and
The
Jebusites. Just as Adonai your God has commanded you. You are to do this so they will not teach you to do all the abominations as they have done for their gods, and so you would sin against Adonai your God. When you lay siege to a city for a long time, making war against it to capture it, you are not to destroy its trees by swinging an axe at them, for from them you may eat. So you shall not chop them down, for it is the tree of the field human, that it should enter the siege before you. You may destroy and chop down only the trees that you know are not trees for food, so that you may build siege equipment against the city that is making war with you until its downfall. Chapter 21. Suppose a slain person is found fallen in a field on the land Adonai your God is giving you to possess. Who struck him is unknown. Then your elders and judges must come out and measure the distance to the towns that are around the slain one. Now the nearest town to the slain one, the elders of that city are to take from the herd of a heifer, or a heifer that has not been used for work or pulled a yoke. Then the elders of that city are to bring the heifer down to a flowing wadi that has not been plowed or sown, and break the heifer's neck in their wadi. In the wadi. The Kohanim, the sons of Levi, will come forward, for Adonai your God has chosen them to serve him, and pronounce blessings in his name. And by their mouth every dispute and assault is to be settled. All the elders of that city nearest to the slain one will wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken in the wadi. Then they will answer and say, Our hands did not shed this blood, nor did our eyes see. Grant atonement for your people, Israel, from Israel whom you have redeemed, Adonai, and do not put innocent blood on your people, Israel. Then atonement will be granted to them for the blood. So you will purge the guilt of innocent blood from your midst when you do what is right in Adonai's sight. When you go out to war against your enemies, and Adonai your God hands them over to you, and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you desire her and would take her as your wife for yourself. Then you are to bring her into your house, and she must shave her head, trim her nails, and remove her captive's clothing. Then sit in your house and weep for her father and mother a full month. After that, you may go to her and become her husband, and she will be your wife. Now, if you are not pleased with her, then you may send her off wherever she wishes, but you must certainly not sell her for silver. You may not treat her as merchandise, since you have humiliated her. Suppose a man has two wives, the one loved and the other unloved, and both the loved and the unloved bear him sons. But it happens that the first wife's son belongs to the firstborn son belongs to the unloved wife. Now on the day he lets his sons inherit what he has, he must not treat the loved one's son as firstborn, in place of the unloved one's son, who is the firstborn. Rather, he must acknowledge the firstborn, the son of the hated one, by giving him a double portion of all that he has. For he is the first of his vigor, the right of the firstborn is his. Suppose a man has a stubborn and rebellious son who does not listen to the voice of his father or mother. They discipline him, but he does not listen to them. Then his father and mother are to grab hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his city, to the gate of his place they will say to the elders of his city, 'This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He does not listen to our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard.' Then all the men of his city are to stone him with stones to death. So you will purge the evil from your midst, and all Israel will hear and be afraid. Suppose a man is guilty of a sin with a death sentence, and he is put to death, and you hang him on a tree. His body is not to remain all night on the tree. Instead, you must certainly bury him the same day, for anyone hanged is a curse of God. You must not defile your land that Adonai your God is giving you as an inheritance." Chapter 22. You are not to watch your brother's ox or sheep going astray and ignore them. You must certainly bring them back to your brother. If your brother is not near you, or if you do not know him, then you should bring it into your house, and it will remain with you until your brother comes searching for it.
And you return it to him. You are to do the same thing with his donkey or his coat or anything lost by your brother that may be lost by him and you find. You may not ignore them. You must not watch your brother's donkey or ox fall down on the road and ignore it. You must certainly help him lift it up again. A man's apparel is not to be on a woman, nor is a man to wear woman's clothing, for whoever does these things is detestable to Adonai your God. If there happens to be a bird's nest in front of you along the road, in any tree or on the ground, with young ones or eggs, and the hen sitting on the young or on the eggs, you are not to take the hen with the young. You must certainly let the hen go, but the young you may take for yourself, so that it may go well with you, and you may prolong your days. When you build a new house, you are to make a guardrail for your roof, so that you do not bring the guilt of blood on your house if anyone falls from it. Liability. Liability laws.
Everything.
You got everything. You are not to plant your vineyard with two kinds of seed, or else the whole harvest will be forfeited. Both the seed you plant and the produce of the vineyard. You are not to plow with an ox and a donkey together. You are not to wear a woven mixture, wool and linen together. You are not to make for yourself twisted threads on the four corners of your garment in which you cover yourself. Suppose a man takes a wife and goes to her and then dislikes her, accuses her of shameful things, and gives her a bad reputation by saying, "I took this woman, but whenever I came near her, I didn't find her virginity." Wow. Then the father of the young woman is to take her and her mother is to take her and her mother. Take her and her mother is to bring
Out
the signs of the young woman's virginity to the city elders at the gate. The young lady's father is to tell the elders, "I gave my daughter to this man as a wife, but he hates her. Indeed, he has accused her of shameful things, saying, 'I didn't find your daughter's virginity.' Yet these are the signs of my daughter's virginity. They are to spread the wedding cloth before the elders of the city. The elders of that city are to take the man and punish him. Then they are to fine him 100 pieces of silver and give them to the father of the young woman, because he has brought an evil name on a virgin of Israel. Then she is to be his wife. He may not send her away all of his days. But if this thing is true, that the signs of virginity were not found in the young lady, then they are to bring the young woman out to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city are to stone her with stones to death, because she has done a disgraceful thing in Israel to behave like a prostitute in her father's house. So you are to purge the evil from your midst." Oof. Suppose a man is found lying with a married woman, then both of them are to die. I wasn't prepared for that sentence. I should have been, but I wasn't.
You should have been. It's very blunt.
The man is just
Torah does
very,
not
very
hold back.
blunt. It doesn't. The man who lay
no
with the woman, the man who lay with the woman and the woman, so you are to purge the evil from Israel. Suppose there is a young woman who is a virgin engaged to a man, and another man finds her in the city and lies with her. Then you are to bring them both out to the gate of that city and stone them with stones to death. The young woman because she did not cry out in the town, and the man because he humiliated his neighbor's wife. So you are to purge the evil from your midst. But if the man finds the engaged woman in the field, and the man forces her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her is to die. But to the young woman you are to do nothing. There is no sin in the young woman deserving of death. For this matter is the same as when a man rises against his neighbor and kills him. For he found her in the field, then the engaged woman cried out, and there was no one to save her. Suppose a man finds a young virgin who is not engaged, grabs her and lies with her, and they are discovered. Then the man The man who lay with her is to give to the young woman's father 50 pieces of silver, and she is to be his wife. Since he has humiliated her, he may not send her away all of his days. Chapter 23. A man is not to take his father's wife. He is not to expose his father's nakedness. No one with crushed or cut off genitals is to enter the community of Adonai. Again, not a sentence I was ready for. No one born of forbidden relations is to enter the community of Adonai. Even to the 10th generation, none of his descendants are to enter the community of Adonai. No Moabite is to enter the community of Adonai, or Moabite is to enter the community of Adonai. Even to the 10th generation, none belonging to them is to enter the community of Adonai forever, because they did not meet you with bread and water on the way when you came out of Egypt, and because they hired against you Balaam, son of Beor, from Petor, or of Aram Naharaim, to curse you. But Adonai your God refused to listen to Balaam, and Adonai your God turned the curse into a blessing for you because he loves you. You are never to seek their shalom or welfare all your days. You are not to detest an Edomite, for he is your brother. You are not to detest an Egyptian, for you were an outsider in his land. The children born to them, the 3rd generation, may enter the community of Adonai. When you go out as an army camp against your enemies, you are to guard yourselves from every evil thing. If there is among you a man who is not clean from a nighttime emission, he is to go outside the camp. He may not re-enter the camp. Now toward the evening he is to bathe in water, and when the sun sets he may re-enter the camp. There is to be a place at hand for you outside the camp, and you are to go there outside. You are to have a shovel for yourself among your weapons. Now when you sit down outside, you are to dig with it and turn and cover up what comes out of you. For Adonai your God walks in the midst of your camp, to rescue you and to give your enemies over to you. Therefore your camp must be holy, so that he does not see anything indecent among you and turn away from you. That's solid. You are not to hand over to his master a slave who seeks refuge with you from his master. Let him dwell with you in your midst.
In the place, right?
In the
place he chooses within one of your town gates, the one that is good for him. You are not to mistreat him. None of the daughters of Israel is to be a cult prostitute, nor any of the sons of Israel a cult prostitute. You are to bring the fee of a prostitute or the wages of a dog into the house of Adonai your God for any vow, for both of these are detestable to Adonai your God. You are not to charge excessive interest to your brother on money, food, or anything that may be loaned for interest. To a foreigner you may charge interest, but to your brother you are not to charge interest, so that Adonai your God may bless you in every undertaking of your hand on the land you are going in to possess. When you make a vow to Adonai your God, you are not to delay to make good on it, for Adonai your God will certainly require it of you, and you would have sin on you. But if you refrain from making a vow, you would not have sin on you. Whatever comes out of your lips, you are to take care to do. You are to take care to do. Since you have vowed to Adonai your God a free will offering that you have promised with your mouth. When you come into your neighbor's vineyard, you may eat your fill of grapes, but you are not to put any in your basket. When you come into your neighbor's standing grain, you may pluck the ears with your hand, but you are not to swing a sickle on your neighbor's standing grain. Chapter 24. Suppose a man takes a wife and marries her. Now if she doesn't find favor in his eyes because he has found something indecent in her, he is to write her a certificate of divorce, hand it to her, and send her out from his house. When she leaves his house, she may go and become another man's wife. Now suppose the second husband dislikes her and writes her a certificate of divorce, and he hands it to her, and she leaves his house. Or suppose the second husband, who took her to be his wife, dies. Then her former husband, who sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife, after she has been defiled. For that would be detestable before Adonai. You are not to bring guilt on the land that Adonai your God is giving you as an inheritance. When a man takes a new wife, he is not to go out with the army or have any duty passed over to him. he is to be free at home for 1 year and make his wife happy. No one is to take a pair of millstones or the upper one as collateral, for this would be taking a livelihood as collateral. If a man is caught kidnapping any of his brothers from Bnei Israel, whether he treats him like property or sells him, then that kidnapper must die. So you are to purge the evil from your midst. Take care in the plague of what's it called again? Sa'arat. Be very careful to do all that the Levitical Kohanim instruct you. Just as I commanded them, so you are to take care to do. Remember what Adonai your God did to Miriam along the way when you were coming out from Egypt. When you make any kind of loan to your neighbor, you are not to go into his house and get his pledge. You are to get his pledge. You are to stand outside, and the man to whom you are making the loan is to bring the pledge outside to you. If he is a poor man, you are not to sleep with his pledge. You must certainly restore the pledge to him when the sun sets, so that he may sleep in his coat and bless you. And it is to be righteousness for you before Adonai your God. You are not to oppress a hired servant who is poor and needy, whether he is from your brothers or the outsiders in your land within your town gates. On that day you are to give him his wages. The sun is not to set on it, for he is poor and sets his heart on it. Otherwise he will cry out against you to Adonai, and you will have sin on you. Fathers are not to be put to death for children, and children are not to be put to death for fathers. Each one is to be put to death for his own sin. You are not to twist justice for an outsider or orphan, and you are not to take as collateral a widow's clothing. But you are to remember that you were a slave in Egypt, and Adonai your God redeemed you from there. Therefore I am commanding you to do this thing. When you reap your harvest in your field and have forgotten a sheaf in the field, you are not to turn back to get it. It is for the outsider, for the orphan, and for the widow, in order that Adonai your God may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat your olive tree, you are not to search through the branches afterward. It is for the outsider. It is for the outsider, for the orphan, and for the widow. When you harvest your vineyard, you are not to pick over it afterward. It is for the outsider, for the orphan, and for the widow. You are to remember that. You were a slave in the land of Egypt. Therefore, I am commanding you to do this thing.
Chapter 25. Suppose there is a dispute between people and they approach the court. The judges hear their case and declare one righteous and the other guilty. Now, if the guilty one deserves to be flogged, the judge is to make him lie down and be flogged before him with the number of lashes and proportionate to his guilt. He may strike him 40 times, but no more. Otherwise he would beat him with too many a wound beyond these, and your brother would be degraded in your eyes. You are not to muzzle the ox while it is threshing. If brothers dwell together and one of them dies and has no son, the dead man's wife is not to be married outside to a stranger. Her husband's brother is to go to her and take her as his wife, and perform the duty of a brother-in-law. Now the firstborn that she bears is to carry on the name of his dead brother, so that his name will not be blotted out of Israel. But if the man does not want to take his brother's widow is to go to the elders at the gate and say, my brother-in-law refuses to carry on his brother's name in Israel. He is unwilling to perform a brother-in-law's duty for me. Then the elders of his town are to summon him and speak to him. And if he stands firm and says, I do not desire to take her, then his brother's widow is to come to him in the sight of the elders, pull his sandal off his foot, spit in his face, and reply, so will it be done to the man who does not build up his brother's house. Then his name is to be called in Israel the house of the pulled-off sandal. Suppose people fight with one another, a man and his brother, and the wife of the one who approaches to rescue her husband from the hand of the one hitting him, and she puts out her hand and grabs him by the genitals. Then you are to cut off her hand. Your eye will show no pity. You are not to have stones of different weights in your bag, large and small. You are not to have in your house ephahs of different measures, large and small. You must have a full and honest weight and a full and honest measure, so that your days may be long on the land that Adonai your God is giving you. For all who do these things, all who do injustice are detestable to Adonai your God. Remember what Amalek did to you along the way as you came out from Egypt, how he happened upon you along the way and attacked those among you in the rear, all the stragglers behind you. When you were tired and weary, he did not fear God. Now when Adonai your God grants you rest from all the enemies surrounding you in the land Adonai your God is giving you as an inheritance to possess, you are to blot out the memory of Amalek from under the under the heavens. Do not forget. Wow. Chapter 26. Now when you enter the land that Adonai your God is giving you as an inheritance, and you possess it and dwell in it, you are to take some of the first of all the produce of the soil which you gather from your land that Adonai your God is giving you, put it in a basket, and go to the place Adonai your God chooses to make his name dwell. You are to go to the Kohen in charge in those days and say to him, I declare today to Adonai your God that I have entered into the land Adonai swore to our fathers to give us. The Kohen is to take the basket from your hand and set it down before the altar of Adonai your God. Then you are to respond before Adonai your God, my father was a wandering Aramean, and he went down to Egypt and lived there as an outsider, few in number. But there he became a great nation, mighty and numerous. The Egyptians treated us badly, afflicted us, and imposed hard labor on us. Then we cried out to Adonai, God of our fathers, and Adonai listened to our voice and saw our affliction, our toil and oppression. Then Adonai brought us out from Egypt with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, with great terror and with signs and wonders. He brought us to his place and gave us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. So now, look, I have brought the first of the fruits of the soil that you have given me, Adonai. Then you are to set it down before Adonai your God and worship before Adonai your God. You will worship in all the good that Adonai... You will rejoice in all the good that Adonai your God has given to you and to your house, you the Levite and the outsider in your midst. When you finish tithing the full tenth of your produce in the third year, the year of the tithe, you are to give it to the Levite, to the outsider, to the orphan, and to the widow, so that they may eat within your town gates and be satisfied. Then you are to say before Adonai your God, I have removed the holy tithe from my house, and also have given it to the Levite, and to the outsider, to the orphan, and to the widow, according to all of your mitzvah. Then you have commanded me, I have not transgressed or forgotten any of your mitzvot. I have not eaten from the tithe in my mourning, or removed any of it while unclean, or given any of it to the dead. I have obeyed the voice of Adonai my God. I have done all just as you commanded me. Look down from your holy dwelling place, from the heavens, and bless your people Israel, and the soil you have given us, as you swore to our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey. This day Adonai your God is commanding you to do these statutes and ordinances, so you are to take care and do them with all your heart and with all your soul. Today you have affirmed Adonai your God, that you will walk in his ways, keep his statutes, mitzvot, and ordinances, and listen to his voice. Now today Adonai has affirmed you as his treasured people, as he promised you that you are to keep all his mitzvot, that he will set you high above all the nations he has made for praise, fame, and honor, and that you are to be a holy people to Adonai your God, as he has promised. Chapter 27. Moses and the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, keep the whole mitzvah that I am commanding you today. Now on the day when you cross over the Jordan to the land that Adonai your God is giving you, you are to set up large stones for yourself and coat them with plaster. Then you are to write on them all the words of this Torah when you cross over, so that you may enter the land that Adonai your God is giving you, a land flowing with milk and honey, just as Adonai, the God of your fathers, promised you. Now when you cross over the Jordan, you are to set up these stones about which I am commanding you today on Mount Ebal, and coat them with plaster. There also you will build an altar to Adonai your God, an altar of stones. You are not to use an iron tool on them. You are to build an altar of Adonai your God of whole stones, and you are to offer up burnt offerings on it to Adonai your God. You are to sacrifice fellowship offerings and eat there, and you will rejoice before Adonai your God. You are to write on the stones all the words of this Torah very clearly. Then Moses and the Levitical Kohanim spoke to all Israel, saying, be silent and listen, O Israel. This day you have become a people for Adonai your God. Therefore listen to the voice, I'm just getting to the end of it. Listen to the voice of Adonai your God, and do his mitzvot and statutes that I am commanding you today.
Moses commanded the people on that day, saying, when you have crossed over the Jordan, these are to stand on Mount Gerizim to bless the people, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. For the curse, these are to stand on Mount Ebal, or Ebal, Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali.
Naphtali. Then the Levites are to answer and say with a loud voice to every man of Israel, Cursed is the one who makes a carved or molten image, an abomination to Adonai, the work of a craftsman's hands, and sets it up in secret. Then all the people are to answer and say, Amen. Cursed is the one who dishonors his father or mother. Then all the people are to say, Amen. Cursed is the one who removes his neighbor's boundary marker. Then all the people are to say, Amen. Cursed is the one who misleads a blind person on the road. Then all the people are to say, Amen. Cursed is the one who twists justice for the outsider, orphan, and widow. Then all the people are to say, Amen. Cursed is the one who lies with his father's wife because he has uncovered his father's nakedness. Then all the people are to say, Amen. Cursed is the one who lies with any kind of animal. Then all the people are to say, Amen. Cursed is the one who lies with his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother. Then all the people are to say, Amen. Cursed is the one who lies with his mother-in-law. Then all the people are to say, Amen. Cursed is the one who strikes down his neighbor in secret. Then all the people are to say, Amen. Cursed is the one who takes a bribe to strike down an innocent life. Then all the people are to say, Amen. Cursed is the one who does not uphold the words of his Torah by doing them. Then all the people are to say, Amen. Chapter 28. Now if you listen obediently to the voice of Adonai your God, taking care to do all his mitzvot that I am commanding you today, Adonai your God will set you on high above all the nations of the earth. Then all these blessings will come upon you and overtake you. If you listen to the voice of Adonai your God, blessed, is it blessed or blessed? Just blessed?
I'm
Blessed.
not sure.
Blessed will you be. Blessed will you be in the city, and blessed will you be in the field. Blessed will you be. Will be the
I'm
fruit
gonna say
of your
blessed.
womb.
It's blessed.
Okay.
It's blessed. Blessed.
Blessed will be the fruit of your womb, the produce of your soil, the offspring of your livestock, the increase of your herds, and the young of your flock. Blessed will be your basket and your kneading bowl. Blessed will you be when you come in, and blessed will you be when you go out. Adonai will cause your enemies who rise up against you to be struck down before you. They will come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. Adonai will command the blessings on you in your barns, in every undertaking of your hand, and he will bless you in the land of Adonai your God is giving you. Adonai will establish you as a holy people for himself, just as he swore to you. If you keep the mitzvot of Adonai your God and walk in his ways, then all the peoples of the earth will see that you are called by the name of Adonai, and they will stand in awe of you. Adonai will make you overflow in prosperity in the fruit of your womb, the offspring of your livestock, and the produce of your soil on the land Adonai swore to your fathers to give you. Adonai will open for you his good storehouse, the heavens, to give rain for your land in its seasons, and to bless all the work of your hand. You will lend to many nations, but you will not borrow. Adonai will make you the head and not the tail, and you will be only above and not below, if you listen to the mitzvot of Adonai your God that I am commanding you today. Careful to do them, and do not turn aside from any of the words I am commanding you today, to the right or the left, to go after the other gods in order to serve them. But if you will not listen to the voice of Adonai your God, take care to do all his mitzvot and statutes that I am commanding you today, all these curses will come on you and overtake you. Cursed will you be in the city, and cursed will you be in the field. Cursed will your basket and your kneading bowl. Cursed will be your basket and your kneading bowl. Cursed will be the fruit of your womb, the produce of your soil, the increase of your herd, and the young of your flock. Cursed will you be when you come in, and cursed will you be when you go out. Adonai will send on you cursing, confusion, and frustration in every undertaking of your hand that you will do, until you are destroyed and perish quickly because of the evil of your deeds, by which you have abandoned me. Adonai will make the plague cling to you until he has put an end to you from the land that you are going in to possess. Adonai will strike you with weakness, fever, inflammation, fiery heat, the sword, blight, and mildew. They will pursue you until you perish. Your sky above your head will be bronze, and the earth beneath you iron. Adonai will make the rain of your land powder and dust. It will come down on you from the heavens until you are destroyed. Adonai will bring you to defeat before your enemies. You will go out one way against them and flee 7 ways before them. You will become a horror to all the kingdoms of the earth. Your carcass will be food for every bird of the heavens and beast of the earth, and there will be no one to frighten them away. Adonai will strike you with the boils of Egypt and hemorrhoids, and with scabs and with itching, from which you cannot be healed.
No one likes a hemorrhoid.
That's gross.
No one likes a hemorrhoid.
Okay, Torah. Got it. Yeah, it's pretty gross.
Imagine a God-given hemorrhoid. That's the worst fate I can imagine.
hemorrhoid.
Honestly, that's the worst one.
That thing ain't going away. Verse 28. Adonai will strike you with madness, with blindness, and with confusion of heart. You will grope at noon as the blind person gropes in darkness. You will not prosper in your ways. You will be only oppressed and robbed all the time, and there will be no one to save you. You will become engaged to a woman, but
You will become engaged to a woman, but another man will sleep with her. You will build a house, but you will not dwell in it. You will plant a vineyard, but you will not put it to use. Your ox will be slaughtered before your eyes, but you will not eat of it. Your donkey will... I just realized that this whole thing is titled Curses for Disobedience. I was really concerned as to what we were reading here for a second. Your ox will be slaughtered before your eyes, but you will not eat of it. Your donkey will be stolen in front of you, and it will not be returned to you. Your sheep will be given to your enemies, and you will have no one to save you. Your sons and daughters will be given to another people while your eyes look on, longing for them all day long, but your hand will be powerless. A people you do not know will eat up the produce of your soil and all your labor, and you will be only oppressed and crushed all the time. You will be driven mad by the sight that your eyes will see. Adonai will strike you on the knees and thighs with severe boils from which you cannot be healed, from the sole of your foot to the crown of your head. Man, Adonai will bring you and the king you set over you to a nation you and your fathers have not known, and there you will serve other gods, wood and stone. You will become a horror, a proverb, and a byword among all the peoples where Adonai will drive you. Much seed you will take out to the field, but little will you bring in, for the locusts will eat it up. Vineyards you will plant and tend, but wine you will not drink or bring in, for the worm will devour it. Olive trees you will have in all your territory, but oil you will not rub on yourself, for your olives will drop off. Sons and daughters you will father, but they will not be yours, for they will go into captivity. All your trees and the produce of your soil, the whirring locusts will possess. The outsider who is in your midst will rise up higher and higher above you, and you will go lower and lower. He will tend to you, but you will not lend to him. He will become the heed, and you will become the tail, the head, the heed. It's a 40th moment. 40th moment. He will become the head, and you will become the tail. All these curses will come upon you and pursue you and overtake you until you are destroyed, because you did not listen to the voice of Adonai your God to keep his mitzvot and statutes that he commanded you. They will be a sign and a wonder on you and your descendants forever. Wow.
Note taken.
Instead of serving Adonai your God with joy and goodness of heart out of the abundance of everything, you will serve your enemies, whom Adonai will send against you in hunger and thirst, in nakedness and lacking everything. He will put an iron yoke on your neck until he has destroyed you. Adonai will raise up a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth, just as the eagle swoops down, a nation whose language you will not understand, a brazen-faced nation that will not respect the old or be gracious to the young. It will devour the offspring of your livestock and the produce of your soil until you are destroyed. It will not leave behind for you grain, new wine, or oil, the increase of your herds, or the young of your flock until it ruins you. It will besiege you within all your town gates throughout your land until your high and fortified walls that you trusted in come down. It will besiege you and within all your gates throughout your land that Adonai your God has given you. You will eat the fruit of your womb, the flesh of your sons and daughters Adonai your God has given you, in the siege and stress with which your enemies will distress you. The most tender and delicate man among you, his eye will become evil against his brother and the wife of his bosom and the rest of his children that he has left. He will not give to a single one of them from his children's flesh that he will eat, because nothing else is left for him in the siege and stress with which Your enemy will distress you within all your town gates. The tender and delicate woman among you who never ventured to set the sole of her foot on the ground out of delicateness and tenderness, her eye will become evil against the husband of her bosom and her son and daughter, for in secret she will eat at her afterbirth that issues from between her legs and the children she bears, for lack of anything else in the siege and stress with which your enemy will distress you within all your gates. If you do not take care to do all the words of this Torah, the things written in this scroll, to fear this glorious and awesome name, Adonai your God, then Adonai will make you plagues, and the plagues of your descendants extraordinary. Make your plagues and the plagues of your descendants extraordinary. Terrible and prolonged plagues, severe and prolonged illnesses. He will bring back on you all the diseases of Egypt that you were afraid of, and they will cling to you. Also, every illness and plague that is not written in the scroll of this Torah, Adonai will bring on you, until you are destroyed. You will be left few in number, instead of being like the stars of the sky in number, because you did not listen to the voice of Adonai your God. Now, just as Adonai rejoiced over you to do you good and to multiply you, so Adonai will rejoice over you to ruin and destroy you. And you will be uprooted from the land that you are going in to possess. Adonai will scatter you among all peoples from the one end of the earth to the other. And there you will serve other gods, wood and stone, that you and your fathers have not known. Among these nations you will find no rest, and there will be no rest for the sole of your foot. But there Adonai will give you a trembling heart and failing eyes and a despairing spirit. Your life will hang in the balance before you. You will be afraid night and day, and you will have no assurance of your life. In the morning you will say, if only it were evening, and at evening you will say, if only it were morning. From the fear of your heart that you will fear, from the fear of your heart that you will fear, and the sight of your eyes that you will see, Adonai will bring you back to Egypt in ships by the way that I said to you, you will not see it again. There you will sell yourselves to your enemies as slaves and barmaids, slaves and maids, not barmaids. I don't know why I said bar. And maids, but there will be no buyer. That's why I saw buyer under there. These are the words of the covenant that Adonai commanded Moses to make with Bnei Israel in the land of Moab, in addition to the covenant he made with them at Horeb. Chapter 29.
Oh, yeah, we're in.
We're gonna jump
So
in.
Really?
Hey guys, so
Yep.
that's
okay, listen.
That's tough.
Rewards for obedience is where you need to leave at that chapter.
Yeah.
Because all those things came to pass.
That was
for our
curses for
people.
disobedience.
But it was, but he started by giving you the rewards for
That's true.
obedience.
That's true.
Yeah, but the
And
next
so
part is
the
super
blessing.
encouraging.
No,
watch.
the next part's great. I'm
Yeah.
very excited.
Stick,
but
stick around.
But man,
Alright.
we could
Stick around because we're just doing 3 each and we're done.
wait,
this
there's
is it.
more.
But wait, there's more.
Okay.
Yeah, so bring a chair and come and snuggle.
Well,
It'll be
Sim's
great.
going to go back there. So.
Or whatever it is that you got to
Okay,
do. But this
so-
is the best part because we know that, there's blessings or cursings. We're the ones who choose.
Yes, it's the best
But
part because it's
God
the end. That's
is
what-
about to renew his covenant with his people. Listen to the words because all that stuff you just heard, that wasn't like will happen someday. That's already happened to people who've disobeyed the Lord. That's just a reading of what happens when things become debased and get worse and worse.
Yep.
You start doing things that are
go
horrible.
out of craziness.
Yeah, and we just need to follow God. So let's do it, Joe. Chapter
Okay.
29 of
Chapter
Deuteronomy.
20. Moses called to all Israel and said to them, you have seen all that Adonai did before your eyes in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh and all his servants and all his land, the great trials that your eyes saw, those great signs and wonders. But to this day, Adonai has not given you a heart to know or eyes to see or ears to hear. I led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes have not worn out on you, and your sandals have not worn out on your feet. Bread you have not eaten, and wine and strong drink you have not drunk, in order that you may know that I am Adonai your God. When you came to this place, King Sihon of Heshbon and King Og of the Bashan came out against us to battle, but we struck them down. We took their land and gave it as an inheritance to Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. So keep the words of this covenant and do them so that you may prosper in all that you do.
All that you do.
And this is by far one of my favorite Torah portions
We each picked our
in
last two.
Scripture because it's just, it's amazing, and I'm a big believer in it. So it says, you are standing today, all of you, before Adonai your God, the heads of your tribes, your elders, your officials, and all the men of Israel, your children, your wives, and the outsider within your camp, from your wood chopper to your water carrier. Each of you is to cross over into the covenant of Adonai your God that he is cutting with you today and into his oath. This is in order to confirm you today
as his people.
So he will be your God, just as he promised you, and just as he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Not with you alone am I cutting this covenant with you in this oath, but with whomever is standing here with us today before Adonai our God, and with whomever is not here with us today. Meaning it's literally a covenant, a generational covenant.
That's right. That's going to stand, that has stood the test of time for 3,400 years.
Indeed, you know how we dwelt in the land of Egypt and how we crossed through the nations that we passed through. You saw their detestable things and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold that were with them. Beware, in case there is among you a man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turns away from Adonai our God to go serve the gods of those nations. Beware in case there is among you a root producing poison and a bitter fruit. Now, when someone hears the words of this oath and in his heart considers himself blessed, thinking shalom will be mine, even though I walk in the stubbornness of my heart, thus sweeping away the moist with the dry, Adonai will be unwilling to forgive him. For then this anger of Adonai and his jealousy will smoke against that person. So all the oath that is written in the scroll will settle on him, and Adonai will blot out his name from under the heavens. Adonai will single him out from all the tribes of Israel for calamity, according to all the oaths of the covenant written in the scroll of the Torah. The following generation, your children who rise up after you, and the foreigner who comes from a distant land will say, when they see the plagues of that land and the sickness Adonai afflicted on it, sulfur and salt, the whole land burnt. It cannot be planted. It cannot sprout. No grouse can grow on it, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, which Adonai overturned in his anger and his wrath. All the nations will say, why has Adonai done this to this land? Why this great burning anger? Then they will say, because they abandoned the covenant of Adonai, the God of their fathers, which he cut with them when he brought them out from the land of Egypt. They went and served other gods and bowed down to them, gods they never knew, that he had not allotted to them. So Adonai's anger burned against the land, bringing on it every curse written in the scroll. Adonai has uprooted them from their soil in anger and wrath and great fury, and hurled them into another great land, as is the case this day.
The secret things belong to Adonai our God, but the things revealed belong to us and to our children forever, in order to do all the words of this Torah.
Chapter 30. Now when all these things come upon you, the blessing and the curse that I have set before you, and you take them to heart in all the nations where Adonai your God has banished you, and you return to Adonai your God and listen to his voice according to all that I am commanding you today, you and your children with all your heart and with all your soul, then Adonai your God will bring you back from captivity and have compassion on you. And he will return and gather you from all the peoples where Adonai your God has scattered you. Even if your outcasts are at the end of the heavens, from there Adonai your God will gather you. And from there he will bring you. Adonai your God will bring you into the land that your fathers possessed, and you will possess it, and he will do you good and multiply you more than your fathers. So Adonai your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants to love Adonai your God with all your heart and with all your soul, in order that you may live. Adonai your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on those who hate you, who persecuted you. Then you will return and listen to the voice of Adonai and do all his mitzvot that I am commanding you today. Adonai your God will make you prosper in all the works of your hand, and the fruit of your womb, and the offspring of your livestock, and the produce of your soil for good. For Adonai will again rejoice over you for good, as he rejoiced over your fathers. When you listen to the voice of Adonai your God to keep his mitzvot and his statutes that are written on this scroll of the Torah, when you turn to Adonai your God with all your heart and with all your soul. For this mitzvah that I am commanding you today, this is my favorite part, is not too difficult for you, nor is it far off. It is not in the heavens that you should say, who will go up for us to the heavens and get it for us, and have us hear it, so we may do it. Nor is it across the sea that you should say, who will cross over for us to the other side of the sea and get it for us and have us hear it so we may do it. No, the word is very near to you, in your mouth and in your heart, to do it. See, I have set before you today life and good, and death and evil. What I'm commanding you today is to love Adonai your God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his mitzvot, statutes, and ordinances. Then you will live and multiply, and Adonai your God will bless you in the land you're going to possess. But if your heart turns away, and you do not listen, but are drawn away and bow down to other gods and worship them, I tell you today that you will certainly perish. You will not prolong your days on the land where you are about to cross over the Jordan to go in to possess. I call the heavens and earth to witness about you today, that I have set before you life and death, the blessing and the curse. Therefore, choose life so that you and your descendants may live. By loving Adonai your God, listening to his voice, and clinging to him, for he is your life and the length of your days, that you may dwell on the land that Adonai swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob.
So when you get distressed, read Deuteronomy 30, because it just is so chock full of God's plan.
I'm supposed to read this one last chapter, and then you're 32.
It's a short one, and I'm going to do the last couple more done.
Then Moses went and spoke these words to all Israel. He said to them, I am 120 years old today. I am no longer able to go out and come in. Adonai has said to me, you are not to cross over this Jordan. Adonai your God, he will cross over before you. He will destroy these nations from before you, and you will dispossess them. Joshua will cross over before you, just as Adonai has promised. Adonai will do it to them just as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, into their land when he destroyed them. Adonai will give them over to you, and you are to do them according to all the mitzvot that I am commanding you. Hazak, be courageous. Do not be afraid or tremble before them, for Adonai your God, he is the one who goes with you. He will not fail you or abandon you. Then Moses summoned Joshua and said to him in the sight of all Israel, be strong, be courageous, for you are to go with the people into the land Adonai has sworn to their fathers to give to them, and you are to enable them to inherit it. Adonai, he is the one who goes before you. He will be with you. He will not fail you or abandon you. Do not fear or be discouraged. Moses wrote down this Torah and gave it to the Kohanim, the sons of Levi, who carry the ark of the covenant of Adonai, into all the elders of Israel. By the way, this section is literally labeled public Torah readings, which is what we're doing today on our live stream.
Fulfilling the word of God right now.
And this is literally why we're doing this today. It says, then Moses commanded them, saying, at the end of every 7 years, in the set time of the year of canceling debts, during the feast of Sukkot, when all Israel comes to appear before Adonai your God in the place he chooses, you are to read this Torah before them in their hearing. Gather the people, the men and women and little ones, and the outsider within your town gates, so that they may hear and so they may learn. And they will fear Adonai your God and take care to do all the words of this Torah. So their children who have not known will hear and learn to fear Adonai your God all the days you live on the land you are about to cross over the Jordan to possess. Then Adonai said to Moses, behold, your time to die is near. Call Joshua and present yourselves at the tent of meeting, and I will commission him. Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves at the tent of meeting. Adonai appeared in the tent in a pillar of cloud, and the pillar of cloud stood over the opening of the tent. Adonai said to Moses, behold, you are about to lie down with your fathers. Then this people rise up and prostitute themselves with the foreign gods of the land they are entering. They will abandon me and break my covenant that I cut with them. Then my anger will flare against them on that day, and I will abandon them and hide my face from them. So they will be devoured, and many evils and troubles will come on them. They will say on that day, isn't it because our God is not among us that these evils have come on us? I will surely hide my face on that day because of all the evil they have done, for they have turned to other gods.
I think there's a very clear theme here.
Yes, there is.
Fear and love God.
Now, write this song for yourselves and teach it to Bnei Israel. Put it in their mouths so that this song may be a witness for me against Bnei Israel. For when I bring them to the land flowing with milk and honey that I swore to their fathers, and they eat and are satisfied and grow fat, that they will turn to other gods and serve them, and they will spurn me and break my covenant. Now when many evils and troubles have come on them, this song will confront them as a witness, for it will not be forgotten from the mouth of their descendants. For I know the intention they are devising this day, even before I bring them into the land that I swore. That day Moses wrote this song and taught it to Bnei Israel. Then he commissioned Joshua, son of Nun, and said, Hazak, be courageous, for you will bring Bnei Israel into the land I swore to them, and I will be with you. Now when Moses had finished writing the words of this Torah on a scroll right to the end, Moses commanded the Levites, carriers of the Ark of the Covenant of Adonai, saying, take the scroll of the Torah and place it inside the Ark of the Covenant of Adonai your God. It will remain there as a witness against you. For I know your rebellion, your stiff neck. Indeed, while I'm still alive with you today, you have been rebellious against Adonai. How much more then after my death? Gather to me all the elders of your tribes and your officials, so that I may speak these words in their ears and call heaven and earth to witness against them. For I know that my death you will certainly act corruptly and turn aside from the way I have commanded you. So evil will fall upon you in the latter days, because you will do what is evil in the sight of Adonai, provoking him to anger by the work of your hands. Moses spoke in the hearing of the whole community of Israel the words of this song right to the end. And this is how the Torah ends.
This is how
folks.
the Torah ends, with the song of Moses and the blessing of Moses. And then that's it. End of the 2 chapters. So I'm going to read. I'm going to read the song of Moses,
basically
and then
3
I'm going to
chapters.
have. I would like Sim to read the blessing of Moses. I want him to end on the.
Okay, Sim.
He's the youngest.
Sim,
Let's
come
have
back.
him end. I'm going to read the song of Moses, and
He's
then
gonna
he's
join you.
going to he
He's
and
gonna join
Hannah. I
you.
want you to end on on the blessing. Okay, the song of Moses. Give ear, O heavens, and I will speak. Let the earth hear the words of my mouth. May my teaching trickle like rain, my speech distill like dew, like gentle rain on new grass, like showers on tender plants. For I will proclaim Adonai's name, ascribe greatness to our God. The rock, blameless is his work. Indeed, all his ways are just. God of faithfulness without iniquity, righteous and upright is he. Did it corrupt him? No. The blemish is his children's, a generation crooked and twisted. Is this how you pay back Adonai, O foolish and unwise people? Isn't he your father who ransomed you? He made you and established you. Remember the days of antiquity. Understand the years across generations. Across generations. Remember the years, my dear. Move over here so Hannah can sit with us. Come on, this is important. You coming? All right, this is it. We're almost
Sitting
done.
in between chairs.
This is very important. This is for the generations, right? Ask your father, and he will tell you, your elders, and they will say to you, when Elyon, Most High, when Elyon gave nations their heritage, when he separated the sons of man, he set boundaries for the people by the number of Bnei Israel. But Adonai's portion is his people. Jacob is the share of his inheritance. He found him in the wilderness land, in the void of a howling waste. He surrounded him and cared for him and guarded him as the pupil of his eye. As an eagle stirs up its nest, hovering over its young, he spreads his wing, catches him, lifts him up on his pinions. Adonai alone guided him. There was no foreign god with him. He made him mount on the heights of the land, so he ate the produce of the field. He suckled him with honey from a rock, with oil from a flinty boulder, butter of cattle and milk of a flock, with fat of lambs, rams of the Bashan and he-goats, with fat of the kidneys of wheat and the blood of grapes you drank. But Jeshurun grew fat and kicked. You got fat, grew thick, you've gorged. He forsook God who made him. He mocked the rock of his salvation. They made him jealous with strangers, with abominations. They angered him. They sacrificed to demons, a non-God, gods they had not known, to new ones who came in lately, ones your fathers had not dreaded. The rock who birthed you, you ignored. You forgot God who brought you forth. Adonai saw and he spurned his sons and his daughters out of vexation. He said, I will hide my face from them. I want to see their hereafter, for they are an upside-down generation, children with no faithfulness in them. That's what happens when we forget God, an upside-down generation. They made me jealous with a non-God. They vexed me with airy idols. So I make them jealous with a non-people. With a foolish nation I will vex them, for fire has ignited in my nostrils, and it will burn to show beneath, devour the earth and her produce, and scorch the foundations of the mountains. I will heap calamities upon them. With my arrows I will finish them, wasted by famine, ravaged by plague and pestilence so bitter. Fangs of beast I'll let loose on them, with venom of creepers in the dust. Outside the sword deals death, and inside terror to both young men and young women. Infants with men of gray hair. I would have said, I'll hack them to pieces, make a memory of them, cease from mankind, except I dread the taunt of the enemy, lest their foes might misconstrue, and lest they say, our hand is held high. And Adonai has not done all this, for they are a nation lacking counsel. Among them there is no understanding. If they were wise, they would discern this. They would understand their hereafter. How can one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight, unless their rock has sold them? And Adonai had handed them over. Surely their rock is not like our rock, as even our enemies judge. For their vine is from the vine of Sodom and the terraces of Gomorrah. The grapes are grapes of poison, bitter clusters on it. Venom of serpents is their wine, poison of vipers so cruel. Is it not stored up with me, sealed up in my treasuries? Vengeance is mine and payback. For the time when the foot staggers, surely their day of disaster is near. What is prepared rushes on them. For Adonai will judge his people. For his servants he will relent. When he sees that strength is gone and no one is left slave or free, he will say, where are their gods, the rock they took refuge in? Who ate the fat of the sacrifices and drank the wine of their libation? Let them rise up and help you and be a shelter of you. See now that I am he. There are no other gods besides me. I bring death and give life. And I have wounded, but I will heal, and none can rescue from my hand. Yes, I lift up my hand to heaven and say, as I myself live forever, when I sharpen my lightning sword and my hand seizes it in judgment, I will return vengeance on my foes, and those who hate me I will pay back. I will make my arrows drunk from blood, and my sword will devour flesh, the blood of the slain and the captive, the head of the leaders of the enemy. Make his people rejoice, O nations, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and he will return vengeance on his foes and atone for the people of the land. Then Moses came and spoke all these words of this song in the ears of the people, he and Joshua son of Nun. When Moses finished speaking all these words to all Israel, he said to them, put in your hearts all the words that I call as witness against you today, that you may command your children to keep and do all the words of this Torah, for it is not an empty thing for you, because it is your life. By the word you will prolong your days on the land when you are crossing over the Jordan to possess. And on that very day Adonai spoke to Moses, saying, go up to this mountain of Avarim, Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab facing Jericho, and see the land of Canaan, which I am giving to Bnei Israel as a possession. On the mountain that you are ascending, there be gathered to your people, as Aaron your brother died on Mount Hor and was gathered to his people, because you both broke faith with me among Bnei Israel at the waters of Meribah Kadesh, and did not treat me as holy in the midst of Bnei Israel. For you will not see the land, for you will see the land from afar, but you will not enter into the land that I'm giving to Bnei Israel. So now Moses blesses the people.
Chapter 33.
You got this.
This is the
Come on,
blessing with
Sim.
which Moses, the man of God, blessed Bnei Israel before his death. He said, Adonai came from Sinai and dawned on Bnei Israel from Seir. He shone forth from Mount Paran, and he came from the holy myriads, blazing fire for them from his right hand. Indeed, a lover of peoples is he. All his kedoshim are in his hand. They followed in your steps, each receiving your words. Torah, Moses commanded us, a heritage for the community of Jacob. He became king in Jeshurun when the heads of the people gathered, all the tribes of Israel together. Let Reuben live and not die, though his people became few. Now this is for Judah, he said. Hear Adonai, the voice of Judah. Bring him to his people. His hands contended for him, so you will be a help against his foes. For Levi he said, let the Thummim and Urim be with your pious man. You tested him at Massa. You strived with him at the waters of Meribah. He said of his father and mother, I have not seen them, nor did he acknowledge his brothers or recognize his children, for they observed your word and kept your covenant. They will teach Jacob your judgments and Israel your Torah. They will put incense in your nose and whole burnt offerings on your altar. Adonai bless his resources, find favor in the work of his hands. Crush the loins of those who rise against him and hate him, so they do not rise again. For Benjamin he said, the beloved of Adonai rests securely beside him. He shields him all day long. Between his shoulders he rests. For Joseph he said, may his land be blessed by Adonai, with heavenly bounty from the dew and from the deep lying beneath, and with the bounty of the sun's produce and the month's yield, and with the best from the ancient mountains, and the bounty of the everlasting hills, with earth's bounty and its fullness, and the favor of the one dwelling in the bush. May it come on Joseph's head, on the crown of the prince among his brothers. The firstborn ox, majesty is his. His horns are the horns of the wild ox. With them he gorges peoples, all at once to the ends of the earth. They are the myriads of Ephraim. They are the thousands of Manasseh. For Zebulun he said, rejoice, Zebulun, and your going out, Issachar, and in your tents, and Issachar in your tents. People they call to the mountain. There they offer righteous sacrifices, for they suckle the abundance of the seas, and the hidden treasures of the sand. For Gad he said, blessed is the one who enlarges Gad. Like a lion he crouches and tears off an arm, or even the crown of a head. He chose the best for himself, for there a marked portion was reserved. He came with the heads of the people. He carried out Adonai's justice and his judgment for Israel. For Dan he said, Dan is a lion cub leaping out of the Bashan. For Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, satisfied with favor and full of the blessing of Adonai, possess the sea and the south. For Asher he said, most blessed be the sons of Asher. May he be the favorite of his brothers, and may he dip his foot in oil. The bolts of your gates will be iron and bronze. As your days, so will your strength be. There is none like God, Jeshurun, riding through the heavens to your aid, and through the skies in his majesty. A refuge is the ancient God, and underneath are everlasting arms. He drove out the enemy before you and said, destroy. So Adonai rests in Israel rests in safety. Untroubled is Jacob's fountain in a land of grain and new wine. Yes, his heaven drips dew. Happy are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people saved by Adonai, the shield of your help and the sword of your triumph. Your enemies will cower before you, and you will trample on their backs. Chapter 34, the final chapter of Deuteronomy. Then Moses went up from the plains of Moab to Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, which is opposite Jericho. Adonai showed him all the land, Gilead to Dan, and all of Naphtali, the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, all the land of Judah as far as the western sea, the Negev and the plain of the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees as far as Zoar. Then Adonai said to him, this is the land that I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to your seed. I let you see it with your eyes, but you will not cross over there. So Moses, the servant of Adonai, died there in the land of Moab, as was from the mouth of Adonai. Then he buried him in the valley in the land of Moab, opposite Beth Peor, but no one knows of his burial place to this day. Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his vigor gone. Bnei Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days. Then the days of weeping, mourning for Moses, were ended. Now Joshua, son of Nun, was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands on him. So Bnei Israel listened to him and did just as Adonai had commanded Moses. There is not risen again a prophet in Israel like Moses, whom Adonai knew face to face, with all the signs and wonders Adonai sent him to do in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh, all his servants, and all his land, by the strong hand and great awe that Moses did in the sight of all Israel. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have completed the public reading of the entire Torah. It did take us a bit longer than expected.
But you know what?
As we were planning this, Joseph looked at me and he said, I did the math and it sounds like it may take around 8 hours. And I thought 8 hours isn't bad. We can do 8 hours. We've hit 13.
But what's amazing about it is that Hannah and Sim did exactly very much like
I have to
what
say,
they did, because that's what Brittany and Joe did. That's what they did before they got married. They read Deuteronomy together.
It took over 14 hours.
Hallelujah.
It took 14 hours. So thank you for all those that hung out with us for this
God
whole
bless you.
time. And
What do we say?
we say Hazak,
Hazak, v'nit chazek. Be strong, and let you be strengthened.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you for joining us
God
for the
bless you.
Shemini Atzeret Simchat
Tree of
Torah
Life Bible.
TLV
so much.
public reading of the Torah.
In a
and
day.
in a day we did
In a
it.
day.
In a day.
So go get some rest, because I know we're going to get some rest. God's word is it's not light. It's not light reading, so we're gonna get some rest. So thank you for joining us, and I guess we'll call it quits. So let me go do
God bless you and keep you. May the Lord bless you and keep you, and make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. May he lift up his countenance before you and give you shalom, peace, in the name of the Prince of Peace. Shabbat shalom.
Shalom.
Did you close it?